The 12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports. Maya, it's everything. And a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. And Pi Channel. Experience the Mpl-Ph Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports, ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin dito na napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.
Isang araw, MPL Arena! I'm Mara Aquino and welcome to MPL Philippines Season 12. If flexing 3 championship trophies from 3 international tournaments isn't enough to prove that the Philippine era is not over yet, don't worry because we got you covered. Ngayong araw, tatlong mainit na laban na naman ang ating matutunghayan dito sa tahanan ng pinakamalalakas na MLBB players sa buong mundo. Sino-sino kaya sa mga kupunang bibida ngayong araw ang magpapamalas ng mas Pinas lakas? Bago yan, alamin natin, samahan niyo muna sa All Access para makichika sa latest ganap sa MLBB community. Eto na, sila Hans, Burrito, and OSX. Pasok!
Thanks again, Mara. Sobrang daming ng mga matches na nangyari kahapon lang nung very first day. But things are about to get started for day number 2. Back in action, my name is Hans Galeria and together with me is OSX and Burrito. And this is the All Access kung saan pag-uusapan natin ang sobrang daming mga naganap. Isipin nyo guys, unang araw pa lang parang ang dami nang nangyari. Kamusta ba? Kamusta? Ikaw lang pala yung nandito kahapon. Ikaw lang yung nandito kahapon.
Ikaw yung wala kahapon.
Ako lang pala yung wala.
Kamusta kahapon?
Kamusta?
Sa akin, sobrang aanghang ng mga nangyari. And mamaya madidiscuss natin kung ano man yan, pero basta masasabi ko lang, napakaanghang ng lahat ng mga kaganapan kahapon.
Okay. Gaya na sinabi ni Chef Terapidot, di ba? Nahanap niya anghang. Pero speaking of which, dahil maanghang, ang daming nangyari, and we're gonna go back to what happened from before. Because first things first, inulan ng trash talk ang MPL Philippines yesterday. It was very much surprising at nakita natin yan basing it on the quotes that we have from Carl TZ, from Light, and from Ryzen. Sinabi ni Carl TZ, mag-doubt lang kayo dyan. Okay lang, wala naman kaming paki sa inyo eh. Mag-e-enjoy lang kami. Yun yung interview niya nung nakaraan. Ano bang meron? Bakit parang sobrang init ng tao kay Carl TZ? Well, technically, ang dami naman din yung napatunayan eh.
Kung i-compare natin naging performances, syempre yung mga NBA na mga all-star natin nung kasi Lebron.
Okay, sakto.
May mga pinagdaanan na rin si Carl TZ na, napatunayan niya kung ano nga siya sa mundo ng MLBB. So, sa mindset kahapon niya, with the interview, ang ganda lang pakinggan na wala siyang pakialam sa lahat na nagbabash. I think that's a good mindset also to develop. Kasi sa mundo natin, hindi mo makokontrol yung opinion ng ibang tao.
Yup.
So, you better just be numb and just don't give a damn about anything.
I mean, you have your own opinions. I have mine. And I'm the only 2-time world champion. What else can I say?
The GOAT.
Going ahead, para dito kay Light kasi nakalaban nila ang ONIC yesterday. Alright? So sabi niya, kasi ang kwento nito, tumitipi-tipi yung ONIC yesterday na medyo nakakalamang sila. Tapos biglang nakabawi sila Light. Ngayon, tinanong siya ni Mara, kamusta ba kalaban ng ONIC? Sabi niya, para silang Indonesia. Ang dami-dami daw nilang TP. Kaso yung difference daw, yung ONIC ID, nanalo. Yung Mpl-Ph daw, hindi. So medyo,
Ang init pa.
okay, hindi
Pero
mo
tama
sa amin
naman.
galing yun, ha? Hindi mo sa amin galing yun. Kay Light po mismo nang galing. Ano bang feeling? Parang na-miss ko yung mga ganong klase na init na kahit nga si Nats, di ba, tumatayo dun sa labas?
Oo, may mga kumakalat din ng mga videos ngayon sa social media, di ba, na tumatayo si Nats. I mean, siguro dala rin ng hype yun. And iba kasi yung feeling kapag tinitipihan ka, kumbaga parang tinotont ka, pinoprovoke ka na P-R-O-V-O-K-E.
Tama.
Sabi nga, di ba?
Misspell.
Iba yung gigil mo. Kapag,
Pinispell.
Basta yun lang yung gusto ko sabihin dito. Iba yung gigil mo kapag naipanalo mo. At ako kami kasi yung nag-cast nun eh. So talagang first and second tower, tumitipi sila tapos humaharap doon sa mga miyembro ng RSG. Kaya I mean, sobrang gigil nila and nung naipanalo nila yon, nagtayuan sila diyan and actually, parang hindi nga nagpansinan after nun. So, I think ito na yung era na kung saan lahat ay mas matatapang, mas maiingay, at mas malalakas.
Rivals are gonna be built for this season dahil sobrang dami nating nakita at napansin ng mga players that really went all out. Kahit nga si Ryzen, nagbanggit ng one time na during the interview, bago pa magsimula yung season, tuturugin ko kayo. He was pointing it out to his former team, which is Smart Omega, kasi ngayon nasa ONIC PH siya. And I can't wait for that matchup dahil ngayon, aside from that one, marami rin tayong kailangan abangan. Not only here in the MPL Arena, but also outside. Dahil kung hindi nyo pa napapainggan, ang dalawa sa ating tatlong Yash Boys na si Manjin at si Naisu, the Suman Tandem, hindi po yung kakanin, yung ano po mismo, okay? So, meron silang podcast. And the very first episode of that podcast was with Dilar. And nag-usap sila, nagkwentuhan sila regarding what really happened between EVOS Legends at nabanggit niya na parang gustong-gusto niya kasi talaga maglaro for this season 12. The only problem is like, siguro hindi siya nabigyan ng opportunity and meron siyang parang confidential na feeling na ayaw niya talagang sabihin. So, how do you feel about Dilar? Would you say na dapat bumalik siya dito sa Pilipinas or would you want him to play in Indonesia?
Based on his podcast, meron pa talagang gutom si Dilar. Like yung kung meron ka pagkakataon na ilabas pa yung prime mo dito sa professional league, why not do it here? Kasi doon mismo sa podcast, nag-decide na rin siya na umalis sa EVOS. And doon na nakita na parang meron pa siyang gustong patunayan. At you coming from a season 9 and the ONIC era back then, meron talagang part na sa kanya na gusto kong makakuha ng championship title. At yun yung pinakamagandang trait na nakita sa mga pro players ngayon na yung gutom hindi nawawala. And by the way, yeah, Suman Podcast is happening every week. Go ahead and support sa lahat ng channels na nakikita na for MPL Philippines, even Spotify. Dahil papanood niyo mga iba't ibang guests with Manjin and Naisu.
Oo. Nung nakaraan, nasubukan si Naisu na mag-Tagalog, na mag-Pilipino. Siguro next episode, ipipilit naman ni Naisu na si Manjin ang mag-English. So abangan nyo yan. Kung sakaling di nyo pa napapainggan, alright? Go ahead and listen to it right away. And speaking of listening, ang dami nating naririnig na mga bagong ganaps in terms of like the heroes that we've had all throughout the season. Actually, first day pa lang kahapon, pero meron na tayo kagad naging isang major breakthrough. It was the Iksha na ginulat ang mundo. Legit na dinaig po si Kai Soto, ladies and gentlemen, sa dami ng mga nangyari. Okay? So, yun na yun. Kung alam nyo si Kai Soto gumamit ng Skyhook, si Eman gumamit ng Iksha. And yung stats niya will be showed in just a bit dahil sobrang daming mga ganap. But for now, as I was saying, nagulat ka ba dun sa pick na yun? I mean, you were there. You were casting as well.
Yeah, actually, hindi namin in-expect, no? Kaya masasabi natin na may mga pagdududa talaga, di ba? Unorthodox pick ang isang Iksha. And kumbaga nilalabag niya kasi yung idea ng isang marksman na kailangan mo ng mobility, kailangan mo ng position. Kasi kapag nag-full barrage ka, nakatayo ka lamang.
Right.
I think isa sa mga rason kung bakit ganito, ayan na yung stats, 5, 1, and 4 na KDA. And isa sa mga reason bakit naging swak itong Iksha against ONIC PH dahil din dun sa composition na meron sila. Kung maaalala ko, naka-Lancelot hero sila doon and even naka-Terizla rin sila. So sa backline access, meron na kagad sila. So ang poproblemahin mo lang is yung presensya ng mga heroes na manggagaling sa ONIC Philippines. And ang naalala ko noon, naka-Farsa din itong ONIC Philippines. Kaya masasabi natin na pwedeng counter, pero kasi may mag-initiate sa likuran, kaya feeling ko sobrang gumana talaga. At well, kilala natin si Eman, isa sa mga naging MVPs.
Yup.
Di ba? Nung MSC. So I think, isa sa mga rason kung bakit kinuha nila to, napagdaanan na nila at nagamit sa mga scrims nila, syempre.
I mean, di mo naman siya gagamitin at some point. Pero OSX.
Pero bagay kasi, sabi mo nga, far sa AOE, no?
Oo.
Bagay.
Oo.
Correct.
Pero kung si Ik siya napili, edi isa na lang yung hindi mo napipili.
Sino?
Laila.
Guys.
Laila na lang din napipili.
For everybody who's asking, right? For everybody who's asking, lahat na po ng heroes sa ML sa buong history ng MPL Philippines ay nagamit na. Mia, Zilong last season, okay, nalagay na yan lahat. Okay na, na-mark na yan na parang nagamit na sila sa listahan. The only hero that's left to be unpicked is gonna be none other than Layla. I'm still wondering, sino kayang magpo-pull off dito sa lahat ng mga teams natin? Kasi ang daming nangyari ng mga ganito nung season 11 eh. So, I'm not gonna be surprised if that's also the case. Pero ikaw ba, sa tingin mo?
Kung may day 1, may Ik siya, din sa day 2, pwede rin magpalabas ng ganitong pick.
Oo, may Gordon kahapon eh.
Pinagsilong nga nung first day ng season 11, why not ngayong day 2, maglabas sila ng ganito.
Pwede natin masabi na gano'n, no? Kasi nasa trial and error pa, di ba, sa mga first weeks. Pero feeling ko ngayong araw, makikita na natin yung Layla. Please, guys, baka naman.
Gulatin mo. Ito yung hashtag gulatin mo.
Well, to be fair, ang nangyari kahapon was, again, may isa sa atin na sobrang naging masaya. Okay, actually, pwede ko ba dalhin dito yung isa sa mga tao? Ay, hindi, magkakas siya mamaya eh. Si Naisu guys, ang isa sa mga pinakamasasayang tao na nakita natin. Okay, makikita nyo siya in just a bit. Kasi I'm sure na nakita nyo yung gourd na ginamit kanina. But for now, tignan natin yung schedule and see what the matchups are gonna be for day number 2 ng week 1. Naisu, kung nandyan ka man, tignan mo to ha. Baka may mapick ulit na guard dito. MNNE Evos versus Smart Omega is gonna be happening for match number 1. RSG Philippines versus Blacklist International para sa ating match number 2. And to cap it off for day number 2, it's Echo versus ONIC Philippines. Mainit-init na mga laban na masasaksihan natin ngayon. Another triple header para sa ating lahat.
Wow, 3. So kahapon, nagkaroon tayo ng unang best of 3 from RSG and Black. And knowing from the seasons na nakalaban ng Blacklist International RSG, laging best of 3. So let's see if this day will change, kung ano nga ba yung magiging dalo nito. Pero inaabang ko din yung Echo ONIC from Season 9. Ang dami na naging ganap with this matchup, Burrito.
Yeah, sobrang dami. At ako, inaabangan ko naman dito MNNE Evos and Smart Omega. First day nila na maglalaro ngayon. So talagang lahat ng mga pinaghandaan nila for, sabihin natin, 3 months na pag-aantay at paghahanda, malamang sa malamang ay ilalabas nila ngayon.
And let's address the elephant in the room. Chuck knows back.
Yeah.
Yun lang yun. Chuck knows back. Eto Max is back. Smart Omega, can they still be the last one or the brand new last one? Revamped kumbaga? Or will they bring it on for MNNE Evos with their new breed of lineup? Bring in the action. Once again, let's throw it over to our casters. Casters, time to shine.
A clash between returning veterans and sophomores who are seeking redemption. That is what we have here in the first match of the day, featuring MNNE Evos and Smart Omega. I'm Rockhard together with Naisu. And Wolf, how are you guys?
We're great. After yesterday, man, opening day, Season 12, we were waiting a long time for it, and I'm glad that we got a lot of the action yesterday.
Yeah.
And now we have Wolf here with us, joining on the English desk.
Perfect. But then again, I don't believe that you're just great. I think you're actually very happy.
He
Isn't
looks happy until
because of what happened yesterday.
I'm trying not to mention it because literally everybody since it happened, they know I've been waiting for it. So, man, my inbox was flooded. My tags were flooded.
Perfect.
And, you know, maybe it happens again, like we heard Hans mention.
And if it does happen, we will be here to catch the moment for sure. And as our insiders did mention, the only pick remaining ever in the MPL Philippines that has not been picked or banned out is Layla. Will this season be the season?
Wow.
I mean,
wait, so out of all, is that
all
what
the
they
heroes.
were mentioning? All
Yes.
the heroes, it's just Layla?
yeah.
Wow, I can't believe it. And I
That's
can't believe that it took a lot. And then Gord was only picked like this season.
Yeah.
Literally yesterday, yeah.
That's crazy.
Well, we'll find out. Before we head to our match discussion, of course, let's take a moment to thank our official telco partner, Smart. Smart is still the Philippines' best mobile network, having the fastest network and nationwide coverage in the country. As awarded by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data for speed and coverage Q1 to Q2 2023.
You can't enjoy the power of Smart when you switch to Smart without changing your number, vial, mobile number, portability, or MNP. Go to the website to check it out, smart.com, I believe it is, and check it out there. Again, thank you so much to our lovely sponsors for this. Now, going back to the action here, we got a lot to break down.
The return of the barangay, and not just the barangay. We got a pretty good, I would say, a new captain on block. an old new captain, Mr. Rebo himself, alongside V Capitan, Itomax, as well as Shaq Nu, back from his little well-deserved sabbatical.
You know, there's a lot of hype, of course, on Rebo returning. I think, however, and I don't know if I should actually bring this up, but I think that Rebo might be more of a support system than he is going to be a player. But what I am hyped about is Itomax and Shaq Nu returning, because both of them, they're the dynamic duo that no matter what happens, they come up with ways to win games. That's really the trait of Etomax. He understands the game to a different level, that he activates Shaq Nu so that both of them together can work whether they are behind or whether they are leading, you know?
They bring us to that Mamba mentality, right?
Yes.
I feel like now for me as a fan, before even I entered the MPL, of course I was always having my eye on Shaq Nu.
Yeah.
I even want to just call him Shaq Mamba, right?
Yeah.
Like that is kind of the essence.
That's how you knew him.
That's hey, that's how we wrapped it, right? Back in volume 1 of the rap.
Shaq Mamba surprise!
Yeah, that's what I'm excited to see once again. Because we do know even right now, just right off the bat, most people think Shaq Nu, Kufra, right? We've even heard our good friend Eternal out there say Kufra Shaq Nu, like literally calling, Kufra's Shaq Nu, right?
Yeah.
So with that, again, Kufra's in a good position in the current meta. So maybe it's banned out, right? Maybe I'm getting too far ahead of myself.
We'll find
but
out.
Again, these 3 players right here, very well known on a global level.
And I wouldn't be surprised if they brought along their MSC trophy here, like
Oh, yeah.
everyone else has started bringing since yesterday.
The flex.
The flexes that have been happening here, I believe that you will not be remiss to be reminded how good these guys are.
I believe that Kelra has been fairly successful with this trio. I think we saw that in the last season. There was a lot of hope that maybe Omega, without having their duo, will reach better heights. Unfortunately, it looked as if Kelra is not that activated when he's not with Shaq Nu, because I believe that he compared his season 11 to 10 and 9. Kelra was the gold standard because of how aggressive he is and calculated. But last season he was, he looked like he's a very tame beast. Just for MPL season 11.
I guess if you're working with players like Kelra, like Shaq Nu, it takes, if you know them personally, they're very
aggressive.
Very aggressive characters and very unique characters, right? It takes a special kind of player to actually work with these guys and make it easy for them to activate here. And in our feature here, you will definitely be seeing Rebo, one of the most decorated players in MPL Philippines history right here.
Yeah, this is just alone, right? The accolades here for old Rebo. Veterancy, and I love that what Wolf actually mentioned earlier, too. We'll have to really see how it fits in there, but regardless, when you have this much experience on a team that already has a lot of experience, that is obviously an advantage that could work out in your favor.
100%. Rebo, he was called the GOAT. I think it was decided last 2020 perhaps, during the time of the pandemic, where he decided to kind of rest for a little bit, and he was called the GOAT, or for lack of a better term, he got goated. He got goated, he got goated. Naturally goated because of the fact that he was the player that had the most medals, most championships. And of course, he was able to get the Grand Slam anyways, because MSC, the World Championship, and several other MPL championships. He had so many on the belt, and even outside of the MPL, had so much championships. Like in Munton, what's the term? Munton credited championships, tournaments, exactly.
That's right. And of course, on the other side, we also have the returning roster for MNNE Evos. Ding DR is going to be going on a hiatus, unfortunately. Lanzu AR coming in from PAE Sports, Ginebra, and Spider Miles AR from NXP Tiger Cubs. Speaking of MDL activations, I think Spider Miles AR definitely one of the most recent and one of the most prolific for this lineup.
I think this is, at the same time, with a lot of things that are happening here, and then now that you have the coach and Yeli Hayes, who is another player that has tons of experience, himself. There's a lot that can be said that can happen here, right? Because you have a lot of players stepping up from NXP Tigers Cubs, and there's they have their own history there. But one thing I really want to pay attention to is what we talked about extensively last season with them was how deep the roster was. And if you guys remember, flashback to season 11, they changed their roster so many times, and so now my biggest question here for them in season 12 is, do they roll with what really worked for them towards the end, of season 11, where they were actually really considered a big threat, So that's something to be said.
Yep, we're going to be throwing it over to our insider for more info about that just right there on stage.
Back in action once again. Nandito naman tayo, this time, sa player lounge ng MNNE EVOS. And I'm sure na sobrang dami nag-aabang dahil ito ang kanilang pinakaunang matchup of the week. Together with me right now, hindi ko na patatagalin pa kasi balita ko, marami rin siyang mga nababanggit dati, marami kang pinopost. Boyet, tiga dito. Ikaw na to eh. Boyet, kasi ang napapansin ko pag naglalaro kayo, simula nung RG pa lang, simula nung rank games pa lang, pag nananalo kayo, parang pinopost nyo agad sa social media. Tapos nilalagay nyo mga nice game, ganon. Meron ba dun minsan, galingan mo naman, ganon? Wala naman. Ano bang story nun? Anong history ng mga bibihan nyo? Ano bang pinagmumulan ng lahat ng yun?
Ano lang yan, pampainit lang talaga para bumalik sa akin yung mga ginagawa ko sa kanila para sabayan namin dalawa.
Sabayan. Yan ang gusto ko. Yan ang gusto ko makita later on. And eto mind you, yung mga kalaban nyo ngayon, ang daming nagbalik dyan. Si Eto Max, coach, ngayon player. Si Chakno, na ngayon nagbabalik na rin, isa sa mga pinakamalalakas na roamers. And then si Kelra din, kalaban nyo, isa sa mga pinakamalalakas. Ba't ka humingiti? Ano ba naiisip mo? Malakas ba talaga sila sa paningin mo?
Malakas sana sila kung wala si Ryota.
Ayun. Ryota. Okay, chillax ka lang dyan ha. Pupunta ka kita mamaya. Pero, ano ba meron kay Ryota? Bakit si Ryota na naman nabuntungan mo ng galit?
Ewan ko dun. Nakapasok nga ng playoffs kaso 0-3 naman eh.
Ayun na. Ayun. Andun sila sa kabila. Guys andun sila sa kabila. Wag niyo. Ayan na. Wala mo na daw bawi. Ano yun? Wala, ano na yan. Medyo may pino-point out si Ryota, okay? Pero kasi meron silang meron silang GOAT doon sa kabila. Di ba? Andun si Rebo. May kinukwento ka sa akin kanina. Sino ba yung GOAT mo?
Yung dito, yung
Hanapin mo nga,
si Lanzo.
Yun, si Lanzo.
Ano yan, from PBA to MPL.
Si Lanzo, okay. Punta natin kay Lanzo ngayon ha. Lanzo, halika nga dito kasi ikaw daw ang tunay na, ikaw daw ang GOAT ng MNNE EVOS eh. Kasi meron silang GOAT dun sa Smart Omega. Okay, Lanzo, ito ang very first time na maglalaro ka. Tapos, sobrang laking pressure yung binigay sa'yo ni Boyet. Kasi sabi niya, galing ka daw PBA, tapos napunta ka sa MPL. Ganon ka daw kalakas na player. So, ngayon na first 5 ka, are you feeling any pressure right now?
Wala naman po.
Wala.
Sanay po ako.
Wala naman. Wala ba? Wala talaga? Wala.
Sanay po ako sa maraming tao kasi nakakasama ko po si Boss D.
Tama. Pero ngayon, hindi si Boss D ang bida. Ikaw ang bida ngayon. Okay? So, anong message mo kay Boss D at sa lahat ng sumusuporta sa MNNE EVOS? Kasi, guys, for everybody's information, hindi pala kasi may team introduction pa mamaya. Okay, ano lang message mo sa lahat ng sumusuporta sa inyo?
Salamat sa mga sumusuporta sa amin. Pagpatuloy nyo lang, hindi namin kayo bibiguin.
Diba? Pagpatuloy nyo lang yan, hindi nila kayo bibiguin. The moment is now. Pero, as I'm saying, kung meron ka pang isang GOAT dito sa loob, okay? Kung meron ka pang isang GOAT dito sa loob, kasi nagbabasa na kayo eh. Si Boyet, kanina, medyo ikaw ang tinuro. Si Lanzo, sino ang GOAT ni Lanzo sa MNNE?
Siyempre, yung coach namin, si Coach Yanya.
Coach okay. Coach, halika na dito, Coach.
Dito ngayon.
Coach, hindi. Ipaliwanag mo muna, bakit siya ang GOAT mo? Sabi mo, I give 1 point to Coach kasi...
Dati po kasi siyang nasa MPL eh. Season 1.
Coach!
Yun, andito ko na yan.
Andito ka na pala eh. Ayan o. Okay. So, nakahanap ka agad ng muna sila. Coach, balita ko, galing ka daw sa MPL din dati. Dati ka rin po bang player or what was your role from before? Anong season to?
Season 1 MPL player. Galing ako sa DD No Limit.
Alright. Okay. So, ngayon, what was like the journey para ngayon andito ka ngayon to coach for Team Minana? Like, what was it like? Paano yung process? How was it everything going?
Yung nawala ako sa Season 1 MPL, sinabi ko sa sarili ko, pipilitin ko bumalik, even player or coach. Then yung inaya ko sa Minana, ni Boss D, sinabi ko sa sarili ko na hindi ko sasayangin opportunity. Ilalabas ko lahat ng experience na natutunan ko mula una pa lang para mapalakas yung player ng Minana.
Alright. Coach, congrats. You're back. And Minana Evos is back as they go up against Smart Omega. So, casters, back to you.
There you go. So much history right there in the arena. By the way, I saw the man himself, Boss D, ako si Doggy, earlier. So definitely a lot of history right now in the arena for MPL. All the way back from Season 1, we got some blood from Minana.
Yeah. Some OGs.
Some OGs, yeah.
Some goats.
You're
or was there only one goat there?
There was only one actual goat in there, but apparently everybody's claiming to be goat. Goat discussions are always
You're the goat.
bloody. No, I'm not.
Oh, we can talk about that. We can talk about that all day. I can talk about that all day.
That's right.
Sorry to put you on the spot. There you go.
That completely threw me off. I can't even remember what I was talking about. But yeah, I think that it's very surprising that there's someone from DD No Limit, which was part of MPL Season 1, where Rockhart was casting together with me.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You had to throw that my way.
I'm on the desk with the OGs. The OGs of the English stream.
That is, yeah,
When-
it's actually true. Painfully true.
No, it's not painful. That is a whole lot of history.
True.
And right there on the stage as well. I mean, that's why when I saw Rebo earlier, we were like smirking at each other.
Yeah.
Oh, it's you again!
It's been a long time.
Look at this rich guy. And of course, they also have some new blood. You never have to forget Jome as well, who is definitely a player that you cannot overlook in this lineup. Definitely activatable here later on in the season for sure.
Yeah. And when they first announced their lineup to me, I was actually very surprised about their pickups, particularly for the gold lane. Why did they pick up Jome when they have a stellar gold laner help? They have the gold standard, right?
Yeah.
So it's very surprising to me. Now, along the way, because it was a very long off season for us, along the way there was news that maybe Kelra is transitioning into the jungler role, which is even of a better surprise to me. And it was, I thought for sure that, okay, this is not gonna fly, ain't gonna happen, not in a million years. Now, the strength of that argument, got stronger along the way. But now we arrived to a point where, okay, you have a jungler, and you also have the gold standard back in the gold lane. So at least that everything now is back to normal.
Chaos has been averted.
Chaos has been averted.
We're back
right.
we're in the right universe, right? We're in the right multiverse.
Exactly.
We are. I think, the same thing though. I know a lot of people that would be watching around the world here are wondering too, where are they going to fit?
Let's find out. We'll go on and show our teams right now as they walk on into the stage.
A team out to prove a point, off to begin a renaissance of their own. Here to show what they've learned from last season and come out with their claws sharpened. Let's welcome Minana Evos. The return of prominent names lead to big hopes for the Barangay. Looking to establish themselves early on in the season, every shot is about that one shot. Give it up for Smart Omega!
And there they are, MNNE Evos at ang Barangay Smart Omega. Uminit din yung entrances. Uminit din yung entrances. And I like para sa
And there you go. We did see on the stage as our teams walk in. Is it just me or did it get a little bit hot here? There was some intensity that I felt there.
I literally just felt like it got a couple degrees hotter here, Rockhart. Like,
yeah, it did.
I love it.
So I would say that we are on the verge of seeing some beasts become unleashed, and some shots definitely starting to get fired already, even with just the walk-in. So this is it, right? I mean, this is the return of very familiar names from the previous season, and I wonder how they're gonna fare this time around.
Aside from the fact that part of my actual name has Omega in it, I would love to see what this Omega can pull out, this Smart Omega this time for this season. Hopefully, we have a showcase on our hands, though. Same can be said for MNNE.
Yeah, that's true. I think MNNE, hopefully, their claws have been sharpened. Their previous season was not the most stellar, but again, to be expected from a debut season. Yeah. And a -1, then +1 again. This seems to be they look confident. They look confident against a team that has definitely beaten some of the top teams here in the MPL through sheer will, right? So definitely MNNE Evos definitely should have something coming to them. So right now, hope you guys are ready because we are going to try to break down, try to give you guys some info on how maybe these two teams can inch their way towards victory. For me, it doesn't seem to be that clear-cut yet.
Yeah.
So maybe we can try to see the differences between these two teams and how they can give an edge. So what do you think, Wolf?
But I do feel that Infinix will be helping us in this cause. Keys to victory brought to us by Infinix. For MNNE Evos, you have to make it rain, Paldomeng. Paldomeng is actually a term here in the Philippines where the root word is paldo, which is kind of a wordplay with Domeng, the player for MNNE XP, where it means kind of the rich guy, for lack of a better term. But what we do know is that Domeng has been the win condition for MNNE Evos. And how do they make it rain for Paldomeng? Well, what they have to do is to set up for the farming pattern of Domeng. That's what MNNE Evos needs to do in this particular game, especially against an aggressive team. Now, speaking of aggressive, that should be the trait for Omega. And here I say, the Filipino Savage was leashed last season. We did not feel that he was the Filipino Savage, and that's probably why they were that successful in the playoffs, because Kelra, for some reason, is not as aggressive as he is when he was dubbed the gold standard. That is one thing that they need to muster this time. They have to really unleash the Filipino Savage, show them who he is, and be aggressive. Now, for both teams, they have to prioritize favorable traits. Why do we say this? We know for sure that Omega is, quote-unquote, an aggressive team, and they also can punish anyone who is trying to be extremely more aggressive than they are. That's why they are called the Comeback Kings, and that's why Chakno as well as Itomax is there in the team all the time, because they know how to punish. And what am I getting at here? What you need to do when you're going up against Omega or any other team here in MPL Philippines is you have to make sure that the trades will be favorable to you. Don't get punished. Don't be overly aggressive. Be calculated. But that might be very difficult, specifically against Omega. So we'll see. That has been the keys to victory brought to us by Infinix.
Thank you so much to Infinix and Wolf, giving us a little bit more of an insight on what makes Omega tick. I think you hit it on the head right there. The chaos and, Kelra being leashed. Last season, I would say not just from one reason, because Chakno wasn't around, but maybe because Eto Max was on the back seat. This time around on the front, who knows what the Filipino Savage is going to be capable of.
I think at some point, again, if you've been watching MPL for multiple seasons, not just here but around the world, you know that there's certain combinations of players that really jive well together. Some people are thinking about right now a big duo that is missing in the Philippines, right? Now this for Smart Omega, these three alone is to a similar effect. And I think you guys make great points here, and you're probably going to see it as the game unfolds. Whereas now, yes, now that these guys are back together, there's probably some magic that's about to happen. And again, probably one of the reasons why it got hotter here. So, or that for those out there. So that works too.
I think I don't know what to add to that, but because I definitely agree with that. But going back to what just the MNNE Evos have failed to do is trying to figure out the right chemistry, because we're talking about like mixtures and stuff and what I'm trying to get at is for MNNE Evos, it took a very long time last season before they were able to find their stride. And that actually, literally, in their final 2 series, that's when we finally saw what made them successful in the amateur scene. Which is weird, because they looked like they were very strong in those last 2 series when they didn't have any chance anymore to get into the playoffs. What I'm trying to say here is, for MNNE Evos, I hope that they figured it out in the very long off-season that we have. Play the Mobile Legends game that they were comfortable with. What happened in the first parts of MPL Season 11 was they were trying to really play the game, the kind of MLBB that other teams were playing. And it looked very uncomfortable on their side. But during that last series, they have the Cho and the Selena that made them so successful in the amateur scene. They made it look flawless. That's one thing that they need to do right now.
The very basics of that is they felt caged in the most parts of the regular season.
100%.
Maybe it's time to let the Tigers out and, show what they got. I think it is about time. It's your sophomore year, most of them. And you got to make yourself known to your opponents. And your opponents, of course, the embodiment of chaos that is Omega. At least that's how we knew them. I mean, who knows, right? Who knows what they've transformed in, again, one of the longest off seasons MPL Philippines has ever had. Let's load up into the draft and find out which is which.
The other thing too that I'm really wondering about is, again, identity-wise, Smart Omega has always been one of those teams that relatively likes to take it to, later games, I feel like. Now, last season, we didn't necessarily have that just because, again, it was a different iteration of Smart Omega. And now, again, with current meta where we are, things have kind of changed, right? I would say games necessarily don't go super long anymore. Aside from, we did have, I believe it was over in the MDL, one of the longest ones. I think it was like 50+ minutes or something like that.
51-33.
Something, kind of unheard of, at least for competitive MLBB. But so now that's what I'm saying. Like, where has that changed? It looks like they do have some of the bans going out already while we wait up to load in there. But that's the thing, right? Identity-wise, what do we expect as well from Smart Omega this time around?
Number one is you have a win condition player, which is Kelra. So that means that it should be gold centered. And Chaknu has always been successful with setup kind of tanks or roamers. Because when he did play the sustained kind of roamers during the Chaknu Rafaela era, he was he looks kind of good. Like the way that he lands the ultimate's actually pretty electric if you think about it. But
for sure.
Of course, I think Chaknu I think he's more comfortable if he has the setup kind of skin, and if he shreds that and becomes like a sustained / support kind of roamer, it kind of doesn't feel comfortable. But overall, I think we know that what we can expect from Omega is win condition gold lane, then setup tank roamers.
Yes, that's what we've been looking forward to for the Mamba. Although we have seen him play Natalia before, so I wouldn't put him past him. But speaking of comfort, I think I saw the glimpse in something that I think we failed to bring up in the DJ, man. He's back on the coaching staff here. I wonder, is that gonna make MNNE Evos, maybe make them more in their form, more in their comfort zone?
I think it can help. Again, just looking at their very, I guess, deep roster that they have just across the board, even, in terms of coaching and everything available to them, it could improve what you were saying earlier, Rockhart, where now they're kind of like in this sophomore year. We saw how they had to kind of like settle in through things, especially last season. They found moments that really worked for them, or combinations that really worked for them. And that is the other question, because this whole week, like the purpose of week 1 here for us really is, what did these teams do in the offseason? That was so long, man. Again, that was months, if not the longest offseason that we've had, right? So a lot could have happened for these teams that necessarily you didn't see out there, competing on some of these international stages.
Yeah. Well, I think we're going commando this time. It has been a long time since I've seen this season.
We were talking about OGs earlier, season 1.
It's literally how season 1 looks like.
Throwback, man.
A massive throwback. Diminish the bands to just 2 bands and we're back.
I love it.
Can you even imagine the time where there were only 2 bands, dude?
That's
come on. So,
you gotta watch the VODs if you want to relive that.
Everybody gets their comfort picks back there.
Well, then again, how many heroes were there?
That is true. That is true.
I think relatively, if you did the math, it probably evens out. No, actually, I take that back, because from then, that was how many years ago? There was 2 bands. Now there's like 5 for each side.
Yeah.
Right. So there's how many heroes? 100 plus, I think.
Yeah.
Is it 100 plus?
It is 100. Should be 120.
No, Gordon.
Get him out of here.
No way.
Okay, next game, please.
Next game.
Hey,
skip this.
As long as he's either being banned or picked, I'm fine with that. Oh,
that means Gordon's still relevant, right? That's the biggest thing.
I think you need Edith here for MNNE, honestly, because you need some sort of poke, long-range poke, and the ultimate will help. But where do you put it? There's no export answer now for MNNE. It's very difficult. The way that they drafted is very difficult now.
Now the drafting that we're seeing here from MNNE, I feel like is this more centric on what they're comfortable in? Because I don't really see a huge priority. Their priority picks is a little skewed. Normally I would put Valentina on first, right? And maybe have an answer on there for something. At the same time, they don't really give the Valentina anything good with the draft for Omega, so Omega kind of read into this one very easily.
Oh man,
I like this though, because I don't know what you guys like to call this, but I like to coin this, in a previous tournament, the beefy boy lineup.
Beefy boy lineup.
Because it's 3 tanky characters.
Dudes.
3, I was gonna say dudes, but they're not all dudes because there's like a Rock there.
Right,
so, unless Grok is a dude, right? You could
Rock maybe.
You never know.
You never know.
But basically, essentially, this is the beefy boy lineup.
Yeah.
Right. I like it. But again, you were asking even earlier, comfort and whatnot. I think this is also comfort for, once again, Smart Omega. Obviously, the Kufra's there too, and I think, that alone is something that MNNE has to watch out for throughout this game.
Yeah. Okay. So the big problem now for MNNE, and I'm gonna repeat what I said, is that there's just really no answer to the X-Borg. How do you take out the Firaga armor? Valentina will not be enough.
Yeah.
It will not be able to reach him. The only good thing here is Valentina can copy the Last Insanity, which is great. Actually, so much damage when you do that. Eve is going to be the last pick for Omega, and of course it ups them with Peel. I'm honestly going to say that just because of that X-Borg problem, MNNE Evos might just lose this game,
That is huge. That is a bold statement, Wolf. I think that you're absolutely... There is a lot of merit to that, especially because X-Borg just destroys everybody right now.
Yeah.
And if you can't burst him out, actually, you can try to burst him out, but Firaga Arbor will catch that. So I see what you mean. It's going to be so difficult for you to... They don't really have much sustain in on the Evos, right? They have sustained damage, rather. So if you burst out, if you use your burst, like the Penalty Zone, you use your the whole toolkit.
Wild charges, anything.
Yeah, everything. You're going to go through Firaga Armor, and then what? You're going to get... sizzled down for days. Anyway.
That's right.
So at some point in the game, by the way, guys, you got a poll to show up, and all you have to do is comment there until the timer runs out to put on your predictions with the hashtag SmartPowersMPL S12.
One lucky commenter who guesses correctly will win an in-game redeemable code. So keep an eye out, guys, as we get popped up here.
Into the game! versus MNNE Evos. Finally gonna find out what these teams have been up to. Who has grown which direction? Will we see the old flavor of Omega, or will we see some new blood just tear it up on the stage?
First, Lansu AR is gonna be the reliever for Ding, which is interesting because I remember in this desk, I remember Naiso, I'm casting with you. Remember when we said that Ding is one of the important players?
Hold on.
For MNNE.
Jacknew's kind of in trouble here. Okay.
Yeah.
But he's going to get chased down. Boyette goes right for it, gets the stun, doesn't have the flicker. First blood drawn by MNNE Evos. As you were saying, Wolf, reminiscing on the past here.
Exactly. Ding has been very important for MNNE, and I was actually surprised that he was the one that got replaced. I want to say, though, that kill coming out from Boyette AR was so fluid that when he was able to get the kill, he even transitioned to getting and invading the Omega Lizard onto the bottom lane. And now he is very near the vicinity of the turtle. For sure, with that kill, he has got more EXP compared to Andoryu. And this is great for MNNE.
And to add to that, they also forced Chaknu to use the flicker, which means they will not have that huge flicker Tyrant's Rage in the turtle fight that is coming in a few seconds, which could be problematic. At the same time, you know what? They can kind of just play with this the way they want to.
We'll see how they approach this one. Both junglers going to go ahead and start it up. Even without the ultimate, though, Chaknu still might try to make a presence here, as he is focusing on Goyang, trying to keep him out. Ryota also joined the party. There's the penalty zone already going to be utilized here. Plus the last insanity. Chaknu going to go down. Can they salvage this? Grabbing the turtle. Real world manipulation. Boyette gets it too. MNNE getting everything right now that they need. Man. 2 kills plus the turtle there.
That was very uncharacteristic for Mega. And the thing is, they try to go for the switch, right? This is not really a new rotation, but one of the variations. What you do is you switch during the last last wave, where you put your XP laner in the mid lane, you park your mid laner in the XP lane so that the mid laner will get the ultimate. But it was quite too slow, and maybe because it was Boyette who had such a grasp of the turtle already. Like I said, it was a very fluid rotation coming from Boyette AR, and that allowed him to get into level 5 before Andoryu gets level 5 himself. And now he's got a good experience gap that works for him. And this is great for MNNE. The tempo is theirs.
So you think they were on the right track? They were trying to do a specific experience, juggle there.
Exactly.
It's just it was too slow.
It was too slow.
Right.
Yeah, it was well timed. It needed Chaknu to not die in the first few minutes. That's what I'm saying.
I think that first blood, really kind of changed the course of that game plan. They're kind of working, from a little bit of that deficit now, garnering MNNE here almost a 2K lead this early on to work from.
Yep.
All of that is from a huge turtle take as well as a first blood. Although we will be seeing Lansu miss out a few of these kills though.
Okay, there's the response. Now he's going to be trapped in the Guardian's barrier, looking for the kill, able to get it. Andoru punishing a mistake there. That was a rough penalty zone, not going to find the connection.
I just wanted to bring up Lansu AR saying, thank you for that wall, Brusco.
Yeah, for sure.
Thank you so much.
Definitely a bad wall coming up from Brusco. I can't afford that. That's the next EXP lane, and Andoryu once more.
Yeah, they're going to go for it again. Still pulling the trigger here. Ryota now joining them. Getting those stacks here. Brusco will be forced back again. They don't want to take too much risk. The turtle now coming up. They want to grab this one. They traded it earlier on for Chaknu's life. Now let's see if they can stay alive and fight this one out. Ryota going to lose the armor, has to flicker out. There's the wild charge into the Guardian's barrier. Still going to be fighting for this. RWM does come down. Lansu quite low, going to get zoned out quite a bit. Lansu grabs the turtle for the team with very little health left.
Hey, now I understand why they subbed Lansu for Ding.
Is that enough?
That is enough for me. Because typically you use the export to counter the Turisda. But he found a way. He found an opening. He waited for Ryota to pop the missiles before he went in. And he actually poked Ryota to a point where Ryota only had maybe one more bar of the Firaga armor. And that kind of prompted him to pop the ultimate very earlier on. And of course, we know that if you don't get enough stacks and if you don't get your ultimate up, you don't have enough damage. And Lansu really recovered from that very easily, and it looked like it was the Teresa countering the export instead.
Yeah, it actually was super smart earlier as well. I saw that they were forcing Andoryu into a fight while he was trying to wait for the retribution. Very smart play, very, what do you call this? Very scrappy
Very
play
heads up
from
as well.
Omega, yeah.
No, MNNE is leading by 2,000 gold with Boss D in the building. He's very happy about it. You saw that on our cameras. But now it's difficult for Omega. But they do have Chop.
Oh, there's the Mamba surprise we were looking for into the Praiser's Wrath as well.
He lives?
Still alive, though.
That's
a great
micro.
usage, yep, of the flicker. That's an athletic flicker, like I like to call it. They're going to keep zoning him out with the last Insanity. Ryota able to get the kill. Now putting the assault on the mid lane. Going to come through. Brusco in trouble, taking the brunt of the damage. Has to back off. Wow, the response, though, from Smart Omega, but still, MNNE holding on here to the 2K gold lead.
And they had to really lick their wounds there, and I would say they lived, but they did not have a fun time in those exchanges. MNNE, though, amazingly, he's still keeping that gold lead, Wolf.
It's because of the fact that they had the better macro. They only needed, they may have sacrificed Lancer in the middle for that, but they kept their mid lane tower, and then they also pushed up top. So macro was the reason why they maintained their lead.
Yeah, so far so good, at least even for Omega, who seems to be just trying to buy time until Kelra gets into that Demon Kid form, right? That guy that's just unstoppable, who fights 1v5. We're all waiting for that. We're not seeing it so far.
Well, right now, the fight for this third turtle here. MNNE looking to get this clean sweep. 3 turtles for 3. Boyette trying to get in position. He's going to go ahead and contest this one now. Retribution. He gets it, but they're still going to be fighting out here in the mid lane. Going to push him back. Domeng with the Blazing Duet looking for 2 kills. If he can grab it, can't get it, can't finish it off. Rolled down himself in the mid lane. They lose 2 in an epic response from Smart Omega. Still going to be driving them back. They might look for more. Kelra going to take down the turret, and that is the response from Smart Omega.
Wow. And you can see that Domeng really felt like he can dive against Omega, definitely punished for it. And Andoryu just holding on to the ultimate, the Praiser's Wrath, right moment. He died in the end, but that was a very good trade because they were able to shut down a massive hero like the Claude.
Oh,
that's got a lot of farm, and Kelra now just pushing bottom lane.
Look at that guy. Those balls of steel starting to really make their marks on that tower here. I think we're gonna see Kelra join the party really, really soon.
Yeah, those balls, man.
Yep.
They destroy turrets.
They
That's
do.
right. Made of steel.
They're made of
definitely
steel.
made of steel.
They're on fire too, technically, right? So
they are.
Just add some damage, you know. That's why you got the red damage, right?
That's right.
Because you got that fire. Anyway, jokes aside, it is a very, very aggressive play for Omega. I think they're ready for anything that MNNE's going to throw at them on the bot side. And MNNE can kind of smell blood and can smell some of that aggression coming in from Omega. And they're trying to answer with a topside push by Domeng.
They'll be able to get that, and everybody just rocking the Exhort boots nowadays. There's one for Charizla, there's one for Etomax, and we call it the Exhort boots because he was the first one to do it in the Mpl-Ph, and he kept on doing it. He did not stop. He was relentless during MPL Season 11, and I think that whatever we call that now, Exhort boots, I'm going to keep on calling it that just because of how relentless he was.
I mean, for those that aren't familiar, what is the Exhort boots?
Hey, you pick up the roam boots, even when you're not the roamer. 8 minutes.
The dire hit?
Anything.
Is it
any of those. Because you will not get it. You will not activate it anyways. Doesn't matter. It could be favor, it could be encourage, it could be anything. Doesn't matter.
Just take it.
Just take it.
At this point, like they're trying to ensure this. Lord! Another setup from the Mamba. Able to find the lockdown. Lansu down. Here comes the response. The Wild Charge! Finding multiple members. Into the Blazing Duet. Looking for a response of their own. Bodies are flying here. Jacknew trying to salvage the situation. Ryota as well. They're down all the damage, though. They don't have any more firepower. They have to back off because they lost Kelra and Etomax, and now they're going to lose themselves possibly the first Lord of this game. Still trying to keep that from happening. And Doru also wants to get in position here. Brusco doing a great job at keeping them at bay. They've got to approach this carefully. Both junglers
waiting for this retribution battle. Andoru will have it in just a little bit. Penalty zone comes through into another blazing duet. Andoru in trouble. Will fall into the Lord pit, and it's secured once again by Boyet. And now MNNE working around this power play.
Bro, Domeng's timing and his positioning in that last 1.5 minute of play is just immaculate, Wolf. I've never seen him play like this before.
And of course, Brusco, you saw how he was able to utilize this Grok with the flicker. That very well placed wild charge that knocked up 3 members of Omega. Yeah. And it's great because he's doing it in front of Chak Mamba, known as one of the better Grok players out there. But he's doing one for the books. Brusco just really secured the clash for MNNE.
What was that key to victory once again? It was Pal Domeng.
Pal Domeng, yeah, right.
And,
Pal Domeng,
for you guys out there that don't know what Paldo is, it's like rich, right?
Yeah,
I mean, like
yeah.
it translates in English to basically rich.
And you know what helps that with that one? If you're insured.
If you're insured just like this, they can't even insure themselves a kill here. With all that committed to Brusco, wild charge to safety.
Make sure no matter what happens, you got something to fall back on, something to catch you on the wings. That's exactly how you do it. And they're doing it, man. 4.5K on the goal. Whew.
It's going to be MNNE now reaching their win conditions. And that's definitely this claw that they were able to unleash. Like, they were able to get so much gold. I think it's now not up 1.9K gold over his matchup, which is Kelrod. So that's
ultra fast, man.
That's ultra fast indeed. Because that means that he will have one good item above. Look at this. They were able to get the kill. Chaknu already committed the ultimate.
Here comes
and
Brusco.
that's classic. They know it. Brusco with the conceal play and the wild charge and the flicker as well. You combo it up, you get ultra fast indeed. Like, if you combo the wild charge as well as the flicker, that's fast enough for you to, for your opponents to not be able to react to that, especially with the conceal too. So it was all of the tools was given to Brusco that he is able to, he is able to maximize.
Whew. You'll have to take a breather from that last few 12 minutes of the game. I feel like it's coming in so fast. And yeah, this is exactly where we usually see Omega, you know. We're talking about Omega again. We're talking about those timers. Are they back on this form, man?
It's funny because, you know, if even just looking at this breakdown, like Kelra has a lot of ground to cover, man. He is pretty far behind Domeng.
Yep.
And, you know, even then, it's mostly a positioning thing, right? I mean, at that point, again, he doesn't have much defenses, right? He does have a Purify. Yes, he can go ahead and use the Wind of Nature if he wants to. But really, there's so many initiation tools for MNNE Evos to deal with if they want to. And that's one of the hard things about really utilizing this Bruno for Kelra right now, not to mention he's got to catch up.
I love that point because you have one Purify. You have so much CC on MNNE. Take your pick when you want to use it.
Yeah.
Either way, he will get crowd control.
Gonna be a difficult situation now for Omega, but they still have this X-Borg though. 3-0 and 3 for Ryota. He needs to make up for the damage that's lacking from Kelra now.
Yep.
Well,
the Atoy army is waiting.
Atoy army.
They're waiting in the wings for their general to make a big play here, and it's not far off. So you see this MNNE starting to compress. That's exactly what an X-Borg usually wants.
Yeah. And they're going to go ahead and reset it. So, you know, even despite the gold lead that MNNE has here, that's the amount of pressure that Smart Omega can put on them still. You know, and either way you look at it, it's respect from MNNE and also Smart Omega knowing that, hey, we should be confident in enough to actually contest this and fight for this Lord. That's right.
And you know who's never not confident to take these fights is Chalk Mama right there, beautifully positioned, ready to catch anyone who shows themselves any good targets. He's waiting for it. He's trying to utilize that X factor of his that we all know and love from this guy.
Look at Domeng. He's able to get the purple buff.
Wow.
Probably leaving the...
Oh, again! A big play coming through from Brusco. Domeng going to go and fall here, though. Massive already. Still going to be going at 2 max. Get a double. Can they turn it around? Appraiser's Wrath going to find its target. Goyoung goes down. Brusco in trouble now, too. And it looks like it might even be a complete wipeout if they can continue on. Brusco being chased down by 2. Boyet being worked on by 2. It might take a while, but they're doing it. And now Boyet
He's the next target. V2 Max flickering in to come in and help get the kill, and they might just run it down mid. Smart Omega with a massive wipeout play here at the 15-minute mark.
We get the both worlds, man. The chaos and the time. The chaos where you never know. You never know when Smart Omega is going to make a play. And that's exactly when they capitalize.
Yeah, I have to really look at the replay. It kind of felt like Doming wasn't able to pop the Wind of Nature or maybe popped it far too late because Kerala was able to just chunk him down.
Yeah.
And when he's low, and even if he pops the Wind of Nature, as he was low, there still was the Etomax Z was able to just take him out. And I was already commenting what the Cloud has been doing, what Doming has been doing, as he's able to get the purple buff away from Omega. Then he went and jumped in, had the Wind of Nature, but it felt like he wasn't able to use it, as well as his Purify. So really, we have to look at the replay on what happened in that one, because it really felt it felt like Minana's already getting the better of the Lord Dance, but they still lost.
And that was initiated by Minana. Like,
exactly.
You know, Brusco did a similar play that he went for before. He utilizes
Lansu as well.
Yeah, and you know, it just did not. It backfired for them. So now they got to work through this Lord here. Smart Omega might actually just let this clear, get these tier 2s out. If they want to play it safe, that might be the best thing. But they still might also look for a pickoff, and that's what Chaknu was looking for as well. They're not going to find it. So they'll wait for these waves to push in and go for these tier 2 turrets.
I think Omega just pinpointed the most glaring weakness of Minana's lineup. All of their AoE damage and all their physical tower taking is all dependent on the Doming. If Doming goes down first, the rest will follow. So that's very, very difficult to deal with. And that means all hands on deck right now to protect their very, squishy marksman, who also is a very scary attacker. So
even after a very electric comeback coming out from Omega, Minana is still able to hold their ground. They're still able to defend. It's because of the Claude. You have Brusco as well controlling the minion wave because of his Guardian's barrier. And we are going to see more of Minana versus Omega in game number 1.
So far, so good here, at least for Minana. They lost that goal lead, but they still retain their base and their bottom inhibitor turret, which means that they can still kind of deal with these minion waves coming in from top and mid. They also have to watch out for Omega right at their front door.
Still holding on to that one turret, though. And, you know, it makes me wonder, too. Smart Omega did all that about 3-4 minutes ago. Is that the new timer now?
Yeah.
Smart Omega? You know, I guess.
Yeah.
I guess it's too early to tell. So another, we'll have to see, right? That was a penalty zone already used by Lansu, so not going to convert into anything. Smart Omega just kind of knocking at the base here. They know they can't really commit, though, too much, right? If they can bait something out like that, for example, the penalty zone, then maybe they make a play for themselves here. Yeah. But Eyes still set on this bottom turret.
Oh, they're setting it up.
RWM going to come down already. Ryota playing the front for the team, and they get the turret. They're happy with it.
Yep.
Base fully exposed.
All right.
Yeah.
So I looked at the replay, and it's literally what I just thought. He wasn't able to pop his Wind of Nature. And he received 2 attacks from that enhanced ball coming up from Kelra. And that's a lot. Like, literally, you only need 3 shots from the Bruno to take out 1 Claude. Didn't pop the Purify, didn't pop the Wind of Nature.
So that was a micro thing.
Micro thing, indeed.
Ooh.
My guy, balls of steel on fire. Like, what,
Too much.
We talked too much. We talked about it earlier.
Balls of damage.
There's not much you can do against that.
Yep.
It's going to be difficult here, obviously, for Minana. Especially right now that Ryota doesn't seem to be in any problem, in no shape whatsoever. The fear, Minana, who is 405 right now on that X-Borg. That armor, Firaga armor, as well as that immortality, has been helping him out so much in these last fights that the Minana are starting to feel that fear.
Yeah, I think they're going to... Yeah, they were trying to push Brusco back here. Chaknu. The jump in. Going already. There's the penalty zone right under the Lord, too. Trying to turn around. RWM goes out as well. Kelra's down, though. They lose a big amount of damage as he went in. Lansu, immortality going to be popped. Smart Omega has to be careful. They've got to retreat here. Chaknu still going to be up. Lord will be secured by Boyet. And now it's Smart Omega on the run here. Ryota having a little bit of that armor, will regen a little bit and backs off. They only lose Kelra, but that is massive. We were talking about weaknesses earlier. Rockhart, when they lose Kelra, talk about a weakness here for this lineup of Smart Omega.
That was huge. And you know what they did? Goyong AR. He got less insanity. He went in. He dove into Kelra.
Yeah. It is a classic example of you're going for a 4-protect-1 strategy where you have the marksman on the back lines. And if you pop the conceal and you go in as 4, you leave your marksman behind and he's quite exposed. Even when there's a lot of distance between MNNE and Omega, the fact that Omega's conceal play did not work, they weren't able to find a jump, they left Kelra open. And it took just Goyong as well as Lansu with the massive flicker penalty zone, by the way, to lock down Kelra. After the Purify, it wasn't enough. And surprisingly, Kelra is still yet to get a kill.
Oh, again, Lansu going to use that penalty zone, driving them back the best they can. Jacknu going to charge up. Can't find the connection he was looking for. They'll lose this base turret on the top lane. Still trying to clear things the best they can. They hold on to 2. Lord finally goes down. Smart Omega holding on a little bit longer, but just like that in a snap, MNNE gains the lead here.
All right, so we're in the point where, yes, it seems that both teams have figured out what to do. It's fun because they both know that the goal laners, everyone else is just collateral damage at this point. So it's a question of who gets Doming first, who gets Kelra first now.
Exactly.
And Kelra seems to be on the short end there, having a less mobility, obviously, on the Bruno.
I guess the other thing, too, is, you know, MNNE, despite them getting the gold lead, like, their base is the one that's fully exposed, so Smart Omega can still play around that, right? Having that as a factor, but what we're seeing really from these team fights right now, MNNE kind of has some of the upper hand, right? For the most part, they have so many tools to either engage fights or disengage and really focus on Kelra.
What's going to happen now is I'm going to be waiting for the next Lord for sure. A good thing for Omega is that they still have a lot of defense. And I believe that when Ryota and Detomax is left alive, even when they take out Andorio and Kelra, imagine the wave clear that can come out of Omega. You pop the real-world manipulation and you're already okay. So they don't have to worry much about their defense. They have to think about on how they will approach the team fights because it's as if that they are so dependent on their conceal plays that if they fail on those, they cannot find the win. And it also takes it kind of feels like they are waiting for MNNE to actually make a mistake before they win the fight outside of the Lord.
It's also very apparent that Omega and both teams rather seem to have this mindset that ultra fast is key. Ultra fast conceal play into a very vulnerable area or vulnerable spot can actually take them either way. So I think they are waiting for mistakes from both sides, to be honest, at this point. And the Lord dance, as Burrito put it, a staple food here in the Philippines, will be the one that both teams are going to be going to right now. 23 minutes in the game.
Lord dance for breakfast.
I was
Lord
saying,
dance
do we eat
lunch?
Lord dances or?
Every day.
Yeah,
every day.
Literally. For breakfast, for lunch, and dinner.
That's your ulam, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In Filipino, that's ulam.
Oh.
Okay, that's quite a bit of shots there.
That's RWM forced out. I think Doming, you'll take it as a W.
Well, they have to handle that though. I mean, him single-handedly.
The conceal play.
That's Doming! Doming!
Can he survive this? Has to use the blazing dude. It's going to get taken into the wall. Brusco there to try to help him out with the wild charge, but it's not going to be enough as Domang falls. Now Brusco will get whittled down. They gave up on the board. They're trying to salvage the situation and get here for the team. Meanwhile, they run it down mid. Last Insanity into the Blazer's Wrath as it's too much to handle. Penalty zone comes through. They've got to wait for the team, though. Etumax shows up. Luckily, they had an immortality, and now MNNE down 2 members. They're going to have to defend against the full force of the Brungai. 5 members up. Chalk Mamba goes in. There's the RWM. Couple more hits away. They're working on it. Goyong trying to hold them back. Last Insanity once again. He uses his own. Crystal's going to be worked on. They still can't do the damage they need. Penalty zone to help them out. Immortality once again comes through. Andoru will fall. Goyong in trouble. Has immortality there. Finally pops it. And they hold on a little bit longer. Wasn't enough time. Smart Omega still going, pushing for this to end game 1. Last Insanity comes through. Lansu falls. Ryota, how does he not die? but it's a successful defense for MNNE. What a exchange!
Man, the big props to Boyet actually was able to man up and just take care of the minion wave. May have lost Lancer out of there, but they managed so easily. And that was already a good play from Omega, right? They were able to take out one important player, Domeng, and then also Brusco because of that conceal play. But the defense coming out from Boyd was enough.
Yeah, I mean, for a moment there, it looked like MNNE completely broke down. But again, that Boyet, this is the guy you want on your team. He does not fold to pressure.
No jungler.
Oh, they're still going to be going for Jack Mama again, finding the connection with the Rage. They'll get the kill on Goyong. Ryota using the last Insanity. MNNE on the retreat, but still no one able to claim the Lord just yet. This is going to be a crucial one. Both teams working their hearts out for it. Ondoru making his way here. Chaknu once again scouting out. But this is troublesome. 2 members are down. They're going to have to give it the Lord here to Smart Omega.
Oh my god. Ryota able to keep himself alive, only losing the immortality at this point. We're at an event horizon where everybody's just farmed up.
Yeah.
Maxed out.
Yep. We're at that point where nothing matters, man.
But Goyong, his life matters. And the fact that he's not there for 25 seconds, wave here from MNNE is very low.
Chaknu again, getting that penalty zone out of Lansu. Kelra unleashing in the backside. Will be going for more. Now Lansu gone for an entire minute. It's only going to be these 3 members for another 10 seconds. Boya taking the brunt of the damage, has to get out of here. Kelra, he hurts too much. And now they wait for this Lord to make it away. Last-ditch effort. Domeng goes in with Blazing Duet. Gonna get stunned up here. Last Insanity. Follow through from Ryota. The response from Goyong with the crystals being worked on too much. Smart Omega closes out Game 1 here in the best of 3.
And this winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. Whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa. Game 1, bro. Game 1. Oh. You got to reel it in a little bit back there.
I missed it.
All right, I missed that too.
He's doing the export kind of thing of fire missiles.
Fire missiles.
Fireman Ryota is on the hunt.
Oh, look at this guy. Look at this guy.
With his mate.
Familiar
Which
face.
is crazy because Miko played for MNNE before.
He did, didn't he?
He did. But of course, he's I mean, when I was with ONIC and I know
You were with
Ryota and
ONIC?
Miko.
No, I'm joking.
Was.
Long ago.
Long ago. But yeah, Miko and Ryota, they were inseparable, you know?
Buddies.
There's
absolute buddies.
Big buddies, of course, yeah.
So it's nice to see them once. I did not see Miko. Man, Miko, bro. So, man, what a game. And I think we are starting to see. We're starting to see the form that Omega seems to be in the season. And I am very happy to report that not much has changed.
That was still a very Omega game. Even time-wise.
Yeah,
I agree. What were we at, 26?
Probably 28,
like
perhaps.
Yeah, over 25 minutes.
And their time that they activated.
Exactly.
The time that they activated actually happened sooner. Like, I think of those, 14, 15, and then they just, kept it going. But how many times, my guys, I said this earlier, I'm so excited to see the Mamba surprises. It was here. Like, we saw this multiple times on the Kufra.
Yeah.
And, and I feel like also we haven't done enough time, or, now we can start. Ryota's game here.
I agree.
A player who has been, he's been everywhere for the most part. But what a performance from this export.
Yeah, definitely. And that's why even when he popped up, he did that thing afterwards. Man, we salute you. You're a fireman now. Or, wait. Fireman puts out the fire.
Well, I could say he's also a fireman because he puts the fire there.
Imagine if there
gives you the fire.
There's no export skin out there where he's like
hosing
down water, right? Because then that would work.
That would work.
That would be so
There's
funny.
an idea, Moonton.
That's an idea.
You know what it is?
Firefighter export.
It's summer. Summer's coming.
Yeah.
Does it work? It works.
So
whatever.
New legendary skin.
A new legendary skin. Like it's a different
skin.
variant of export.
Or maybe it's not legendary status. Maybe it's collector status.
Collector status. Yeah. That's an idea.
That's fair. That's fair.
10 out of 10 will buy. But then again, if Ryota, if you can kind of copy how Ryota was able to perform in that game just because of that skin, man, I'm up for it because he played it so perfectly, only losing immortalities along the way, and he managed it so well. an insane amount of damage across that game, and he also was instrumental to the defenses on the side of Omega in that game.
I had to smile a little bit when you brought up 405 Ryota. Really? I mean, when Wolf said that, I really just man. Props to General. Let's hear it for Wolf.
Definitely has his own army, as the Atoy army has been activated today. It was great to see Ryota very comfortable in the Omega jersey this time, especially popping off and showing us how it's done in game number 1. But it wasn't just his efforts. Man, you can even say that MNNE Evos made it so difficult for Omega to look good in that game. In fact, you can say that his performance as the export was already looked real good because of the fact that his opponents also made him look good. And it was a very good duel between Omega as well as MNNE Evos. 5-0-6. The Ice Queen 1 as well as the War Axe coming out from Ryota. Important items in this game. Was able to output the damage as well as keep his team alive. And a lot of teamfight participation in him as well. The fact that he didn't die in this game is so important, so crucial. And let's look at some of the important highlights. In the early stages, though, it was all MNNE. 18 minutes. You gotta have to hand it to them. They were just not able to close it out. And I would credit it to some of the mistakes that MNNE Esports did. Evos did, I mean. But you have to really understand Omega also made some mistakes in this game. They weren't able to really bank on the fact that they have a strong composition heading into this game. Doming was spectacular in the early stages, but he was duly punished in this play as Andoryu kept his ultimate up and he managed to punish Doming, the richest from MNNE in this particular stage of the game. Now they were able to find Nansu, but the conceal play coming out from MNNE almost won the game for them. Brusco, conceal, flicker, wall charge, beautifully done. Gets 3 and they have the damage afterwards. Taking out Keldra very earlier on was so crucial to their squad. But here in comes the mistake. Coming up from MNNE, Doming unable to pop his Wind of Nature, was taken out easily by Keldra. 3 shots to the face was enough to put him low, and it was Eve that closed him out. Magic damage. Not even the Purified used. And another punish on Doming. He tried to go for the split push, and he popped the Wind of Nature before Immortality was up. That's why he could have taken out Keldra if he had the Wind of Nature when he woke up from the Immortality, but that's a problem that they had to face. And of course, look at the Chak Mamba with a surprise once again. Taking out Goyong. Wonderful play. Ryota with the ultimate once again, and he gets out as they finish the game after this. Of course, Ryota made so many good plays, but there were so many scrappy fights or decisions that came up from MNNE Evos that makes it so that their weakness is now revealed. They don't have the best decision-making in the clutch moments, whereas Omega has always been known, if they are led by Etomax and Chakno, to make the right plays in the late game. This 27-minute bout went in favor of Omega just because of the way that they manage and punish MNNE Evos. Don't get me wrong, I still feel that MNNE Evos made the right decisions and played so well in the first 18 minutes of the game. It's just that when you're going up against Omega, you still have to think about the late game. And any kind of mistake in the early stages or in the late stages of the game can easily be smelt by Omega. They can smell your mistakes and they are gonna punish you for it, and that's why Omega was eventually able to finish the game on the winning end. Still, MNNE Evos, many monster goals stolen. This is because of the fact that they were able to get the early game up for them. They were able to invade the jungle of Omega, but when it comes to overall hero damage, you can see that Ryota and Keldra just really contributed to most of that damage. And this is just how they played. And look at Etomax, 100% kill participation. We know for sure that when it is the captain, Etomax now, and when he goes for the shot call, now back from being from the coaching role, playing and leading the Omega squad, whenever he is on the table, they get the kills. And we can almost say that the gold standard is always like the centerpiece of Omega. It's always Etomax that brings in the decision making that's needed in all stages of the game. A very smart player, and with Smart's Power Alt 99, you have the power to do what you want, just like what Etomax is doing with 8 GB for all sites and apps. You can power your play or watch, share the stream, and everything. You can also get a free Giga Arena ticket so you can unleash the inner gamer in you. This also comes with only TikTok and only text to all networks. All the power for 7 days just for 99 pesos. You have to load now.
Really something, and love that you brought up how it looked like MNNE knew what they were doing.
Yep.
At least for the first few minutes of the game, first 15.
That's right.
It for me, it felt like you were watching something that was played out, planned out for so many weeks, and then Omega just comes in and smashes your plan. And very classic Omega though.
Very classic Omega.
I think it was great. Can't wait to see what Game 2 has in store.
Let's watch out for game number 2. But before that, throw it over to Mara. I think she has something to say.
Thank you, casters! Marami tayong mga bigatin na guests ngayong second day of MPL Philippines Season 12. At katabi ko ngayon, walang iba, the very influential Doggy. Welcome back!
What's up, guys?
So, update naman, what have you been doing?
Focus lang ako sa family ko, sa anak ko, sa asawa ko, and then syempre sa mga die series ko tulad ng mga players sa likod.
O, kamusta naman? Kamusta si AJ? Kamusta si Batute?
Yun, si Batute, 8 months na, nagtitimpla na ng kape.
How do you like fatherhood? Oh, kamusta siya?
Stressful na masaya kasi kailangan mong gumising pagka sa umaga. Tapos pag gumising siya, umiiyak, gigising ako. Tapos gigisingin ko si AJ pag alagaan niya.
Hello AJ. Oh, kasi alam ko sanay ka mag-manage ng mga players na hanggang madaling araw, gising. So it's a
Pag
total...
makulit nga si Batute, nagsasapakan kami.
Oh yeah? So, eto ang tagal mong nawala sa eksena ng MPL. Actually, buong season, di ka namin nakita.
Yes.
So, what are you doing here? What's up with you?
Siyempre, sinusuportahan ko yung MPL mismo. First thing first. Second, sinusuportahan ko yung both teams. Basically, lahat ng teams. And siyempre, third, sinusuportahan ko yung MNNE.
MNNE. Kasi
Yes.
ngayon, it's MNNE Evo.
Yes.
So, anong role mo sa MNNE Evos?
Partner ko po si MNNE.
Partner!
Partner in crime.
Wait nga, okay, so naging coach, naging player, naging coach ka, tapos nawala ka, akala nga naman hindi ka na babalik eh. So, what made you decide na maging parte ng koponan ulit?
Na-miss ko yung trash talkan.
Oh, yeah?
First. Shout kay Uncle Joy, pwede na daw.
Oo, sige nga, example natin to. Okay, isang real talk naman ngayon sa ganapan sa larong ito or kung ano man dito sa MPL. Go.
Ang galing talaga ni Chuck no magpatingin.
Isa pa!
Ngayon nga, sinashot ko niya ay Kelra. Kelra, tingin. Ni Kelra, tal, wala akong auntie.
Gusto nga ng crowd. Okay, so we're gonna be expecting, they're cheering your name. We're gonna be expecting a lot of content from you. Sige nga, naririnig ka ni Chakno, naririnig ka ni nung gumingiti si Chakno. Alam niya, may parating ngayon eh. Okay. Chakno, trash talking ka daw. Oh, ready ka na?
Yung shot call kanina ni Chakno doon sa LBM sa mid, nung nabuhay si Kelra doon, sabi ni Chakno, tingin. Sabi ni Kelra, tal, okay lang, may panty ako.
Wow! Okay. Now, let's go back to MNNE Evo. So ikaw ay isang partner doon.
Yes.
So ano yung role mo doon? I mean, you know, you've been very influential sa MPL community. Ikaw yung nagsimula ng mga bootcamp, nag-manage ng players, ng development. So what exactly is it that you're doing with MNNE Evos?
Management of trash talk. Hindi, joke lang. Basically, yung ginagawa ko po is sa MNNE, hindi ko din alam eh. Support lang talaga, support. Because sa akin kasi, alam naman nila na hindi na ako, hindi ako nakafocus. Nakafocus pa rin ako sa mga player. Pero most likely, nakafocus ako sa mga die series. So, yeah, basically, nandito ako para enjoy lang, manood, and support both teams, support MPL, support the pro scene, and everything.
We know that you know so well how to develop players. So now that you're with the team again, and now that you're a partner, ano ba yung mga iibahin mo to make sure na yung koponan mo is different from all the other teams?
Ano ba naman? Ba't ang hard na question mo sa akin?
Kasi management level ka na eh, partner, di ba? Partner means co-owner, di ba?
So, basically, can you repeat the question, please? Ano ulit yung question?
Para anong pinagkaiba? Kasi nandun ka and you understand the players, you've managed them all. Ikaw yung nagsimula ng entire thing with the bootcamp and player development. So paano magkakaiba now that you're part owner of one team? Ano yung pinagkaiba na gagawin mo dito para ibang-iba siya sa ibang koponan? Kasi I know you want to change the industry.
So basically sa akin, pagdating sa part ng management, like, real talk lang sa akin kasi pag management, I'm doing my work as management. Tapos second, as may experience ako sa player before, nag-open up sa akin yung mga players. Sila nag-open up sa akin. Tapos relay ko agad kay management and then sasabihin ni management sa akin, relay ko sa player. Nag-i-scale na lang ako sino yung mas beneficial dun sa boat. So sabihin natin may sinabi si management and kailangan gawin ng player. Sabihin ng player na, ay hindi ko kaya eh. Wala akong magagawa. Ganun talaga, trabaho mo to eh. Now pag may sinabi si player na kailangan relay kay management na minsan, kasi hindi naman perfecto yung management and hindi perfecto yung player, right? So sa akin, parang nagbabalance ako. Ako yung 50-50 dun.
Everyone's clapping right now and it's so nice to have your perspective. It's more interpersonal. Just one more thing. Ano gusto mo sabihin sa lahat ng ating mga manonood? Meron ka bang mensahe para sa kanila?
Kupal kayo, hindi, joke lang.
Wait, we're gonna edit that out.
Tapusin nyo to, magta-trash pa ako.
Wait, bago siya magsabi ng iba pa, babalikan na natin ang ating mga casters.
Thank you, support. Manood kayo. Supportan yung mga pro player. Ang ganda ng game. Ang ganda ng game.
Beep yung last part. Alright, casters, save us. Pasok.
Thank you so much. One of the stalwarts, one of the inspirations of MPL Philippines ever since the MPL started.
Yeah.
Si Doggy right there on the stage. Very inspiring.
Yeah, love it or hate him, no, he's very important, especially the first few days of MLBB,
The OG days.
The OG days, he kind of gathered everything.
Yeah.
Everyone to enjoy MLBB. So
And
hats off to you, Doggy.
You know what? You have to gather everyone. Where else? The Smart live stream app, because it's live right there. We are live on that application. Watch out for your favorite MPL teams as they battle it out, and don't forget to miss out on any of the epic power plays. Download the Smart live stream app now, available on your device's official app store. Now, yeah. I bet you didn't know that. You didn't know that was a thing, right? So,
I don't know.
Gather everyone, watch it together.
I'm sitting here thinking, like, man, if I didn't understand an inclination of Filipino, a lot of people probably didn't catch all of that and how hot it was.
Everything the Doggy just said. It's one of those if you know moments.
Yeah.
So,
as we get into the draft here for Game 2, I do want to also mention that, again, that was someone who really started, I would feel like, the whole scene of MLBB rising in the Philippines, because he was literally one of the first, if not the first, streamer, I believe, in the Philippines, or at least to the point where it garnered a lot of attention.
Hey, he was called Ako Doggy because he had an avatar, because the first time he streamed, he was just a picture of dog.
It was like an animated. This was
Animated
before. What do you call that?
The original
nowadays?
VTuber.
There you go. He was a VTuber before it was even a thing, I feel like,
Years before it was a thing. So, hats off that guy. And I just want to also bring up, he was playing highest level MLBB even before we knew what MLBB was.
That's right.
Me personally. So, big hats off that guy. And up to now, he's still very active.
I guess for all of the viewers out there, he was Lemon and Just No Limit before Just No Limit and Lemon, Or
Amen.
maybe at the same time with Just No Limit.
For the Philippines.
For the Philippines. It's like the Lemon of the Philippines, where he is able to play at the highest level, wherein he can be considered a pro player. He is a pro player to his own regard. But he is like that in the Philippines.
Wait a second. Was he officially sixth man of the Aver main?
He was.
And he is actually an MPL champion.
He's an MPL champion.
Yes.
He's the player coach.
Player coach. Yeah. There you go.
It's funny because during that time, if I recall too, and that was my first time seeing him in person, because that was one of the first events, like when they played. Where was that at? It was like, when did Aver main win?
Season 1. In
Mall
Mall
of
of
Asia.
Asia.
Mall of Asia.
Were you there?
Yes.
No way! No way!
No, I'm serious. And this is like the
No
first
way!
time when
No
I
way!
saw you guys in person, but I had no clue, obviously, who you guys. I was just a regular American Filipino dude passing by. And I was like, whoa, what's going on here?
Yeah, because there were a lot of people out there.
Yeah, because that was my first experience. So again, as someone in the Philippines in his first years, again, I've been here for 12,
Why am I
13
hearing
years.
about this only now, dude?
Yeah, it's crazy. And then I remember seeing Doggy, and I think he wasn't he casting an
He
MSC?
was. He also did.
2019 or something like
Yes.
that.
19, yeah.
That was the second time that I saw you guys in person, and I didn't know any of you, obviously. But yeah, little insider info there from me.
Yeah, in both cases. Yeah, wow. Why did I only hear about this
Whoa,
now?
how did we miss this guy?
How are we able? It's impossible. We were seeing everyone. It was very packed, though. I have to say.
I mean, could you really point me out in a
Of course,
really bad
dude, bro.
place?
I mean,
I don't know.
I hope that's. I hope I don't hurt your feelings, but man, you're easy to spot.
No,
in a sea of Filipinos, we are gonna see you easily.
The viewers will agree, I'm sure. I mean,
Come on, man. You're tall enough.
so yeah, a huge throwback
huge
here
dude.
for everyone. And again, you learn something new every day.
It's like when you walk by and you know that meme. It's just like, just hanging around.
I can't imagine that this is happening. What?
Yeah.
What the hell, Naisu? Why are you only telling us about this story? I have to say though, on both occasions, that was rock hard because MPL season 1, rock hard was there with me.
Yep.
But in MSC, I wasn't casting yet, but rock hard was definitely casting that time.
Yeah, I know 100% Rock Hard was casting.
Yeah. Although definitely you wouldn't be able to hear me because it was English.
Yeah.
Extreme.
Were you playing in Mobile Legends back then?
I was not yet. No.
Not yet.
So you were watching, but you weren't playing.
Man, that's crazy. But you're a fan of esports.
No,
I would
like
assume.
literally, I was just walking by and I just was like, "What is this?" And then that's what caused me to download it on the phone. Like that was, there
Really?
you go.
Interesting.
So you just happened to be in the Mall of Asia.
Yeah.
A fateful
Well,
day.
before I used to live near there.
Right.
When I first moved to the
Oh.
Philippines. Yeah.
Right.
Man.
We all learned something new today
There you
about
go.
Naisu.
Man,
Thank you so much.
unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Prepare
Naisu.
for the onslaught that will happen in the talents room later on. We are now loading up into
It's
the
just
draft.
weird that you only shared about this now.
Well, I feel like after now this is the 5th season, I feel like I should share some intimate details with you
Okay.
guys. So.
Oh man, about time. About time.
It took 5 seasons. Oh dear God.
Think about another 5.
Yeah. well, what story is gonna be revealed to us in 5 more seasons? I don't know, but I'm
Something
sure
to
I'll
look
be
out
surprised.
Whoa! Now that
okay.
we get a good glimpse of this draft.
Exactly.
We're in the draft, guys. Very OG draft, by the way. If you haven't noticed, this is
it's
exactly
perfect for the theme, though. Like we're
how we
sitting here
did it
talking
before.
about, yeah.
Yep.
So interestingly enough,
Yeah.
it looks like Smart Omega still wants to take the Bruno. Why not?
Wow.
Yep, and the Cloud, of course, for MNNE.
Yeah.
Like they prioritize it. I think it is. It's also a difficult game this time, but you do know that the Paquito will be there as your XP lane. So that also means Fredrin versus Paquito. I think Fredrin is gonna flourish against Paquito just because well, he will not be able to take out the Paquito, but he's able to control the Paquito, and it has been traditionally the counter pick to the Paquito. Like in MPL Season 10, Fredrin is the pick when you go up against the XP lane Paquito.
At the same time, it's also it works the other way, right? Because Fredrin loves it when you fight a long battle with him, where he can keep getting that XP back or HP back.
Yeah.
But with the Paquito, he bursts you down. And he can do that, especially with the help of maybe Kelra, who will still be on the Bruno.
Yep.
And this time around, though, it's going to be a very tricky thing to do with a Joy
There's a whole lot
on the
of
other side.
flipping around here, man.
Yep.
Similar in a way, similar heroes in the hands of different players.
You go Gort now. I think you go.
Why do you go Gord?
Yeah! Yeah!
Tell me why you go Gord.
Because of the Valentina, you win the matchup.
Oh yeah.
Well, yeah. And I guess the only problem is probably the Paquito, or maybe not actually.
I think you could relatively be okay. Well, that's not Gord.
That's not.
I know
Gord.
it wasn't locked in yet, but before that is locked in here, and it's not either. Okay, so we're taking a trip to the Nether Realm here, but yeah, either of these again. This is more like as we're talking about a lot of throwbacks here. Like this was kind of a throwback too. Valentina versus Faramis. How many times did we see that back in season 10? 10? Yeah, season 10.
Every single lineup.
game.
Now that the realm has been renamed and kind of obviously changed up a little bit, but the essence is still the same. Both
Yeah.
teams will have its ultimate.
Now that I think about it, like a cult altar is
It's not very.
it's not very good.
Like, you know what's funny? Like, literally in the middle of one of the games we were casting, like last season, and the more we saw Fairness, I was like, man, we keep saying cult altar, and that's just like, that's not family friendly.
That's not family friendly at all. Exactly. Like, okay, now that we're in the nether realm.
Not that we are, trying to be family. Oh, are we? I don't know.
Better late than never, at the very least. Thank you so much to the hero team, whoever started that initiative. And
Actually, yeah.
look at the draft.
Okay, so Faramis works against Bruno for sure, because Bruno wants to eliminate people as soon as possible. And having the Faramis means that you cannot last. But at the same time, same vein, you have so much ways to kind of deal with the Nether Realm in a way that I always say that if you eliminate the Nether Realm early, that means that your lineup is good because your enemies are stunned easily as well.
Now here we uploaded. We are loaded into game number 2. Chaknu, very classic pick by the way, on this Grok, who knows how to make the chaos happen, especially with that Guardian's barrier. He's just so high IQ when it comes to this hero.
Yeah,
There's just no other way to put it.
Yeah, and at the same time, again, a lot of this early game pressure is where you see, I mean, even previously, right? Smart Omega, what Chaknu tried to do there, kind of set them up for a little bit of a rougher early game, I feel like, but then they kind of made up for it, really. So this way, I'm wondering, do they opt for, not going so much on the risk factor, slowly going into that first turtle?
Yeah.
Now, first turtle, it's gonna look a lot better for sure for Omega here, considering that we're catching up on XP experience, and Boyet starting to just reach that level 4, and we might have a bit of a more even turtle fight. What do you think, Wolf?
Yeah, for sure. Because like if you imagine the team fight for Omega alone, you have a way to get to the backlines with a Paquito. You have poke for Metamax that can actually just copy the Nether Realm, and copying the Nether Realm means that it's gonna be fine. And they're doing the switch once again. You can see.
Huge switch up.
Ryota going back to the vicinity of the mid lane. Now everybody's level 4 for Omega.
Oh, man, that was so close. Boyet, though, able to secure the turtle there. We'll see if everybody can get out with their lives as they do, but that was a very close one in the mid lane.
Yep. So if you have enough wave clear from Omega, you can see that you'll get level 4. You get level 4 on all of your 4 heroes during the turtle fight, just like before. What you do is you switch. However, the main weakness of this is you really lose your positioning on the turtle. Yes, you will have your ultimates up, but will you be able to use them? That's exactly what happened. Boyet was able to snag the turtle away from them because they are focused too much onto getting those ultimates up, and they weren't able to use it.
I think the Joy Jungle is one of the heroes that can really punish you if your positioning is off by even a little bit. That's very crucial, especially in moments where the Joy Jungle, there's an obvious weakness, right, compared to the XP Joy, where you don't have that Vengeance. But with this Joy Jungle, you can output ridiculous amounts of damage, outscaling almost a lot of the other junglers in this game.
Yeah, I agree.
I think what's scary about it, too, is just the lineup from Minana is how much pressure they can put towards the back line, And I mean, even this, they're going to go ahead and drag it. That's already getting out the Nether Realm here. Also utilizing the Blazing Duet. Now going to be in trouble. There's the punches from Ryota, able to pop out the damage. Getting the first blood here for Smart Omega in the hands of Ryota once again. Now Boyet trying to salvage some of this situation. Domeng left to his zone here. Can he get out of it? Oh, it's troublesome. Goes in. Decimate able to grab the kill. Still going to be looking for more. 3 members still here. Forcing out the flicker. Now Goyong there once again. And that's the kill for Boyet. Able to find a response, but they lose the turret. As we know, Bruno's great at taking these turrets down in a split second. Still, going to go ahead and press the situation. They get the flicker out. Looks like they might be happy with that.
Bit of a shame there on that beautiful Tyrant's Rage. Not much of a follow-up, maybe a bit of a positional disconnect there. At least Banana, they are able to exert more dominance on this turtle pit for the meantime.
Yep. And I think a massive W for Omega. Even after losing this turtle because of that fight, they stopped doming AR from farming, even forcing the sprint away. They give some more gold. I mean, not really some, but more gold to Kelra as he's able to push the turret down bottom. That means that he can transfer to the top lane where there is still a fresh amount of outer turret energy shield. So that's, again, extra gold for your Bruno. He's able to maybe farm 2 lanes now. Just literally finish up top. He's going to go to the middle, and that means that he is going to have inflated amount of gold on this Bruno.
For sure. I mean, the value of this Bruno right now is scaling a lot better compared to game number 1.
Well,
although now,
might be in trouble here. He's trying to fire off the best he can, but he's going to be in trouble. Kelra still alive for a little bit longer. Will finally go down to Goyong. Actually staying up a lot longer than he thought he would.
Yeah.
Beautiful ISO play.
Yep. Definitely. And of course, I jinxed Kelra just as soon as I tell that he's having a great time.
Yep.
3 people come up in the mid lane. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that's exactly how it works, man. That's how Mobile Legends Bang Bang works. You say it, it's magic. And now they're going to have to really lick their wounds on that one because right now they are being out-positioned and out-cut by MNNE at every turn. That's difficult to deal with, especially if you have Kelra and the Ryoda, who really does kind of rely on a lot of that gold to make sure their output stays relevant.
Okay, with a 1,000 gold lead for Omega, they're going to be pretty comfortable about this. I think that they should be contesting the next turtle, though, because that means that there will be no extra gold for Domeng. Okay.
Okay. Gonna get a wild card. Brusco, though, with his own setup. Now gonna find the perfect target. Kelra falls, and now Chaknu has to burn the flicker to survive that exchange. So it was, you're kind of wondering, all right, Chaknu, what are you going to do with that Guardian's Barrier? And he wasn't aware that they had a counterpunch available to them, too. Now the fight for this turtle, the last one of the game. We'll see if MNNE can secure the 3rd one for themselves. Still, the CC chain comes through, and Doru somehow gets it despite all that. Still going to be finally falling to Goyong here. But a saving grace, they at least get the turtle. But right now, MNNE, they've got a lot of, they're sharpening the claws here.
Back on even.
For Mega, I think that they're falling to the most obvious traps, in fact. Like in the top lane, a single hero, the Claude, a gold laner, pushing up top, looking alone. You have to really make sure that nobody's there. For sure, there is someone there. And they fell into that trap. They got punished. But Ryota back into his own devices, of course.
Yeah.
Speaking of punish, Ryota, man, he literally punished.
Now he's the one with steel in his gloves. Charging up.
Hey, that happened before. We know that happened. You know what happens?
Flashbacks of yesterday.
Flashbacks of yesterday. You gotta relax, Ryota.
You gotta relax, but here's the thing. Here is the scary thing. He is sitting on 2 kills, right, on this Paquito, who scales very well into the mid game. So, obviously you really got to respect that damage, and I think that's also going to be one of the tools that they need to utilize to get this Netherrealm out earlier than sooner, right? And dealing also with, again, the initiation factor from MNNE, whether that's Boyet, whether that's Domeng putting pressure, and again, responding to these setups with the Revenge and Rages. It's, it's a lot that Smart Omega has to be aware of in a lot of these fights, especially as we get to that first Lord. Already going to be going again in the mid lane. There's the Netherrealm in response. The return for it, though, from Et2 Max. And able to get a long shot.
Fade away.
Still going to be going here. Goyong now going to be trapped under the Guardian's Barrier, but will be fine. Lansu takes one quick shock to the face as he falls.
Kelra going in for the fatal first tier of emblems.
Cancel.
That the yellow emblem, the first one. What it does is it gives you critical chance and crit damage. And I can fairly remember the first time when we were doing the podcast on the updates for
the new emblem system.
New emblem system.
Yeah.
I immediately thought of Bruno as the main recipient of that buff. So that's very significant, actually. And that's the reason why Bruno is actually being played so much now. The crit damage, just get one item. You're already set in the early stages of the game. Just get Berserker's Fury, and you're already okay.
Actually, you already get to a point where it's almost a sure crit. Almost each and every time.
Exactly.
And crits in this game are no joke, right?
Well, here they go again. Chaknu using that conceal. Gonna force MNNE back here, use the wild charge. There's Guardian's Barrier, has to get the flicker out as well. NetherRealm comes out too. Kelra still unleashing. Brusco goes in with his own rage. Kelra has to outplay him here. Taking a couple shots, but here comes Boyet into the back line. Will whittle him down, but gets taken him down himself. And Doru gets the kill to fall for MNNE. And now their eyes set on the Lord, but also the mid lane. Ryota doing work here. Takes the Guardian Barrier, will get whittled down. That was a tough Guardian's Barrier. He took a couple extra shots there.
Yeah, definitely the turret is the main damage dealer to Ryota. Very punished there. But I think that it was Goyong with a pullback that actually made that happen. Nevertheless, that's taking out Boyet meant that they will have free Lord, and this is great for Omega. And now with the Wind of Nature up and available for Kelra, this means that he is going to be ever more aggressive.
Now, I saw when that happened earlier, when Kelra was facing off against Boyet. He's the only Bruno I know who would dash into a Joy while the dance is active, risking the damage just to get that kill. It is beautiful to watch. We're seeing art in motion whenever Kelra does stuff like this.
Okay. I'm just looking at the heroes that have dedicated themselves into the Exhort groups, and there's a lot. Like you can see that extra roam for Lansu, for Etomax as well. And the reason why it's okay to do it is because it's free anyways, but also because you don't get punished anymore at 9 minutes.
Looking to punish here. Ryota gonna be in trouble. Has the shield that he needs. Can't get away though. Goyong with a mega kill already. Having a great game on this Faramis, but still, again, they're trying to find wins where they can. That's what's important here for MNNE.
So critical to find those small wins because you can't really beat Omega straight up.
Right.
And I feel like very few teams have ever been able to do that. Like beat him into submission in a big team fight, then go straight to an objective. Yeah. No, that's not how you deal with Omega. MNNE, they know this. All of that veteran experience really coming into play here.
That's right. Okay, so we can expect Omega to just focus on controlling the map now because they have the lead anyways, and they have to fish out where Doming intends to farm, like the bottom lane for now. And you can see that wherever Doming is gonna try to farm, the rest of MNNE Evos will be around that area.
Yeah.
You can see this pattern because now they're practically babysitting the Claude now. And that's what they need to fish out.
It's actually very difficult to find out or spot out Doming, even with Chaknu as a Grok, which is saying something. No, normally Chaknu can do whatever he wants on the map. Whenever he's on the field, Etomax is there. He can spot out anyone. But right now, MNNE making that very, very difficult.
I think even at the same time, like, part of that is just Chaknu doesn't want to, for example, if he's away from the team and who he needs to be, especially Kelra, and you have an initiation from Brusco, then you're kind of not there to help Peel, right?
Yeah.
I mean, so you kind of have to really choose your fights here. And now that Kelra's picking up the Malefic Roar, that'll obviously help him in the damage department even more that we've already seen him, right? So that is a big pickup. Again, a lot of this is just kind of at a stalemate until that Lord comes up in about 10 seconds.
Gonna be a little bit of a tussle in the mid lane, apparently.
Oh, here comes
early conceal.
That's very early conceal. Spotted out already.
Too early.
Oh no, MNNE, they lost a very important tool here. Ryota, he can pull off something crazy here. Watch out for this guy. But you see Chaknu as usual, making sure that the field is safe for them to take this Lord. With one small misclick on the conceal. I don't know if that's a misclick, but very early click on the conceal. They lost that fight.
A little bit too early, but they want to respond to this. They don't actually want to just give up this Lord here. MNNE wants to fight for it, but look at the zone control.
Too much.
From Chaknu right now, as well as Etomax. He's holding on to the NetherRealm. Both still going to be working on it. They're going to go ahead and reset this Lord.
Yep. And they're doing this because they know that the bottom lane is going to be pushed out by the Joy. They don't have the they don't necessarily have the better laning, and they have to match the mid lane as well. They want to go for one pickup before they attempt to go for the full-on Lord committal.
And they're starting this dance very slowly. You know, get into a tempo, get into position. Everyone is where they want to be right now. Who's gonna put the final the first punch here? It's
And
going to
the
be
reset.
difficult to tell. There goes the reset again, though.
And the reset.
Both these teams, I mean, okay, let's be honest. Last time when we saw Valentina and Fairmist across each other, this is usually the course, right? Like, that's what they do because, again, despite how they play around the conceals, despite how they play around, you know, even when we get into the immortal territories and everything else, it's a push and pull, you know, and that's why you guys were talking about eating Lord dances for breakfast here, because that's what you expect. So right now it's going to be MNNE given this what seems like a go. They're going to go ahead and get it less than half health. The jump is going to be able to find who they need, and Doru could be in trouble. Still going to be worked on. Can they get the retribution off? That's it. Blazing Duet plus the 2 Nether Realms going to be used. Domang falls here. Massive amounts of damage down. They're still going to be trying to go. Lansu in trouble as well. He gets punched in the face. It's a double kill for Ryota as he charges up right in front of Goyoung. They've secured themselves the Lord and a couple kills.
Oh, MNNE just committed onto the Lord, and they were tunnel visioned because of the fact that Ryota actually pushed top lane. They thought that they have the man advantage, but they didn't.
Oh, damage. God. That is a big damn, ladies and gentlemen. They're looking to close out the series here with a statement. Smart Omega sweeps MNNE EVOS.
You don't do that to Omega. Omega does that to you. This winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. What did I tell you, boys? You don't go fight them straight up and then go to an objective. It's the other way around.
That was ultra fast. Wow.
Ultra fast indeed.
Did you see what Ryota did?
Yeah.
He held up the 2-0 and he did 2 punches. Because that's all. That's literally what he had to do.
Oh no. Look at that. Oh.
It was the 1-2 punch.
Taunt first and then hug later.
Yeah.
All right.
I guess that's just how the season's going to go.
Yeah. That's just how it is.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Obviously, Brotherhood is
Of
very,
course, of
very, very solid still here in the MPL Philippines. So,
Oh, there you go.
There you go.
That's good. That's good to see.
Yeah, they're discussing. They're probably discussing whatever happened in the last stages. Yeah. Going back. That's your first episode of Nice's Big Damn.
Yeah,
Redemption
that's
from Kelra.
finally found it.
Big Damn, baby. First day I found Gord. Second day we found Big Damn.
Yep. It's your season.
Third day, what are we gonna find?
Well, let's see.
We'll find out. So we are we're seeing right now Omega seem to be very much in form, and big thank you for that first game, MNNE. Who again, I think they have that first few minutes really figured out. I mean, I think we're all in agreement there, right?
I was about to say that their performance right now is way better than what we saw from the previous season. They are even more rigid when it comes to the early stages. They're drafting okay, but the thing is, they needed to really have better clutch moment decision making. You know,
that's a great point. I think it's also the factor that what we were talking about leading into this, where again these are prominent names from Smart Omega, and you can clearly see, you know, the kind of impact that it has there, and you know, also 2 games, Bruno, who relatively, again, Kelra just, what I like to call it the gold lane experience, he just farms up, knocks turrets down, and then there at the end, you just saw how bad a Bruno can hurt.
Yep.
Just like that. Big Damn. Paired it up with another Big Damn hero like Paquito. That's tough.
right. It's tough. Yeah.
Holy balls of fire!
There it is. There it is.
Literally, they're literally balls of fire. You saw how Bruno benefited from the revamped emblem system that Fatal, especially because it's person-based as well. It meant that it will scale. Even as a first-tier custom emblem, it has a lot of impact even in the late stages of the game.
10% every hit almost adds up to a huge amount, doesn't it?
Sure, it does.
And that's the reason why almost every team right now definitely picking that up. And maybe some team will start to pick it up in the jungle. I mean, I'm looking forward to that happen.
You know, that's what had me like, okay, you know, just recently we were at ISF, right? And I was really wondering, like, where's the Bruno? Because I feel like he is a force to be reckoned with, you know, for the most part. And, you know, now, Claude, too. This was what, 2 games now we saw Claude. And
First phase pick, by the way.
First phase pick. And, you know, I still feel like if you're comparing those two alone, obviously, you mentioned it, Wolf. Bruno, you literally need Berserker's Fury. Most get Has Claws first, and then they do Berserker's Fury, right?
That's right.
And once they have it, it's like, all right, well, now they're already scary. Whereas obviously with like Claude, for example, or even the Irithils that we see, it, you know, takes some time.
Give me some free items.
You need those 3-4 items.
Yeah.
People fall into the pit of really underestimating or devaluing what Bruno can do just because Bruno is like a one-dimensional hero.
Single target.
Single target. Yeah. You have only one dash, and if you don't rock a flicker, it's easy to close you down. But they don't know that if you jump into the Bruno and not kill him immediately, he's gonna get 2 attacks, and you're gonna be put in a spot where you're just 1 hit away from getting taken out. And he can lifesteal his way out of it too.
Yeah.
So
Big thank you to Haas Claus, who doesn't have that much of a lifesteal anymore, but man, that attack speed boost really is helping out the Bruno players right now that we have.
Good chance too, because Bruno is one of those. I guess it's very unique in a way that he is crit dependent.
Yeah.
Which is very unique to the hero.
I actually thought they'd have a harder time, to be honest. Like with the lineup that MNNE had and how easily, technically, like in theory, they should go to the back line and really force Kelra to like, you know, be in a situation he didn't want to be.
Yeah.
They played really well around that.
And the 2 lives from the Pyramus.
Exactly. Oh, exactly.
I get what you mean. So all of that, they were able to overcome. And I gotta give big props to Omega right now, who are on the stage with Mara. Let's see what they have to say. Hopefully something PG.
To Smart Omega! Wow! First series pa lang, first series nyo of the season. Na-sweep nyo kaagad ang inyong kalaban. By the way, welcome back being as a player. Ano nangyari? Gigil na gigil ka ba last time? Na sabi mo, ayoko na mag-coach, mag-player na ako.
Mahirap pala mag-coach eh. Akala ko na una. Madali. So, parang wala. Mas gusto ko talaga maglaro eh. Parang yun talaga yung nasa puso ko. Tsaka kahit naman player ako, nagagawa ka pa rin yung pagko-coach naman sa team.
Actually, nagsama tayo sa The Greatest Gamer. Nandun ka doon bilang coach also ng mga contestant. Ang alam ko, nag-uusap tayo noon, meron kang mga gustong baguhin din na parang nag-open yung mind mo about coaching and you wanted to incorporate a lot of things para sa mga players. Kwento mo naman kung ano yung mga nagawa mo off-season with that.
Parang sa experience ko din doon, marami akong natutunan eh, na parang sa system ng practice. Kasi lahat ng teams, usually, di ba, laro lang ng laro, marami silang ginagawa na more on inside game. Pero syempre, pag lahat na kayo malalakas na player, may factors na rin yung mga outside eh. Kaya may mga activity kami na ginagawa na mas ma-develop yung mind namin.
Oo nga, actually
in comparison sa laro lang.
Nakita ko sa stories mo, nag-workout si Kelra. Nag-workout ka na ngayon. Patingin nga, meron tayong taga-Bran na patingin ng muscles. Patingin. Is your muscle bigger than yung isang taga-brand sa tingin mo? Gumagpag-ganon siya ng pag-ganon eh.
Ay, hindi po. Malaki po katawan nun eh. Logi ako dun.
So kamusta naman? Ngayon, sabi nga ni Ato Max, may mga activities na kanyang ino-corporate, hindi katulad dati. So, you guys have more activities, nag-workout ka na, o anong pinagbago? Do you feel like your mind's clear? Anong?
Yung sa, sa mindset, parang mas umaayos kasi, hindi ko alam. Basta mas umaayos pa yung mindset namin lahat.
Mas umaayos yung
Hindi
mindset?
na po mainitin ulo.
Dati ba mainitin ulo mo dati?
Si Eto Max po.
Si Eto Max? Sige nga, inside scoop. Dati, coach siya. Ngayon, player siya. What do you like better? Being coach sa kanya or player?
Player po. Parang coach na rin po siya parang coach na rin po namin siya pag kahit player siya.
Pero hindi niya kayo pinapagalitan ngayon?
Nagagalit pa rin minsan pagka Pero minsan na lang, hindi tulad dati. Kahit maliit na bagay, nagagalit siya dati.
So ngayon mas kalma na, hala, nilalaglag ka. Eto Max. Actually, nandito pa ba si Doggy? Chaknu! Dito ka. Oy, ang galing Yung game 1 mo din after the first 2 deaths, di ka na namatay Play, setup ng play. Okay. Kanina, etong si Doggy. Okay? Na-trash talk ka, bawian mo nga. Tsaka may sinabi siya sa crowd natin, sa mga manonood. Bawian mo.
Patingin nga ng mukha ng talo.
Ay, gusto namin makita, i-zoom natin. Ano ba ang mukha ng talo? I-zoom natin yan. I-describe mo. I-describe mo.
Ayoko na.
Oh, sino mas pogi, ikaw or si Doggy? Sino?
Kahit sino na lang.
Kahit sino na lang. Basta siya, mukha siyang talo. All right, now, we're gonna announce the series MVP. Okay, let me hear some noise. Who do you guys think it is? Sino? Okay, let's take a look. Ang dami kong mga names naririnig. Let's take a look at the big screen for today's series MVP. Walang iba kundi si Ryota. Ryota, come on over. Congratulations, Oy. Bago sa Omega, nag-MVP ka ng game number 1 ngayon. Ikaw ang match MVP. How do you like this entire team na you feel, it's bringing out the best in you?
Siguro ngayong season mas komportable ako sa kasama ko. Yun, kasi mas maano yung bonding namin ngayon kaysa sa mga past teammates.
Sige, sino paborito mong kasama sa Smart Omega?
Si Chakno.
Si Chakno ba? Ano bang meron kay Chakno? Bakit ba ang dami nagkakagusto kay Chakno?
Kahit pag malungkot ka, tingnan mo lang siya. Masaya ako eh.
Titignan ka lang daw. Masaya ka na daw. And by the way, I just want to give even just a little bit of presence to recognition kay Coach Stronger. Welcome! Welcome sa Smart Omega. Siya na isa sa mga naging coach sa TGG. Okay, let's talk about your team right now. What can you say about the new Smart Omega this season?
Yung bagong Smart Omega ngayong season, actually, mas malakas eh. Kasi mas sync kami ngayon tapos mas nagkakasundo kami sa same goal.
And it's evident sa inyong first series. Once again, everybody, give a round of applause to Smart Omega. You may now take your bow and take your walk of victory. Dito pala si Nick. Ayon nga kay Coach Stronger, mas stronger nga daw ang Smart Omega. They're gelling, they're doing everything great. At syempre nandyan din si Chakno para pasayahin lahat ng kanyang mga teammates. We're gonna break that down for you and see what happened with that second game. So we're gonna go back to our casters. Pass up.
I wholeheartedly agree. Every time I'm sad,
Can we?
I'll look at Chakno. Everything's okay.
There's so many things that happened in that post-game interview, you know?
I was gonna say, can we break it down a little bit? Because
I can't even repeat all of the things that happened there, but
Yeah, it's like
a statement.
Yeah.
Kelra, number one, Kelra kind of said that Etomax is always like angry at them, and they kind of they kind of put it onto Etomax. Then it transitioned into Doggy, and then to Ryota, and then it finished with Ryota saying that Chakno, you have to just look at Chakno, you're gonna be, okay. Wow, what a roller coaster interview.
I wish I had that effect on people. Like if you're having a bad day.
Don't worry, you have a different effect on people.
Oh yeah,
I know. With a wing.
Clip that right there. Clip that right there. So we were blessed by a very beautiful matchup and a very, I would say, rejuvenated Omega coming back to form here in this series 2-0 against MNNE, who I would say is no slouch in this game as well.
Absolutely. Man, maybe if we could see the highlights once again, you're going to be reminded of how good MNNE Evo is actually performing this game. And going to have to hand it to Omega. Actually, they were very scrappy in the start, But of course, the late game timers kicked in, and it's Omega timer in the end.
I think that, going back even on the game one where Chaknu had that early first blood, and then, but that is, again, this is personality, right? Like if you've been watching these guys for a long time before, that's kind of something you can expect for them. And even for MNNE, I have to say, yeah, definitely, I like where they are. I like what we saw. Yes, they got swept here, but I do like how they came out to play against a team like this. Again, this is a powerful, heavy team, Smart Omega, right? So hopefully we see them kind of refine it more as the games to come.
And of course, allowing them to come into play is, of course, this game's official sponsor of MPL Philippines Season 12, Infinix Mobile bringing you an ultra-fast gameplay with the Infinix Note series. And yeah, I love Infinix because they allow us to watch series like this.
Yeah.
I believe I have been very blessed to watch that.
Yeah.
Because I think that it's very rare to see Omega in form here, I have to say. So watch it out, and let's have Wolf maybe break that down further so we can understand what happened in that game.
There's a lot to remember about that game that may have really, maybe that interview didn't help at all because we kind of forgot what happened. But let me just remind you on how Omega was able to defeat MNNE EVOS. And it's more about their decision making than it is their lineup, because we believe that there is a way for them to kind of deal with the lineup of Omega, but they weren't able to do so. And we start with the MVP, Kelra, ever so reliable on the gold lane role. Died twice in this game, but he was really fed so much. And I will bring it back to the first important clash that happened, which they were able to pin down Domang into the bottom lane. There were 4 people out there for Omega, were able to snag the kill onto Domang, then get a turret for Bruno. And this is how Kelra was able to just amass so much gold. After that play, he died afterwards because he got picked up in the middle, but the idea was there. He was able to get 2 lanes of farm every single time, and that allowed him to have a significant amount of gold advantage over their opponents. There was another important clash too. When the Joy was picked off in the first Lord of the game, this allowed Omega to really just have so much gold in the bank. The first important play that we're talking about, Domang pinned down, no Purify, went for the sprint and was taken out. This gave full outer turret energy shields gold to Kelra and the turret as well. So much farm. They took away so much farm from the Cloud afterwards. I can see that Omega, despite having so much advantage, is still getting punished. And this is why we say that MNNE EVOS actually played so well compared to the previous time that they did it. Brusco landed a perfect Tyrant's Revenge on the side, isolating Kelra so that MNNE EVOS are able to pick them off. But really commendable for Mandorio to get that turtle in exchange for his life. So it's still kind of equalized for MNNE EVOS. But then again, a big pickoff is going to happen. Leota able to take out Boy and AR even when it's a 2v1 scenario. That's why we feel that Leota is actually so good in this series. Now they will take the Lord for themselves after getting enough kills onto the bottom lane. Kelra just dishing out the damage and positioning himself well. They get the first Lord, and then afterwards, Chakno was able to land a good wild charge so that they are able to control Domang once again. And you happen to notice it's Sprint once again, not saving him in that scenario. You will understand why he picked up the Sprint, but had it been that he picked up the Purify, this game would have been totally different, and that's what Omega were able to punish. The decisions coming out from MNNE EVOS just not that enough against a team that has better decision making because of the Chak to Max combo. The veterans in Omega having the better decision making in almost any stage of the game. Surely MNNE EVOS will take this a little bit as a W perhaps because of how well they perform in this game. They just need to really just close in on games. Just really find their better decisions so that they will close out the game better, because we know that their early game was good. Now Omega, you can see that when it comes to their itemization, it's really just standard. What's really surprising here is the amount of gold that they were able to get in the small amount of time that was given to them just because of the nature of their heroes. You can see the Valentina plus the Bruno just dealing so much damage in this game. Etomax going in for Weapon Master. And really, one of the Weapon Master enjoyers out there, especially for a position for mage, because you'll be surprised at how much damage you are dealing. And it actually helps a lot in the late game clashes. Although we weren't able to really get into the late game this time, you can see that Etomax actually pushed the limit when it comes to dealing the damage. And interestingly, Ryota has the most gold per minute. And this is because he maximizes the macro for Omega. Even after just being the split pusher for Omega, he still was able to get to 82% of the kills for Omega. And I think it's very surprising to see on a Paquito that goes for the split push and goes for the damage, and he was able to get a solo kill even against Boy and AR. And even when the MVP of this game is Kelra, you still have to look back that game and say the Paquito really played well. And What a handsome gentleman you saw right there. That's Midnight, by the way.
Right there in the cross stream.
Of course.
Yeah. Man,
yeah.
I want to see more games like this.
What do you call that?
Sure.
The Chak to
Chak to
Max.
Chak to Max?
You got to stamp your trademark there. People are going to get that again.
Chak to
so,
Max.
Chak to Max, I think this combo is exactly what I mentioned before the game started. People, very few people can actually really, if you've never met Chakno in real life, you'll know what I mean. Very few people can actually jive with the way that Chakno thinks. And when you get that, when you're able to do that, it just makes a huge difference, especially in the game. You know how Chakno is so high IQ in the game, very low EQ, some people would say, outside of the game.
Yeah.
Basically that. So, Etamax is one of the few people who could do that. Kelra is one of the few people who can kind of just ride the wave, as they say. And with that combo, alongside Atoy R, come on, man. Things are just going to go well for Omega.
You know how, now I'm thinking, because we're talking about those three players specifically, and again, great job from Ryota. Amazing to see him perform here, get the MVP. But you know how we have like MV3, which we highlighted yesterday? What about this trio, right? So, I don't know. But I think we're going over to a break again. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us. We'll be back after this.
Para sa akin yung pinakamalakas na tank ngayong season si Yawi. Si Yawi. Kasi galing sila sa champion ng MPL. Mas mataas yung confidence niya at saka malakas yung aura niya ngayong season.
Grabe yung mga pick-up niya lalo na pag nawakan niya yung hero niyang Chu. Magaling siya sa mechanically and as a team player.
Kinamresta rin siya nag-champion eh. Mas doon ko nalalabas yung laro kapag siya yung kalaban.
The fastest speed. The widest coverage. Experience it all from the Philippines' best.
The 12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines, and Pi Channel. Experience the Mpl-Ph Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports, ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin na napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.
Philippines' quest to prove that their era is far from over is about to continue here on the second match of Week 1, day number 2. Welcome everyone, I'm Rockhart, and this is Leo with OSX. Welcome back to the stage, man. Love the swag. And we are about to bring you the match between RG Philippines and Blacklist International. How goes it, boys?
I am glad to be back at your service as always. It's my first day in Season 12, and it's been a hoot. It's been quite a hoot.
Yeah, and today we're about to see another way of looking at Blacklist having a recovery from yesterday's 0-2. So let me say how this match goes.
Well, before we head on to our match, let me just remind you guys, of course, you can watch MPL Philippines Season 12 live and on site. Get your tickets now on our official ticketing partner, Slash. Just go to slash.event.com/e/MPLS12 for more details. And of course, that is something that you can do because we got a few more tickets for you. Grab them now. Bro, it is Recoding Agents versus Reinforced Raider. I believe you guys watched what happened yesterday.
Yep.
What a beautiful opening day for MPL Philippines. Obviously, RSG Philippines got the better that day for sure.
In more ways than one, this is a battle of champions, right? You could change a few names, change a few faces, but it's RE recoded, RE reinforced, call that recycling, but sometimes something is so good you just gotta keep going at it.
Yeah. In a world of zeros and ones, you need to refine something. You need to do something better. Because in our opening yesterday, this is a different Blacklist International we're seeing. Almost 10 people are in this roster, and from seasons that we've witnessed, it's still remaining at 5 people. Now, it's a different way of seeing this team.
Yeah, after their respective season debut matches, both camps shared during their post-match press conference that they're working on building team chemistry, which is, of course, very, very important. Both teams, obviously, team chemistry is going to be built up so much because both of them have, like you mentioned, OSX, huge rosters. And that's something that we are going to kind of dive into today. First of all, how would you rate the performance of the Raiders yesterday, Leo?
All right, them going 3 against ONIC, I'd say is expected. Because again, ONIC has a great lineup, talent-wise, pound for pound, player for player. I got a few favorites there, but that's what you kind of expected. I expected RG to come out on top. They're so consistent. Now, if you're going to ask me about Blacklist, hey, they got swept by the world champions, but the Hitman showed up.
I know. Finally, we've been waiting for NJ to show for Blacklist International.
Yeah.
Come on.
I was thinking about you yesterday. I kid you not. I'm thinking about Leo. How's Leo doing? Watching this one right now.
He could have been with us live.
It felt like he was.
Might
with
as
us.
well. Who's to say I wasn't by Renegades' side?
I mean, I guess our audience.
We gotta
would
check
know.
the game pads back there.
We got
Where he was
definitely have
saying.
to. Of course, this game will feature 2 of the most fierce goal laners to ever step in international stage. OHEB, man! Sniper's back. He hung up the rifle yesterday for those revolvers on that Clint. Didn't really work out that well. What do you think about that, OSX?
well, from being called a shotgun of Eman back in Season 9, now he's using missiles and barrages, and having a debut on Ixia was a great way to have a mix on the opening of RSG.
With a W! Yeah! I didn't expect Ixia to win!
Yes. And even by that point, as early on, RSG is not afraid to take those kind of risks, comparing to the performance back then.
Oh man, very heavy. That for me, I think it heavily impacted the way the rank games are going right now. I don't know if you've tried. A lot of Ixia players are finally making a reappearance.
Rejoicing.
Yeah, a big effect that these teams are doing, especially their coaches, Coach Bon and of course Coach Panda, who have also chimed in on the conversation. What is this end of Philippine era conversation that we're having? And Panda, according to him, I don't really think the PH domination is over. I think PH domination will happen once again when we can actually overcome ONIC, at least for them. At least for them, right?
Yeah, he's talking about ONIC Indo, though, right? He's talking about ONIC Indonesia, who just started taking everything from the international scene. But just the same, I think Coach Panda's right. I think we can only really say, with a dominant period, that yes, it's not over. We gotta beat ONIC.
Yeah, also back in, again, Season 9, Next Play Evos was their kryptonite, and they want to overcome that, and with all the experience they tried to do, with the fundamentals, as we call it in the casters, I think they still can. With Eman and also Nats being so activated yesterday, he's back on his form back in MSC when you guys were there, especially you, Leo.
I mean, Nats was going crazy. He was like, he was going nuts.
Yes, I was there.
You were there.
That was my tech in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Amazing. It feels like it was forever ago.
I mean, it was forever since that victory, and it's been forever since their MSC victory as well. But for the other side, Coach Bon Chan, man, he says when the Philippines was on top, they had no way to go but down. What's good is, let's say that Indonesia's on top. They, too, have nowhere to go but down. Oh, that's so spicy!
All right, you know what? It's weird because Coach Bon ain't lying, right? Coach Bon, he's spitting truth bombs, but just the same, he's looking at it in a very dark way, right?
That is dark, actually.
It's very recently and very, I'd say in very quick fashion, Indonesia came up to this position of dominance. But it's happened so fast, and I'm wondering, is that downward spiral happening now? After their victory, after our victory under Cebol in Iași, Romania, for ESF.
Oh, yeah. And to think that this is the year that this is a good for even for documentary, how is Philippines the host of M5. I think this is a great story to even follow. Who knows? It might be dark, but it could actually be true.
As they say, I guess all trial cards have to come to an end.
Oh, he dropped the
And,
teaser!
I'm
He dropped the teaser!
was I supposed to say that? I'm sorry.
Okay.
Anyway,
Okay.
let's show our teams. Of course, this is going to be the main roster for RSG Philippines, who've had a fun time. A big welcome back to Aqua yesterday. Man, a few words, as usual. Nothing really much has changed on that front. But Light really did show up. Yesterday, OSX, you saw that as well. And of course, Blacklist International. What's the road look like for Blacklist right now, guys?
For me, there was a struggle yesterday on how Blacklist started their season, and I'm looking forward to see the development of connection between Renegade and Haji. And it was kind of like a struggle on how their synergies forming from the first they've played in MPL Season 12.
I'm just looking forward to Renegade, period. I mean, the Hitman, you'll have to admit, even non-agents, right? Even just good old MLBB fans watching yesterday after they got swept by Echo will say, hey, MBT's playing, yes. Sensui, amazing jungler, yes, but Renegade was a standout. Now you'll understand what I'm seeing.
Yes. Hands down. We haven't even actually seen his Franco play, man. Franco being a high priority pick lately. Guys, I think it's Renegade's time to shine again.
Yeah, but again, just to pull it back into reality.
Nice
hook. It's a five-man team. They all have to kind of work out, and that's what brings us back to our original argument. It's got to be chemistry.
Three. Like us in a caster stage.
How perfect.
How perfect. We'll throw it over to our keys to victory. I wonder how we're going to break that down, because I believe that these are so important, and these are two coaches that understand that all too well. Throw it over to our keys to victory. OSX, it's going to be a challenge. Kindly break it down.
Thank you so much, Rockhard, and this is my first ever keys to victory brought to you by Infinix. Number 1 for RSG, set Irad for success. Yesterday, he picked up the fanny, and most of the purples were stolen, and everything was slowly breaking down for RSG. As methodical as they are, that's one thing that sets their pace in the early game. Also for Game 2, they had a strength against ONIC, and yesterday it was like going back to their form, which the versatility of a Fredrin, and of course being a team player for RSG. Second, we have a fine tune on team fight and executions, and this is for Blacklist International. There was a struggle yesterday for Blacklist International's Roam and Tank, and again, we're looking for that synergy building. We're looking for the development between the Roam and the mid lane of Blacklist International. We're seeing that Light has more synergy with RSG, but in the new Codebreakers run right now, heading to the World Championship stage, I think they still need more time to develop that, but knowing their experience, I think it's not possible to even, well, make it work. But number 3, for these two teams to have the same key, don't blink or you'll miss it. Because again, with all the points said between RSG and Blacklist International, both of them are still prone to failure. So one mistake can actually dictate on what could be the result of this game. So you just need to have that, well, presence of mind, and also what you want to capitalize either on the errors, objectives, or even ganks throughout the team. So again, these two teams have those kinds of tendencies. Either they go all in or they go all out. So that is just the keys to victory, brought to you by Infinix. Now let's throw it back to our casters here on the desk.
I must say, a very, very smooth keys to victory there.
Yeah, couldn't tell it was your first.
Could not tell it was your first.
I'm so happy right now.
That was pretty cool. That was pretty cool. So don't blink or you'll miss it. I'm still banking on the Franco. Come on, bring it out. Bring it out.
It's the perfect key to victory for both of them because, yeah, say what you will about Renegade, much to my pleasure, but Light has a pretty mean Franco as well.
Oh, yeah.
Right? And again, a single hook could change the face of a game, and not to even mention a single flicker bite down. So that's what we're looking forward to here.
Yeah, and for Black and RSG to even fight on the first day, the first match of their own season, back in Season 10, 11, it's always 3 games. I don't know, it just keeps on happening. Maybe it's a tradition or something.
It's just a thing. It's just a thing.
It's a gentleman's agreement.
Yeah.
Of course, it's not agreement, but you know.
Raiders and agents.
Just, yeah. Hold on tight.
I mean, I have to say that it's just a coincidence, but I think it's also a testament to just how tight-knit they both play.
Yeah, no. More than just that. Play, yes, in the Land of Dawn, but even their fan bases, right? Just in attendance here at the Shooting Gallery Studios in Makati, Manila, Philippines. Dude, can I just say the Raiders have grown. Raider Nation has grown. There's a lot of blue in the crowd right now.
Yeah.
And the agents, I love that they're still showing support despite this blacklist being relatively different.
I believe this is one of the first matches that sold out. In when I went to the website.
In addition to Black Echo,
obviously,
right?
Yeah. So yeah, absolutely. I love the Raider support, and I'm looking forward to whether or not, or whoever is going to come out on top of this one.
We also have merch booths outside, so you guys have
Of course, you have to mention the merch.
A lot of things actually can be used.
What have you bought today, Francis?
I bought a keychain and also a clapper, and also a sticker pack.
Did you know that Echo has caps?
Yeah.
Love thyself. Yeah. That was an old series. I just revived it, brought it back for a second drop.
That's amazing.
I thought it was out of stock back in Season 10.
Yeah, I had to stop him from grabbing it. Like, you can't wear the hat on desk unless we can.
But you know what I'm curious about? Do they have for sale the light stick? I wasn't able to drop that.
Oh, yeah, they were flexing it yesterday. So they
I think the CEO of Blacklist just flexed out. They have the first ever esports light stick.
Mr. Gutierrez, we need to talk.
We got
Just imagine if that was in Wi-Fi sync Bluetooth thing, right? And everything's lighting up at the same time. Whoa!
I want to know. I
want to know.
I mean, that's something that we definitely have to watch out for. That's something that you can watch out for if you are ever live here on Shooting Gallery Studios in Makati. Now, let's try to take a breather from all the merch, and let's throw it back to the game. How are you thinking about that 2-0 from RSG yesterday? And are you expecting something similar to happen for Blacklist, who seem to be struggling here a little bit? I would love to get your inputs on what possible drafts Blacklist has to come out here. And how Sensui, man? I mean, Sensui.
Yep.
I would say that coming out from ONIC, from his former team ONIC, where he did phenomenally despite losing in the previous season, he did pretty well, right?
Well, Sensui, if we look back on how he performed back in the seasons, he was one of the players who had in part of the Retri battle.
That's
in
right.
This experienced players among the Bulls in MPL Philippines. And how will you have to even think of how will he even have the chance to even fill the shoes of Wise, the closest one to be playing for Blacklist International.
If I'm not mistaken, there was a time where Sensui was new to the league, and he had to come up like with a 2-week rivalry with Wise in the jungle, and he won out a majority of those retry battles.
Yeah.
So I could dare say, man, Sensui here as a linchpin jungler for Blacklist International Season 12, I'd still say like just in a vacuum, right? Top 5 best retry duelists in the country.
I would say so.
Put it on the list. Yeah. Can confirm.
Obviously, Irad's right up there.
Oh no,
man, we got to talk about that matchup,
Yeah.
man. Irad.
That's right. No. That's.
With all respects to H2O's performance back in the season, but during the playoffs, and RSG wanted to climb up the playoffs position back in Season 11. Ian was just a madman.
He was a madman. I believe
missing point for RSG at that time.
And he really stood up, right? He stood up to the test. And this is another one that has to stand up against the Aegis. Here in the draft for game number 1.
Yung knowledge na yun, ini-adjust ang kanilang playstyle against Coach Panda in RSG Philippines. Duelo muna ang ating coaches para sa drafting ng game number 1. It's Master the Basics versus Coach Panda. Blacklist International versus RSG Philippines. Pasok na tayo sa game 1 draft. Tapos na agad ang banning phase, my idols.
S12, but in a good way.
Yeah. So maybe that was off-season rest, so it's now starting. So we're in the draft. Whoa, good straight-up picks here from Blacklist International on the blue side and also RSG on the red. The priority on the Fredrin, also with Trizza and the Novaria, secures more on the AoE and Vision here. And for the XP lane though, Edward is playing on the Rizla, but this time around, the Export is giving so much attention for the EXP. In these two teams who has more capability in pulling off a backline even for an ambush, it's the X-Borg. From the name itself, the X Factor is on the EXP lane.
And you know who I always remember every time I see this Midnight? He just keeps gushing on how good this X-Borg is, especially against heroes like the Terizla, like the Fredrin, who love to stay in the middle of the fight, who just keeps generating those stacks for X-Borg with the overheat. And it really does give value. I have to give him that.
That's right. It changes the way the game is played. It's such a unique mechanic, having effectively 4 life bars, and RSG on the swing back, banning out the Bruno. One of the few heroes who actually kind of chop that advantage down in half, right? Because again, the right clicks, as we'd like to say, the auto attacks from Bruno just don't care, right? All right, you have 4 life bars. How about I take 1 each with 2 kicks? So that kind of works out for them. I get it, but Blacklist banning out the Ling. What's Irad about the pick here? I don't think this X-Borg's going to the jungle, man. No way.
No, it's impossible for RSG because yesterday from the priority of RSG picking up the Fanning first. Oh, okay, we don't see the Franco for this game. Okay, RSG respected the fact that either these two teams has similar hero pool, Renegade and Light, and having this present on the pickoffs in their own composition is a deadly factor early game.
Franco banned again.
This makes all the more heroes like Cho and Kufra a prime pick. Now, can I just say, on the swing back, when we do get our first pick in the red on the red side in the second phase, Kufra is going to be so hot. Kufra is going to be so hot, dude. A Kufra, I've been saying this for the better part of a year. A Kufra into a Fredrin, it's a nightmare for the Fredrin.
Oh yeah, agree. If you want to have a counter for that hero alone, you need to have either good hold, either you take Arlet or even Trizla. Claude though.
Oh wait, no! The Edith is already the roamer.
Yeah, and Light was using it yesterday. So it's like unlimited knockups,
There it
unlimited
is.
onwards, and utilizing this hero alone brings so much team fighting initiations from the other team.
But doesn't that enable the possibility of, Renegade picking up the Kufra for himself?
He can! I would like a Kufra Bea. Bea's awesome. So Kufra Bea would be good here.
Agree.
Bea's safe.
Kufra, Beatrix, the Faramis has... No, Faramis is still open though. It's not even... oh, again!
Oh, they're going again!
What? No. Wait. Novaria has a Renegade?
Novaria roam, guys.
Wow. Okay. A different code that we're seeing here. Novaria on Renegade. Vision You have lessons. There's so much vision, so much for the radar of Blacklist to even capitalize against RSG. Wow, Gord.
Okay, the range game on Blacklist is both amazing and horrifying. But RSG, they have great dive. I love the dive on RSG. When they want something, whenever Light says this one's down, best believe it be down.
Wow, this is an amazing matchup that we're about to see. You have gap, you have distance, you have so much range and vision for Blacklist. Also, the dive composition, this will put pressure on Blacklist International Stronghold to be even more capable in absorbing the damage early game.
Oh no, with that said, it's very rare that we see drafts this polarizing in professional play. One, a clearly dive comp, in your face, front to front. The other, a clear, almost back-to-back, you can say, because they want to play with all of the range. And with that said, it looks like the crowd favors Blacklist, given their, again, chip on their shoulder, man. You got swept by the World Champions yesterday. You want to come back strong. So we are now going to go into the land of Don Francis. Carl, I understand that this is high stakes, so how about we get into it?
I can't breathe, man. Woo! I just can't breathe right now. Let's go in it. Game number 1, Blacklist versus RSG. And here we will find out if this is going to work out. Have you seen Renegade on the Navarre yet? I know you're the Renegade fan.
Okay, I'll be honest, it's not the first time he'll be playing this, all right? I can say that much. But knowing the young man's skill set, I'm not so sure this is the right call. But if they win, hey, you got away with it.
We know Renegade as one of the action jacks, as we call it in MPL. Phillips with OHEB and Eman though.
Whoa!
Woo! Sheesh!
Wow. Oh, Eman showing us a new side of him this early on, a minute in, obliging OHEB. And now OHEB using that regen very smart. I wonder, are they going to force something here? Because this is a huge presence from Blacklist down bot.
Yes, speaking of force and pressure, this is the idea of Blacklist International right now. They have, folks, they have the Mpl-Ph hold. That's a
Sensui here, putting himself in a great position, but Light already spending that flicker. No dice, still 0 kills at a minute and a half.
Okay, no surprise, flicker combo from Light from this Edith, but going to the emblems right now that Blacklist International is rocking. We have Impure Rage as well as we have Quantum Charge. This is agility and also you have Sustain. So this is the way that we're seeing that they have the ways to initiate the back line of RSG. At the same time, they have movement speed, but at the same time, they have so much dive right now for Irad that they can actually utilize. But for the side of RSG, we're looking at the same Quantum Charges and also Poke for this XP laner for Nats. We're seeing this most of the favored emblem for this kinds of burst heroes such as the X-Borg. Also for Impure Rage. It's an interesting take on how would he capitalize his burst as hitting level 4 and level 6.
Right now we are going to be slowly watching as Blacklist are getting a foothold of this turtle. Of course, not going to be left out here by RSG.
Yep.
Nats seems to be very, very ready to go for a fight.
There's the penalty zone, but not to Irad. He doesn't mind. Now, like very low, uses the Primal Wrath, and we're still going. Bonk! Aqua gets out of there. Down goes Edward. That's another casualty, 1 for 1 as per side, but RSG comes out on top with a slight lead, 1,000 ahead, and that turtle in tow.
Yeah, that is the sustain of Blacklist International, having the vision, having the Brave Smite, and also the body of Smith. Edward utilized more of the passive as well as the Flicker ult combo, and having that Astral Echo used right at the moment that RSG was in the position, that was completely Renegade activating more of the hits that their skill set can do with all of heroes present. But clearly RSG is trying to amp up their early game because as of this point, they're growing their damage with Eman.
Yeah, we're going to see OHEB definitely have a harder time here, despite Renegade obviously trying very, very hard to keep him in check. Now, Eman and Light, a very, very aggressive combo here, especially with Light on this Edith. Like you mentioned, though, Sex, who seem to be very active and very ready to take these fights as long as the Earth Shatter and Onward combo is active happening right now.
Speaking of which, there we go. The Gush going to be able to keep Sensui alive, but no! Irad takes him down, and with that, RSG get another big victory in mid. Call it just 1 kill, but no, that's a jungler right in the mid game. And now Eman coming in. He still has a BMI out. Just playing footsies with Oheb and Renegade.
Well, that is just Light using the surprise mostly on the bushes in the mid lane. We're looking at Irad now being so slippery in the backline of Blacklist International. That's the thing. They might want to capitalize on one defensive item because as of this time that Irad has now the Hunter Strike, we're looking at the standard slowly building up the standard items for Hayabusa, but this amps more of the passive of the damage that Hayabusa can do.
Yep, after each basic attack, you get more movement speed. That makes your shadows all the more dangerous, given the mobility. Light coming in forward. And you know what? I gotta say, under 5 minutes, I was expecting this Novarion Renegade to be, less than ideal. But it's doing its job. So yeah, that is a pleasant surprise for me. Now, RSG with the pull. Gonna get this turtle reset. No dice.
All right.
Looks like
no dice.
Timing is going to be on Blacklist side. They're able to delay.
In fairness, I mean, every second that Blacklist will buy is going to help so much in their favor. Gotta wait for, of course, Oheb to get to that free shot or two-shot moment here for this hero. Of course, oh my goodness! I don't know why RSG didn't take that. Maybe a little bit tad too cautious.
Yep, this is something I noticed over the past day of broadcast already. We're a day into week 1. It looks like RSG is not too shy to give up things that aren't on the to-do list as per the fundamentals. Don't you agree, Francis?
Yeah, I agree, because at some point they completely had a way to disengage Blacklist International strength on those kinds of team fights. They know they had the damage, but mostly it would rely on Irad, because Ammon right now is not yet activated, and most of the pokes they could rely on Aqua, but they don't want to again use that sacrifice at this early point in time.
Oh, there it is! Here comes Light, catches a face full of Mystic Gush, taken down by the MVP machine. And there's an Astral Echo to make sure RSG don't push on forward. Blacklist blows back.
Not even with the retry. It's just with pure game sense that Sensui was able to take one out under a tower, by the way, alongside his teammates. Very good coordination from Blacklist.
Well, speaking of coordination, having Renegade set up the fights with the Astral Recall and Echo again is an activated attack from Blacklist International. To think that Edward just prioritized more on the blade armor, he wanted that attribute of having a crit damage reduction, because knowing that there's so much damage that they can actually get from Irad and also from Eman, he can actually be the front line here. So sometimes if you're a Terizla, you opt to actually go for the Bloodlust Axe or even for the Dominance Ice, but now he's on a defensive move to be on the front line of Blacklist International, which is doing good.
Yeah. Frontline Blacklist right now, again, their main course is to just buy time, but they're doing a good job as well as poking down RSG, which is so crucial for them. If RSG fights with the full HP lineup, I think they are bound to lose. But right now, they are doing their very best to at least keep Aqua below half, keep Nats in check as well, so he doesn't go with a full-fledged Firaga armor explosion. And now we are going to see another turtle take here. Let's see what they've got to show.
Talking about an explosion, Nats gets his life cut.
Whoa! Whoa!
Warrior, what happened? Whoa! Eman is down. Sensui gets the turtle. It seems to all be crumbling for the Raiders. And now Nats gets caught out. This turret down tier 1 and forward. Point blank. The Filipino sniper is in the building.
Haji on the Mystic Gush with the flicker. Distance is not a problem. Eman just fall down. He just got his golden staff, but that was not even a problem. That was just Renegade taking the kill, and Blacklist clearly winning that objective, and also the lead slowly growing on to this team alone, and RSG is now looking for ways to come back with the damage that they got from Blacklist International.
This is quite the turnaround. Again, 8 minutes in, Blacklist approaching 1.5, almost 2K gold lead. Aqua in trouble. It's knocked up by Sensui. Nats, the Enforcer, pushing them back. I gotta say, Blacklist has gotten away with it. Now that we're ramping up into the mid-game, this is as good as it gets for a lineup that has Renegade on a Novaria.
Oh. Well, let's count that in the hero pool of Renegade starting today, and this is not a problem. Oh, meanwhile, well, he pokes in the mid.
All right.
Okay.
Oh, man.
Is this
the first time the Blacklist had the lead all throughout this game?
It took them a while,
Yeah.
but they're getting there. They're getting that goal lead, and they're getting the pressure that they want, especially on top side. Although, of course, RSG will not take this lying down.
Yep. Light and Aqua to the rescue. I think RSG, the Raiders, are onto them. Blacklist, they've been beaten down on Eman. Eman has had one of the hardest early games that he's had in the calendar year of 2023. So with that said, it seems like Blacklist, their shenanigans are about to come to an end. I'm looking at this gold lead to stay this close and this tight as we lead into this first Lord.
So on the other hand, of course, RSG, they also have that walk in the wind condition they have on Eman, who's not even rocking the extra right now. I think with this Claude, he means business. That's a scary thing for RSG. Although I think Blacklist, they're handling it quite well, OSX, right?
Well, speaking of handling out the damage, yeah, it's the prime target of Blacklist to take down the winning condition, as you said, for RSG. One thing they have now to capitalize on is the ultimate of Nats and also Irad. Mostly Aqua is looking for ways to capitalize more on his ultimate, but that is just 3 main damage dealers for RSG. But Nats look at almost half, almost depleting his Viraga arm, but Sensui trying to poke in light as well. But meanwhile, down bottom, we have a push from Eman.
All right, they're just making the most of the absence here.
Oh.
This is a 4v5.
Light.
Oh! Coming in! And Light's very low. They survive. Last Insanity coming in. Throwing out everything but the kitchen sink. And Aqua falls. Nats follows through as Eman cuts him deep. That's a double kill for Legend Zero.
Can I just highlight? Man, Oheb flickering back, Haji flickering in. Tag team made in heaven here for Blacklist International. They will get that Lord, but of course Eman is doing work on that bottom lane as well. So it's not going. It's not a play without a consequence here for Blacklist.
Yeah, it doesn't come for free, but it's a bargain. Can I just say, it's a bargain. I appreciate what this is the last we're going to see of Light, at least for a few seconds, as Oheb scores another.
Okay, Black capitalizing more on those opportunities when RSG is just all over the place. Yes, that was the gambit we're aiming for Eman. Having now the corrosion side, this is more likely building on the damage department they can do as their winning condition. But one thing that they're also hungry for is the objectives. That meanwhile is just slowly being taken by Blacklist International.
Man.
Here we go. Last Insanity out just to survive. An Astral Echo to keep a beat on him. Blacklist making the call, yeah.
Oh, there it is.
This is a free push. Let's go ahead. Mid, top, even bottom. Dear Lord. They had Lord working for him, too.
It's an indirect effect, Leo, but Renegade, the hitman, he's making sure that RSG is just not ready to take these fights. And because of that, Blacklist are winning at every turn.
Yep, Vision is his middle name. Renegade, Vision, Bakarse, ladies and gentlemen. And that's what he's bought for this young squad. Blacklist International making moves on the map. I could have sworn with just your peel as a Terizla and a Fredrin, this is as greedy as it gets, and I'm loving it. I'm here for it. 7-2, about 4,000 gold ahead. This is amazing. What a bounce back from day one.
Oh yeah, this is just clearly a good recovery from Blacklist International. And to think that the damage right now of Haji utilizing mostly almost that Flicker and Mystic Gush combo, now with an amplified glowing wand, scorched damage will pierce through RSG. So with the defense department right now that they're seeing from the Raiders, it was just on screen, right on time. We're looking at Radiant Armor and as well Dominance Ice, and just right now, Light just got his Athena Shield.
Here we go! Irad finally shutting down Haji. Their first kill in quite a while.
Oh man, and Irad, he had to really work for that, right? He really had to do his best to get in a position where he could do that. And now, is it enough though to stop Blacklist right now? He seem to be just nigh unstoppable.
Yeah, and to look at the damage department of Blacklist International right now, we're looking at Leslie. Also, we're looking at Oheb as well to build. We have the Berserker's Fury, we have the BOD, and also we have the Azure Blade building up to his final items for this Leslie. One of the contributes early game was the Vision, but the damage right now, him being on the lead for Blacklist International, is a secure way to just completely maintain this lead. Almost 3K. But one thing that we're also seeing here is the burst and poke of Haji and also Edward, which is deadly on how RSG would actually sustain this kinds of lore dances. But at this point, they would need to see the possible angles on how Blacklist would actually enter.
Now, here we go.
And this Lord Dance is so critical right now that everyone is...
Oh, Renegade!
Oh! Renegade, though. Irad has had enough.
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
That is karmic justice. You don't play a Novaria against a dive lineup like this and not get it coming. Now, it's a 4v5. Lord already started up, approaching the halfway point. It's just Insui, isolated away from his teammates. Nats drawing the line between them. They're just waiting for them to oblige. A flicker in, pop in the Faraga armor. Here comes Light. Primal Wrath coming in. Penalty zone and the gush. Eman falls. Who's gonna take the Lord? And Light falls. Sinsui Instinct scores. Ladies and gentlemen, Blacklist are crossing the river. It's just Irad left. Aqua way too far. And just like that, Blacklist taking it slow, forcing out a shadow kill. Can Irad survive? No, the answer is not. The Filipino sniper takes down the Shinobi, and Aqua is all that's left.
Ira, they have to say he tried so hard. He tried so hard to make a dent to the offensive that Blacklist is going to do right now, which might be just very difficult to stop. Right, oh my god, are they gonna run it down?
Here we go, just one siege minion taken care of, but just like that, they're gonna go back on the offensive, sieging up top. They got this last inhibitor, this one turret left in the top lane, and now the Lord throwing out the Astral Echoes. They got beads on everybody, hitboxes amplified, Lord shrunken down to pieces, and RSG, successful defense.
This is just purely the sustain and defense of the nature of Blacklist International's lineup. If you look back, look at that. We are now looking at Immortality onto Sensui and also Divine Glaive onto this Gord, Haji. Right now, every hit, every projectile, even gush that RSG could even take is actually a depleting defense from their end. Because we're looking at Arena Armor, even if they need a shield, but from just coming from 2 members, they need to have a good defense right now, even from their base, and even from the 3 members of Blacklist International.
Wait. Taking him out, and as if that wasn't enough, an astral recall into a meteor, and the Hitman finds its mark.
There's just too much, Leo. There's just too much that RSG has to deal with all the way from downtown.
That's 3 projectiles coming at you. There's only so much left in
Oh,
the
look at
Matrix.
that.
And now Aqua put down, cut down the size, down to 1/8 of his health. This is a 5v4 situation, and they're doing their damnedest to protect this inhibitor. And it looks like Blacklist has had enough. No more.
Oh no, they're now pushed to their own base. RSG, by the presence of Renegade alone, activates more of Blacklist International to even poke members of RSG. Right now in the defense department of RSG needs to even be a strong factor for how to defend even Blacklist International's lineup. Because of this point, we're looking at Claude now has the Rose Gold meter. He needs to have that extra defense because most likely he is, again, the winning condition that we're talking about early on for the damage of RSG. That's why right now we're looking at the cameras that he's trying to make a way to push some of the minions and the waves, but they need also to be careful on where are they coming from. The positioning of RSG right now could be so crucial because at any point in time, once Renegade opens up his ultimate, they can actually reveal mostly of RSG's position on where they're heading at. Because right now there's so much hungry for clears, even for the objectives, even by this Lord. We really want to contest this.
It's so counterintuitive. Renegade being known as one of the best tank roamers player out there. Being so good at the Navaria right now, who is just poking the heck out of RSG right now, which is definitely giving them so many troubles in this game. Now coming to this next Lord fight, what's RSG's game plan here?
I guess they're looking to make a play for that top lane, tier 2, and Nats pulls the trigger on the Faraga armor, knowing that the Lord got reset. So yeah, Edward playing man-to-man defense on that, and
come on!
Nats feels the full wrath of that Astral Meteor, and just like that, RSG are spaced out of this Lord, which, good news, bad news. Bad news is Blacklist got it. Good news, though, for the agents is it's all theirs. So all the more, 0 Lords for the Raiders.
Yeah, with that, also they got a free flow from up top. Also, Amon was trying to do the work on a 0-2 OKDA, he's now making, again, a chance for getting his items in. He has the Malefic Roar now in his probably 4th slot because they need more extra penetration because of the distance that the Black International is making. Yes, they have a ways to even burst everything down, but one thing they need to do here is to outlast that damage. Having the immortality present, having the space that actually Irad can make, could make a big difference to initiate the fight from RSG. But how can they defend even by this just their base alone? And there's a Lord push.
Here we see Tensui very low. In comes the Faraga armor, blasted out. Last Insanity. Tensui's Immortality pop, and they're still here. Immortality's out. Eman taken down. The Lord swinging away at the base. Light, Primal, Wrath not gonna keep him alive. Ladies and gentlemen, we are but seconds away from possibly the end. Just like that, Blacklist International get their first win in Season 12. Game 1 goes to Black.
This winning moment brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. Now you just heard, I don't know if you heard it through our mics, crowd just literally erupted here.
Gone wild.
Going wild, the berserk here for the first victory of Blacklist International in quite a while, by the way. So, and all of that, dare say, on the back of the young Renegade.
Novaria. Count that hero in. Who says I can just do Masha Kufa? No, he's changing his hybrid, and with this, a new thing is being unlocked for the Black International's code, even for their compositions. Comparing from the performance of even from Hodge and Edward from yesterday, this is a completely different reach that they made from last night's sleep.
I mean, maybe all they needed was sleep. I don't know. That looked really good, and they made a multi-threat lineup. By the way, huge, beautiful draft there from Master the Basics. Of course, all of that just melded in a very well-drafted composition. Aside from obviously a caster on the talent room just shouting at the top of his lungs for sure.
Oh no.
100% win rate, Gord, bro.
Say what you will about the sample size, but 100% is 100%.
Perfect.
Oh man.
Somebody's buying a cake again today. He bought yesterday and he's going to buy a cake again today for us.
That's right. You know what you have to buy as well? The weekly diamond box, man. I've been getting so much. I've been getting so much rewards just buying that. I've saved so much money just getting diamonds there, and all you gotta do is just log in and log in and log in all within 1 week. A beautiful, beautiful pack.
It comes in something called Layla Savings Box, and automatically that'll save those rewards for you. Besides, the item rewards are worth over 280 diamonds. They're all waiting for you in there.
That offer is just too good to miss, and just unlock the pass and enjoy the benefits now by even watching us on stream. You can do two things at the same time, by the way.
155% diamond. Whew, thank you so much for the basically, essentially, like quadruple diamond.
Personally, I'm saving up for the next M5 pass. I don't want to, miss that part.
I'm so proud of that, by the way.
Yeah.
He wants that statue. He wants that M5 statue.
Whatever comes, I'm going to get that, the figurine for M5.
Oh my gosh. OSX, we will root for you, and we will give you as much diamonds as we can afford.
I'm going to get that rebate.
And start doing that right now. We got a few months. And of course, we have to go back to that game. What a slobber knocker of a game still, Irad, man. Irad in that game, he tried his best. I could tell. His effort to go in the back line, just try to whittle down, try to hunt down this Navaria, try to hunt down this Leslie. It was so difficult. He was doing the job, but he was always just a tad, an inch away from victory.
And it's those inches that added to them being so far away from a situation that they're comfortable with. And it's at that point, I'm not sure if the Pandamentals covered that jurisdiction.
I mean, slice it away, OSX. What's Pandamentals on that one?
Well, speaking of fundamentals, it's the Blacklist International completely having a great recovery from the puzzle that we're trying to fix and figure out yesterday. Yes, Blacklist International completely getting a hand on this game. From that point, we've seen the difference. We've seen the change from the XP laner, from the Roman, and even from mid. The MV3, if we're talking about from the introduction of Mpl Season 12, actually get a good view on what they're trying to go to. So with this thing being said, we're looking at the points that actually was recovered from Blacklist International start yesterday, coming or going up against Echo, the world champs. Now, if we look at the data from this game, there was a lot of struggle, there was a lot of change, but one thing that we tried to see is how they even amped the early game from Blacklist International. But before we get into that, there was so much to think of, but we need to acknowledge the presence of this MVP, OHEB, KL1 of Blacklist International, having and rocking this Leslie. From early on, he wanted to decide he wants to have that extra movement speed. He wants that extra, again, power spike, the critical chance for this Leslie. Early on, you're capitalizing on the ultimate of this Leslie. Since we're looking at the draft of Blacklist Internationals, so much to offer on vision, range, and even the gap that they want to do in team fights, there were so much for them to utilize from having a great momentum from early game. And to go back on the highlights, this is the KDA of OHEB of 5-0-7. This is completely the first turtle of the game, where they actually had a good setup coming from Renny J's ultimate. From this point in time, they were trying to capitalize more on the CCs, and they're trying to build up also the damage. And from then on, from 2 minutes to also 6 minutes, this is just Haji, the KDA machine himself, rocking this gourd, having to utilize the burst by the flicker and the mystic gush. Look at that, all Nats melting him down, forcing him back to the base. But the last hit from OHEB, this is completely synergy, completely built up to work around the distance and the gap that RSG is trying to disengage in most of the team fights that they're trying to get from Blacklist International. It was a complete snowball onto the objectives and onto their hero picks. But at this point, Sensui was targeting more of the isolated members of RSG that gave them so much way to build on their items from that moment on. 14 minutes. Edward having the priority on the blade armor first. We usually see the Bloodlust Axe come first for the Terizla, but one thing that we're looking at this mindset is we wanted to sustain most of the team fights that RSG has. But in this is just a mid to late game winning condition of RSG that he's so wary of, because if in some cases we see an aggressive Terizla with a lot of spell up, with a lot of damage burst, and that was just the thing. He wanted to have a great defense, and he wanted to also act as a setup for his team. The Novaria itself is a great way, it's a great utilization of a hero for vision as well as hitboxes. But one thing also that was missing from Blacklist International was the setups. How will you get the setups if you are relying on Renny J and even and Haji? So one thing they wanted to use with this kind of lineup is Edward being so tanky at first and having the extra damage reduction in the last part. As we look on the richest member of Blacklist International, that is OHEB. No deaths. That's the Berserker's Fury and a double BOD. Wow. My goodness. The damage of this Leslie alone, counting it with vision, that is a 14-4 for RSG. And that was just answering so much defensive items of RSG here, because from that point, they had Divine Glaive for Haji. They also had Necklace of the Runs for Renny J. They know that their only two members has extra radiant armor and burst damage defense, and they wanted to stretch that hole, and they just wanted to keep bursting mostly on the defense of RSG. By just looking at the emblems on our screens, there was a lot of poke, there was a lot of sustain. Even the Festival of Blood was present for Edward, and he don't want to miss that spell fab sustain. And by just looking at the stats on our screen here, even from the monster goal, even from damage of the turrets, is leaning towards RSG's stronghold and damage early game. We're looking at 86% participation of OHEB and as well as Haji. The presence of this gourd alone is amping up his winning rate of 100% as of this day. No wonder he keeps on getting banned from yesterday and most of the slots of from the match of 2 and 3 yesterday. So now, on the side of RSG, they were lacking the damage. They were relying on Ammon alone. Nats was also present, but on the point that they wanted to have extra defense once Nats initiated, there was so much, again, defense. There was so much way to soak up the damage of Blacklist International bit from early game, because we were seeing OHEB here being the rich guy and being the ace, and we have a good wingman here for Sensui. So not just he assisted for the objectives, he mostly gets a way of escaping the catch of Irad is doing. Yes, early game, so slippery, he was full of damage, but that person alone can't do much heading into the late game. They need also to activate themselves in order to make the team fight work, because once Blacklist International engages and starts a team fight, how will you even sustain that? So that was one thing that they were trying to see heading on to the late game, but it was a bit of a struggle from then on. They were lacking the damage. That Necklace of Duran's pickup by Renjay the Navaria depleted so much magic defense. Renjay on this Novaria. Whew. Looks like we're looking at a different face of the roamers right now, but not just looking at the setups, bouncing balls or whatever, Franco hooks and stuff. It's more of the utilization of this toolkit alone. So that is just my analysis on game number 1. Let's start back to our gentlemen here on the desk. We have Leo and Rockhart having a great time in the game number 1 of Blacklist International. Wow, taking game number 1 against RSG Philippines.
Don't mind me. It's nostalgia. It's like the nostalgia event right now happening in Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Complete your task to get one of the 4 skins on your screen right now for free. Choose between Aegis and Chen if you're more on the jungle side, Tigreal if you're on the support side, Hanzo if you really want to go Assassin, and Cyclop if you want to dominate that mid lane style. Which one do you want to pick? Let's go ahead and join that event now and grab your favorite.
Right.
Now,
it's been a while since these skins first came out, but I remember. I remember when they first came out.
So happy to be with you guys right now. The starting of that skin. What year was that?
Let's not talk about it.
I don't remember. I plead the fifth. So right now, yeah, I love what you brought up there. I love the points that you brought up there. The most that really came to mind here, especially when I watched that draft, 0% team participation on MN.
Yeah, the quad.
That pains me. It's so difficult to overcome that. I mean, he barely did anything in the game that day.
It seems like the unorthodox lineup and unorthodox draft that Blacklist made work kind of rubbed off on Eman, and that made the rest of RSG's rotation somewhat suffer, right? Because again, you look at the lineups, you look at the draft, it makes sense, but in practice, it looks like they were catching up.
They were. They really were.
The execution.
Hit it just when you already did the full analysis. You hit it right on the nose with that last one.
Yeah, Irad, you need to set up a success early game for Irad alone. So that was, yeah, he was having a great time with the invade. He was having the dive, but he was just building up his own damage. How about the other team? How about the other members? And with that alone, they need to cover up more of the defensive side. So let's see how. Yeah, it's way too much, and that's just RSG. Again, it's more likely on how you see the draft. How will it go for in the game as well?
And getting into that game, it could have really worked. I mean, if you think about it, you know what? Double BOD, this Leslie was ripe for the taking. No defensive.
Double.
Oheb was eating good. As the kids say, he was eating good.
Absolutely. I wonder who else is eating good. Let's find out as we go over to the MPL Insider on sides.
Back in action, we are over here at the audience area kung saan nasaksihan naman natin na manalo ang Blacklist International, and I'm sure that their fans are going to be making some noise at some point at naririnig natin sila in just a bit. So, it's going to be depending on RSG kung paano sila makakabawi. But before anything else, andito tayo ngayon kasama ang isa sa mga MDL teams coming from your very own on this side, which is Blacklist Academy Lunatics. Let's give them a warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Dahil nandito sila ngayon, they're really representing themselves. So, it's your turn or it's your time. Please introduce yourself at kung ano ba yung role nyo. I mean, I'm sure they've heard of you at some point, pero just to be familiar with you as well. I got you. Okay.
Asi po, explainer ng Blacklist Academy LTX.
Kinakabahan ka ba?
Hindi po.
Yan ang gusto ko. Love the confidence.
Edward Bailen po, support role po ng Blacklist Academy Lunatics.
Alright. Support role. Okay, any supports here? Meron ba mga support na nandiyan sa likod? Okay, we're not seeing any support. Siguro mga role nila, jungle talaga. Next?
Ronald Bacolod po, gold laner ng Blacklist Academy Lunatics.
So, aka si Bullet po siya. Alright, Bullet, ang kanyang IGN, if you're very much familiar with the MDL. Next up?
Bree X, jungler ng Blacklist Academy LTX po.
Okay. Nagkwento siya sa akin kanina. Sorry. Nagkwento siya sa akin kanina. Sobrang kinakabahan daw siya. Kinakabahan ka pa rin ba ngayon?
Hindi na po.
Ay, hindi na. Kasi sabi ko sa'yo, natatanggal lahat ng kaba eh. Wait lang, tignan ko lang. Wala pa rin. Sige, ito na yun. Moment mo na to. Kasi...
Hello, I'm Rindo, jungler of Blacklist Academy.
Hello. JD po, roamer ng Blacklist.
And last but not the least, over there.
Dominic, explainer ng Blacklist.
Alright, so... Okay, I see there's some fan favorites. So, unahin natin dito. Dom, ikaw ang fan favorite eh. Kaya... ayan na, tinan mo, sige. Alright. Can we give a warm round of applause for this man over here? I see that there's so much. Okay, so, dun na. So, nabanggit ko sa inyo before, or like, napapagkwentuhan natin, na like, sobrang dami niya ng experience. I mean, you both, Rindo, really experienced being part of either SEA Games qualifiers or at the same time, SEA Games. Gold medalist ka nga, in fact, right? So, how do you bring the leadership that you have na naging parte ka ng tournaments na yun with your very new team now?
Siguro nagbibigay lang ako ng tips based sa experience.
Alright, based on experience. Rindo, anong klaseng tips ba yung binibigay mo? Like, is it more or less regarding the play style? What kind of tips do you usually give?
Ano lang siguro, yung maging aggressive lang yung playstyle nila, tapos nagbibigay kami ng tips parang sa mga Lord fight ganun kung anong gagawin.
Alright, okay. So, again, it's very important tips coming in from two of the most experienced members of the team, which is Blacklist Academy Lunatics. Pero for the four guys over here, alright, sige, sinong gusto mong unang tanongin sa kanilang apat? Para ikaw na mamili. Ikaw, ang sama ng tingin.
Si Sky.
Okay, sige. Okay, we're gonna go over here, right? So, paano ba kayo na-discover? Like, how did you end up being part of the Blacklist MDL team?
Nakilala po kasi kami dahil kay Coach. Parang iisa na lang po kami na magkakasama.
Sa kayong team. Okay. Di ba? Chine-cheer na rin kayo para at least like super gana talaga. Because again, your team is winning right now. So again, going back guys, nakilala sila ng kanilang team coming in from their coach and then they were referred to be part of Blacklist MDL team. Was it also the same thing para sa'yo?
Yes po, sa amin pong lahat.
Sa inyong lahat. So, sino ba yung mga teammates mo before?
Yung Bullet po, tsaka po yung si JD. Yung roamer, tsaka po yung gold lane namin yun.
Okay. So, there were two others na naging kaambi mo din or like kasama mo na dati pa?
Kasama ko na po dati pa.
So, yun. Basically, that's the thing. Once na you guys really worked hard enough, make sure na makikita nyo sila. And of course, mind you guys, if you want to meet the entire Blacklist Academy Lunatics team after the said matchup na meron tayo ngayon sa pagitan ng Blacklist International and RSG Philippines, you will have a chance to meet them right behind over at the lobby. So kung sakali na papunta pa rin kayo dito, you're gonna have to make sure na puntahan nyo sila. Wait lang, final message. JD, anong message mo sa lahat ng mga members na sumusuporta sa Blacklist MDL?
Patuloy niyo po kaming supportahan at sana wag po kayo mawala ng tiwala sa amin. Salamat.
Okay, I need cheers coming in from you guys. Okay, pag sinabi nyong dalawa na Blacklist, alam na nila sasabihin. Do you guys know what to say? Alam niyo na sabihin? Alright, so kailangan lasan nyo talaga to, alright? When you say Blacklist, they say break the code. Okay, ready? Go!
Blacklist!
One more!
Blacklist!
Let's do one last time!
Blacklist!
Let's throw it over to our casters. Casters, it's time to shine.
All the agents in the building seem to be on very high spirits with their first victory or game victory of the season. I gotta say, Blacklist MDL team has really been shining as well. It's been a rough start as well. Same story, right? Same story. But they are on their way as well.
Yeah, that was me shining, by the way. Yeah. But yes, it's nice to see the extended Blacklist family here in attendance at Shooting Gallery. I wonder who else is coming because it's an early night, right? There's one more match.
That's right, one more matchup. And while we're waiting for that matchup, obviously show your support for your favorite MPL teams, guys, by purchasing their limited edition team notification effects for only 58 diamonds. You want that shine in the game? So easy with some of the best teams in the whole world. Go ahead and grab it in the in-game store. Woo!
Yeah.
All right, we're going to go into game number 2 draft. Now, I don't expect a lineup like that to make it through, like, at least complete. It's going to have to get fragmented at this point. Agent 0, Legend 0 on that Terizla. To be honest, I wasn't confident it was going to make it with just basically him on the front line. With you know, Renegade on the Novaria, normally it's very easy for enemy teams to infiltrate that mid lane. But no, Renegade, he knows where to hit. He knows where the hits are going to happen.
Yeah, he's such a role player. Again, the fact that the only PL they have are in Sensui and Abunjingjing's hands, that seems to be enough. And they made it work, again, with capital W-O-R-K.
And a double capital CC early game.
Yeah. That's what's crazy. There's enough CC in that lineup, right? How could you have hit such a sweet spot wherein you're able to get Vision, CC, Peel, the Riz?
Oh, come on. I mean, that's given. You just look at the face cards. What do you call that? Face cards. Face cards, they show up automatic Riz.
All the agents are here,
But
man.
yeah.
They love it. They love it.
So
you're present.
It's actually really interesting how they really formulated that lineup. Not that unique, but you know, they executed it to perfection.
We're on to you.
Better
Master
than
the
Order
basics.
66.
We're on to you.
MTV, he's really grown into it.
Yeah, Bonchat, on to you. Khaled, we're on to you.
Everyone.
I just named everyone.
You named the whole team, bro. Yeah, I mean,
Monina.
Everybody there.
Just
she's
keep
right
those.
there, by the way.
Yeah,
She's right
he's
there.
just on the pod. Yeah, to go back more and part of the point of that game, I think that's just a needed win for Blacklist International. If you want to start the season hyped up and strong, you just need to win that game, and you just lost 0-2 yesterday.
Yeah, that's a point. That's a point.
Yeah. Having Edward and Haji and Renegade stepping up on that game completely gave a good amount of difference for Blacklist International's win from game number 1, and this is just completely good for them. If they continue this path and also maintain this way of having this momentum developed, well, a new code is being rewritten.
All right, can I just ask?
Yeah.
Is this the chemistry coming into play? Did that look like a chemistry full game?
Chemistry. I mean, the free key components of that obviously cannot really be ignored. So I have to say, Leo, you might have hit it right on the dot.
Yeah,
It's that thing.
It really
It's always that thing.
You give Renegade all the space in the world. His main objective is to give vision and call shots. What happened there?
It feels so easy. That game felt so easy for Renegade. I mean, his decision making at each and every turn.
Their decision making.
Yeah, true. That is his whole team fault. Yeah,
Flag cap.
but imagine he's not hitting all the shots, but he hits the shots that matter.
That's right.
And not just the shots, with the spaces he's doing and using the ultimate of Navaria from all of the hits that the Gord can do for the other team, from Renegade to run a space for Blacklist International.
I'll give that a 2 over 10, but thank you so much.
Oh, that's,
Yeah.
that's so effectively a 1 out of 5.
Oh,
Thank you.
Quick maths.
Quick maths.
Simplifying fractions.
Right there, on the guy on your screen, he seems to be in his form. He seems to be in his element. Exactly what he wants to be. And again, he was out of his usual role. Normally, a
Even
Cooper player, a Franco player. Nah, I don't feel like playing that right now. Let's give him some pain.
Yeah, pain. Also, you call in the stars, the planets with his Navaria. And you guys were mentioning, does he even fit this hero? Because he might be lacking some buttons to press.
No. The hero fits him. All right.
That's how good he is.
Okay, to be fair, can I just say this is the first time I've seen Renegade just stone cold, man. He's usually smiling, especially after a big win.
Very cheery.
That's
Yeah.
right. Here he's like, no, business, man. Business. Like Agent 47. I got a hit to make.
Game face on.
Guys, the people on your screen, they're exuding. They're oozing that confidence, that game mode that we're talking about. Again, very easy to prove themselves early on. I mean, on the other side.
That's right. I was going to say, usually, Light would be so game to just stare at the camera and freak out millions of people watching.
That happened yesterday.
How long are you able to keep your eyes open for so long? But no, now it's the same. We can't keep doing this. We can't keep losing game 1.
Yeah.
Points going down the drain.
Yeah, that's a complete gift from Light, the stare down.
The only thing for RSG is don't forget we still have a first half of the way. if there's a mere curse happening all over there in Indonesia, there is a thing with RSG and Blacklist. We're gonna go on to game number 3. That's what they always
Okay, all right. Yesterday,
That's what they always
You want to
say.
do it? Okay.
Yesterday, RSG went all 3 games. They were shocked into a state of, again, lights. What was the instincts? just him unleashing 5th gear. I don't watch enough One Piece to know what that means. But maybe this
Good reference though.
Maybe this will shock him into the. I watched the never mind. Maybe this will be the real first game for RSG. Maybe.
Okay.
Let's look. Let's look and see how well the RSG machine works already.
Yeah. I want to catch up on the episode. So it looks like we're seeing the bans on in our view right now. Where we see Gord being banned, respected by RSG.
Again?
No. Sad.
Again?
Nice to go back. No. Go back to the holding room, bro. Just go back.
There it is.
Oh.
No Gord. Unfortunately, Gord's nice. Sorry.
Okay.
Go back, Joseph.
Joseph is not in the mood to talk right now.
Yeah.
Please leave a message.
Popping on out of here. All right. Last ban is going to be the Diggy. So this reveals very clearly what RSG wants to do, right? They want to invest in the CC. But no!
Don't play with my heart.
Bro. In the panel, we've said Lila is the only marksman who's not been picked yet. But please not now.
Yes.
Oh yeah. Okay. Thank you, Ohead.
Okay, Bruno, obviously the safest pick right now in the gold lane, I would say, especially if you're confident enough to activate the stuns and to go into fights alongside your teammates as long as you're fully activated, as long as you're ready with those Berserker Fury, the combo that you really want to see, the Haas Claws.
Yep. There's a good amount of mid banned out, but we still ended up with what we needed, and a good amount of the junglers taken out, but both teams still kind of got what they wanted anyways. Here we're hovering the Ixia. Come on, no.
Yes,
no. Eman.
Yes, please.
Eman.
Long range.
Go ahead, Eman.
Long range.
Oh.
He's gonna do it.
I like the 50 though. I like the 50.
He's gonna do it. Ixia for the second time in the season. Shall we?
Okay. Still a good win rate for RSG. They debuted yesterday, and Eman is just really good in executing that Ixia, but slowly looking at the lineup of Blacklist International, Bruno alone, and also Novaria. Just looking at the fact that you can initiate so much hits, and even the Worldy having the great amount of push right into the enemy with the amplified hits of the older Novaria. Okay, we'll look at the same picks for Edward.
This is an interaction we've been looking for since we saw the action from Yash Romania in IESF, right?
Yeah,
There was a lineup that had a Novaria and a Bruno, and we were looking if the hops, the bounces from the Worldy would come through. So it looks like we might possibly see that again, but this time it's a Novaria in mid.
Yep. It might. That's a long way, right? I mean, but definitely expect Haji to kind of roam on down there as they do.
It's in his blood.
It's in his blood. One of the MVP performers, obviously from Blacklist International. Now, I mean this one, the the Bruno versus the Ixia combo matchup is actually very. It can go either way. Both of them are actually the longest range marksmen in the game, aside from Leslie and Leslie.
That's right, yeah. Layla naturally, Leslie with the ultimate snipe.
Amen.
Yes.
So there it is. So I wonder how that's going to pop up, especially now. It seems like Blacklist is taking everything from afar. Right? That seems to be the game plan here for the team. What do you think, 06?
Well, now I'm kind of slowly worried because we saw last game that Renegade was doing the roam. Well, still roam, but it was a Novaria. But now he's going on with the action in the knockout. So let's see how this goes again. But this could actually be maintaining a pace that they want to keep up with the chemistry they're trying to mix with.
Yep. So here we go, loading up on the game number 2. Will the curse persist here between RSG and Blacklist? We'll have to find out. So Renegade on the Edith, I think fits him better. It's his profile to be very aggressive, and normally the game rewards Edith players.
Wow.
Play it.
Early
close to the
invade.
chest.
Oh man, after that first rotation, Blacklist sends a few warm bodies over, and yeah, no, that's a successful steal. They stole the small camp. It worked.
Okay.
It really did. Now, the gold is going to be something that we have to watch as well for the gold lane. To be fair, Eman will actually scale a lot later. Bruno, you give him 2 IMCs good. I think the Iksha, personally, it takes so much. So, in the mid lane, I think we're going to have to just give him some leeway. In the mid lane, it's going to be different.
Yeah, speaking of scaling, and I know RSG's lineup could actually take more time, we're looking at four Quantum Charges emblem present of RSG.
Yep.
I say they just want to step up right away in the first 5 minutes, because on the first game, yeah, they were completely slowing down on the progress once Irad is completely down with no food left in the jungle. So now they want to have a different way of scaling up individually, because if the defense would actually be a factor for Black International, we're looking at 3. Oh wait, hold that thought.
Red knocks up 3, gets the onward through, flickers out, Irad taken down. Haji takes it all the way from the east. First blood drawn 2 minutes in.
And that is massive. Just
Wow.
allowing Sensui even more space to work with around this turtle. Again, very crucial to get that first turtle of the game, guys. Always keep that in mind. Keep that in your noggin.
A very
retake by Blacklist.
Wow, a very good pick-off there from Blacklist International. Irad was just on level 3. They completely denied his existence to have a retry battle on the first objective. And this is completely, they're slowing down the RSG's composition and build that they want to go for early game.
Gentlemen, that was worst case scenario for a team like RSG, who go by the Pandamentals. This is basically getting the rug pulled right from underneath you, wherein you're following a certain set of procedures and you're like, how do we even get there? We just lost the first turtle. First blood was drawn on our jungler. This is a matter of reset. This is a matter of bounce back, and now Nats! Very low! 1v1! Oh, Edward knows!
What?
Edward
What?
knows!
I rarely see Edward sticker in the middle of a fight. What is up with this guy today?
Oh! What did I say? He knew! And it came! It came right there! Edward wins the 1v1!
Hammer down to Rizla. Edward onto that lane alone. Completely taken down. Taking down a member of RSG.
Oh, man.
That was stonks, man. That was stonks.
Nats brought fists to a hammer fight.
I like that. I see what you did there.
Oh,
Emma.
Blacklist looking to push the advantage. In comes Ren and Jay.
Onward.
Earthshatter, more than enough with the flicker onward. And now Haji puts him up. Set up, lights out. Ohem just making the most of that space. And now Irad looking to fix the situation. Dear Lord, Ren and Jay didn't even spend his flicker. It was off a cooldown. And Ohem just kicking down that turret.
They're so relentless right now. This lineup of Blacklist with the one that they drafted, it seems to be unstoppable right now. Especially with Renegade on the helm. Again, on the Edith.
This Edith, actually. Renegade making a lot of great rotation.
Did he get it?
And
oh, he got it.
No!
He got it!
He did!
Raji!
That purple from Haji! All right, that's got to affect your mental.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also affecting the defense of RSG. They've taken a turret up top by not letting the auto-turret energy shield left in the first 5 minutes. The push and even the pressure of Blacklist International is doing to RSG. So they're completely tying these quantum charges in one place.
Although it does still feel doable here for RSG, right? As long as its Iksha can ramp up. Yesterday, Blacklist lost to a consecutive Martis game from Echo. So maybe that's something that, you know, they can kind of work with, the knowledge they can work with here. But as long as Blacklist has the lead here in the early game, it's just a question of whether or not they will let up.
Yeah, you know what they say, right? There's no better teacher better than experience.
Yep.
And they've tasted the blade of one Martis, and they've made so much strides in actually fixing that. And they've denied Irad all the space. They've denied Irad the aggression. And they've let OM just push so freely. 5 minutes in, 2 turrets. Top and down. Top and down.
Yeah, with the push also, Oheb has claws to think he has more priority on the attack and the physical attack and attack speed and the crit chance. Now, he has lifesteal now that he can actually more make use of on those kind of teams. Because this is an early stage of Black International clearly cleaning up the lanes of RSG.
Oh, Blacklist, they're on the mission! They forced the flicker out.
Yep.
Oh,
Pushing back
resources.
Nats. Here comes Aqua and Light. The reinforcements have come. The cavalry. Irad as well. A few beads off. Sensui makes the call. We're going to stay. Here comes Edward and Haji as well. Sensui jumps down on the Light, forcing out a bouncing ball. Oh no, I can smell Grand Theft Orange coming up. Can Light find the catch? And here comes the penalty zone! Edward catches 3, and they have now cracked down. Defensive flicker on away by Light. And just like that, Blacklist push away RSG from their own jungle.
Beware the hammer of Edward. Beware the entry of this player alone. Edward just completely shocked every inch of RSG's positioning. Oh no!
Nats gets knocked up and kicked right into the ground. And now Irad, Mortal coiling in, going against Edward. 2 blades versus 1 big hammer. Who wins? We're never going to find out because they both back off. Turtle straight up to Blacklist, the last one of game 2.
Blacklist seem to be riding the confidence of Legend Zero right now. They just can do no wrong here. And the engagements are very solid, right? It's like there's no second thoughts at all.
Nothing. This is the aggressive Blacklist we've been looking for years now.
Yo.
Every iteration of their lineup, I kept saying, they gotta go fast. Now they're going as fast as they could. Sensui, though, doesn't have any mana. And he is in the sights of one Ixia. In comes Light. This might be redemption. Light goes down though. Renegade picks him off. Irad, can he find a decimation? He falls down. That's 2 for free going over the Blacklist.
Irad, he missed out. He was trying to look for the decimate range. Oh, and he was denied so hard.
Yeah, that ball hurt so much from OHEB alone. Blacklist International on the lead at 5.5k. This is 0-6. And we're looking at the item.
What?
0-6?
I was shocked there. Yeah, I was not looking at the scoreboard.
How does that make you feel?
Thank you for bringing that up. Thank you.
Wow. Jeez. No. I mean, how does this happen? Coming from game 1 where there was some give.
That was clutch.
There was some give.
They
but
had to be
here,
clutch.
Blacklist has cornered RSG.
They're even cornering them to be on a defensive mode.
Whoa.
No damage items enough for Blacklist International's even defense. And to see RSG's even build up right now, they only have the DHS and just 1 Radiant armor. First, yeah, this is just too little of defense.
Yeah, it is. It really is.
Dude, the item game is secondary to the execution. You can only really build so much, right?
Yeah.
So I think Blacklist is in RSG's head.
It really is. And not to mention, Nats has been eerily absent in these games. 0-2-0 right now on the Paquito. Basically been hunting down towers and minions. I wonder how long that's going to take for him to get into these fights, man. Come on, I want to see some Nats.
Yep. Again, I'd hate to be the bearer of bad news for all of it.
Oh, no!
And Irad gets caught out. Mortal coil out. All right, let me finish my point. Nats lost that 1v1 against Edward, down bottom. That's got to have some effect, right?
That got in his head.
Yep, free Lord, by the way. Free Lord for Blacklist.
Mentality. Oh, man, I love these points you bring up. And I think we're getting to a point where Blacklist, RSG's just waiting for them to make a mistake.
Francis, what can they do? Because I'm wondering, like, where is the give?
Francis looks troubled.
Yeah, I'm actually looking for a way to see how RSG would actually recover from this fight. There's no scores being invested even for a kill for Eman, him alone.
First turret up top, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, congratulations, right? So
yeah, they have a push.
Yeah.
They have a slow start in the first 10 minutes, but this is not looking good for RSG's damage department. Because right now, if they want to take a hit, if they want to bring a damage onto Blacklist International's members, they would need an extra item, one item or 3 to just cope up with the defense they built right now. Oh, look at that. Ira just in front.
They're forcing these fights knowing that the Lord is on top side, so they want to force mid and bottom, which is being handled by Nats. So that's at least some breathing room for RSG.
RSG's Nats is way out of sync. Unless this is definitely a calculated risk, because this is not safe at all.
It isn't, yeah.
Oh no, it looks like Blacklist is on his shenanigans. He's not going to deal that much damage. He's going to cut some waves, but he's going to be fine.
Yeah, because of what happened to him early game, he was forced to get the dominance ice first and to have a great defense for this Terizla. And he just got in his first damage item is the Bloodlust Axe, which could be a great answer, but he's just under the base right now. He's on the base.
Wait, this is usually something you see a Uranus do.
A Uranus, yeah, I was about to say that. This looks like a Uranus right now.
Wow.
That's strong hero.
He's delaying.
But it worked. it really worked.
Okay.
It bought them some time.
All right.
Oh, okay.
All right. I can dig it. That's the Raiders gambit. I love it. We can't solve things mano a mano, face to face. How about we pillage? We go into the base and stop it right from the source.
An indirect answer.
Yeah. Indirect answer, but that's just a complete buy time for RSG, even by this lead. How would I even see another extra damage here? Okay, let's looking at the items. He just got his Bloodless Axe. Yep, he was forced to be on a defensive item at first because of the damage that he's just receiving from Edward, but also for the Clock of Destiny and Lightning Truncheon of Aqua has. I don't think it's still enough because mostly on Blacklist right now they have Radiant Armor, they have the Athena Shield, complete tools to answer even just one damage item from RSG, and they just keep on going and cleaning up more of the objectives that RSG could take against them.
At the very minimum, I see the items that Eman has. I think he only needs the Malefic Roar to complete the trio that Ixia needs for that damage of the Starium Barrage to really sink in. So that's all he needs, but the problem is still very squishy. So he doesn't have that wind, the wind chant that you want. And yeah, rely on the team fight, but
Oh, he's got 3 on him. That's it. The Earth Shatter was enough to knock him up and get Oheb the kill. It's a 4v5. Clearly outmanned and outgunned RSG. They're way out of their base. They've crossed the river for the first time in what seems to be a long time. And it looks like they know they're not even going to force anything here, man. Unless... No, it's a free lord.
No.
And at best, Eman takes this turret down bottom.
He's getting as much gold as he can to get to that point where he is going to be the biggest threat here. But Blacklist.
Oh, Aqua.
Oh no, Aqua flickers out.
Whoa.
That's a DPZ. That's a DPZ.
Yeah, DPZ.
Defensive penalty zone.
He's right, though. He's right.
That was so right.
Absolutely right.
Okay, but
I love that.
They would not want to contest that Lord. It was so much for them to even contest. How to even cross the borderline of Blacklist has right now. No point. And the waves are just pushing in.
That hurt.
Yeah, how will they even do a perfect set? Sensui though.
Oh boy.
Woo! No, gets caught out and everything but the kitchen sink. There's the SB! The Starlium Barrage throwing out, popping an immortality. Oh, not quite yet. Sensui survives.
He's alive?
What?
How is he alive?
Again, just outgunned, bro. I mean, out-shielded. You say that?
But the passive of the Baksha helps.
Yes, they continue coming in. Nats trying to punch as many minions as he can with both of his fists. He seems to get overloaded here.
Base.
Now Oheb,
Base.
straight into the base. And right now, we are mere moments away. RSG knows how dangerous this is. RSG holding on for dear life. This inhibitor down bottom is going to fall. Another Astro Echoes only finds one. And just like that, what a successful defense. RSG still lives.
Wow, the patience not go for the finish there. Blacklist, they're very calculated this one. They calculate. I mean, even Sensui, he knew that he was not going to go down.
Yep.
How the amount of instinct that you need for that to happen?
The amount of instinct.
The amount of instinct, man. I gotta put that out there.
Yeah. People say Baksha's a dumb hero, right? People say Baksha's easy.
The easy sustain, just go around and roll in with the Toilet's Puissance.
It's funny because it's true.
Yeah, it's true, but it's a big help for team fights and to see, Oheb just picked up his Great Dragon Spear and completing all of his toolkits. You have CD reduction and you have more crit this time with your ball.
Everything.
That will hurt. So we need to check up on the defensive side of RSG now because each time they take a hit onto Blacklist International, either they lose 1 or 2, and they're looking for a way to clear more of these waves. But the problem is if 1 or 2 gets isolated, this is just a clear push for RSG to take. As you can see, positioning-wise, gaining control of the 2 death bushes as we call it. Yeah, this is a one trap you don't want to step into. So they would know, they know actually that most of the members of RSG are looking for some crumbs to even take to cope up.
Oh,
why?
Why would you? He dangled out the carrot. Oh, you want it? You want it? Psych! That's right in your face. Grant that purple, Haji.
Wasn't even the Astral Recall. It was the Astral Meteor, the slow DP. Oh.
That's it.
Just the slow. And we were just talking about the crumbs. And I don't know.
Crumbs denied.
Would you have some alms?
Yeah, that is the complete situation right now. And I don't know if they would really want to contest this, but they would have extra defense, yes, but how will they answer back with a counter punish?
Oh,
here we go.
That's a penalty zone committed. But I think RSG, I think they knew this was a calculated risk. They just gave Blacklist something to think about so that Nats could push down bottom.
It was fairly straightforward that Nats, he knows his role here in this game. It's not to fight. It's just to take these turrets.
Yes.
And it's kind of sad because RSG's 4-man right now. They are having such a hard time surviving and actually taking anyone out. And maybe the Paquito might have been the missing piece to get some of these kills. And now they're at a point where it's almost 10K. Even with a Paquito, it might not even make a difference.
Nope. This could be it. The final siege. Let's see what happens as Blacklist marches on through. Conceal coming in. Renegade sets it up. Flips Irad over. Forcing out a Moral Coil, but OHEB takes him down. There's a Starling Barrage. You can see the damage as Haji comes in, playing around with the space. In and out, in and out. The minion waves are cleared, but the Lord still stands. Can RSG live to see another day? Light comes in with a jump in, and OHEB still kicking away as Renegade clicks the ult. Primal Wrath. The Raiders still live.
The minions were cut on mid.
Yeah.
It's so big, but right now the bottom and the top are still something you need to answer.
But can they answer with that damage and defense?
Oh
no!
Abu Jinky comes in with another penalty zone flickering in. Light goes down, but Tensui gets popped, knocked up. Nats doing his darndest, his best, and the minions are still standing. Whoa! Early barrage! Emma says, get out of here! As they get their first kill of the game. 17 minutes, 28 seconds in.
Having their first point by Nats, completely clearing the mid lane. As Rockhart and Leo seeing the possibility of last possible siege, it was the complete buy time of this player. Yup, not being aggressive in the back line, but that was just completely a different Nats that we saw. He wanted to save more time for his teammates, and that complete AoE damage from even Aqua and Eman alone brought so much chance for them to even take here, and they're slowly taking down turrets.
Gentlemen, Nats applied for a job as a boxer, but when he came in on his first day, he ended up becoming a demolition worker. That's what's happening here. And can confirm, we have to expect that Eman's full barrage is going to start to hurt. Black has to start respecting that.
They're at a point where the Windtalker is active, so that means the attacks are coming out. He's coming out
with a bounce.
Spades.
So he has his own worldie. Oh.
It's massive.
He has his own worldie.
He does.
He's now a football player as well.
There's finally a big threat in the team fight for RSG, which is exactly what they've been waiting for.
Okay, since you guys mentioned that they need to expect the hell out of damage from RSG right now, I only see on Tikiraz, the Dominance Ice from Terizla, and also from Bruni have the Rose Gold Meteor and as well as the Immortality. But with that item alone, this forces out Renegade to be in the front line, but he only has his Sky Guardian helmet, Immortality, and also the Athena Shield. Just a bit amount of seconds to even hold that position, but that is just complete, just the frontline defense alone of Blacklist.
Whoa, wait, did y'all see that?
Yeah.
Ira just took that to the face. Woo! And he stood stalwart.
And with that SGH, he's able to regen right away. That Sky Guardian helmet, there you go. Okay, so I think they're going for it.
Irad is in trouble, but he still survives. There's quite a few ults spent over by Blacklist in the name of this evolved Lord. But that's fine, because look up top, RSG.
Nobody's
Nats.
checking up.
Nats just, all right, sir, I took it down. And he takes down his hard hat. Okay, I'm going to go back to being a boxer, hopefully, maybe.
Boxing turrets.
I just want
Boxing minions.
Maybe. Yep. I just want a way to keep on pushing it with my own 2 fists here. So that's just complete a way of distracting Blacklist International, but they need to be aware of where is Nats going.
He's not just a demolition worker, he's pest control too. All right, let me just take care of this.
3 and 1.
Yeah. Anyone else notice Nats has been playing like a Reigns all game long?
All right. There's a concealed play. Oh! Penalty zone! Agent Zero comes in. Light goes down. Poppin'. That bouncing ball, and that's all she wrote. Blacklist International with the sweep.
That winning moment being brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. Blacklist with their first match victory of the season.
From 0-2 to 2-0 real quick. It only took a good night's sleep for Blacklist International. We were talking about the synergy check. Okay, we're slowly seeing that now completely being developed and formed. by the new roster of Blacklist International.
Look at that. Of course, very much the spirit of sportsmanship, agents and readers. You know the meme.
That's right.
You know the meme, guys.
Wait, man. This is all right. I feel great for Blacklist. Again, we've been hyping them up and again making this a story of who can build their chemistry faster. But you gotta wonder what happened to RSGPH here.
From a beautiful 2-0 yesterday, I mean, they definitely performed a little different today. And these are things that are going to be a challenge for OSX maybe to pick up. I mean, he's writing his nose. I can see him.
Yeah, I'm completely trying to dissect what happened there. Well, they had the first point in the few minutes of the game. So we saw the way of like, okay, how will the comeback potential work for RSG? And Nats was trying to open that light for them.
It was too much for one Nathaniel Astrologo, man. It was just too much for one dude to do that much work and buy time for that first kill in 17 minutes before they got on board. Oh.
07 to Nats, man. 07 to Nats. That was maximum effort. If there was ever a maximum effort game from one guy, this probably was it.
Dude, Nats was Captain America in that moment.
Just holding onto the helicopter and the pad.
Or Toby Maguire's.
Yeah.
Peter.
Good references.
Sure. Because because Holland did that too.
Yeah, he did. He did because with that help, you need extra boost from Iron Man alone. So it takes two. It takes 2 or 3.
That's right.
Ah, yes. You know.
We're trying to paint the picture here.
You know what kind of fans we are here.
Yeah.
So, all of us obviously spelled for the start that Blacklist was hoping for all season long. Obviously, they're still 1-1, still doing something, but both of them were sweeps. Both swept, lost, both a sweep victory. FWE Life Insurance, by the way, is the official insurer of MPL Season 12. The epic adventure of life, FWE, is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories, celebrate living with FWE. This is a huge victory for them to celebrate, so maybe they have their own way of celebrating. But Blacklist, they're on the road, they're on the track. After a rocky start, this team that everyone was really having some thoughts about, like how is this team gonna do since Sui, new jungler, wow. And obviously, everyone in their very refined forms, everyone else rather, NB3, how'd they look here?
Okay, you know what? In a math-wise perspective, like logically speaking, we should say Blacklist is at dead even, right? 0-0 because they got swept yesterday, but today they swept back. But I'd like to think they're a step forward here, all right? They're pulling an FWD. You know why? It's because yesterday, it's so hard to expect a lineup as young as Blacklist to win against Echo, right? This is Echo Prime. It's base Echo. They changed very little. But after that, today, they swept RSG, and RSG is so consistent. How do you do that? They did just that.
MSC Champs Echo, man.
Right.
MSC Champs Echo. So, impressive in itself. In just this subset, this 2-0, they're able to do that. I wonder what else they have to say as they throw it over to the stage for your interview with Maracchino, Blacklist International.
Agents, give it up for your Blacklist International. Rani J, well done today. Bumawi si Rani J. Alam mo, nagulat nga kami because usually nakikita kita na tank setter since before. And then, nakita ka namin nag-Noveria, which is more like mage poke. How did you adjust to that? Is it because of the Blacklist identity, yung ube, na also sanay sa mga utility roam?
Siguro po, isa na yun sa factor na, dahil sa Blacklist din po kasi sila talaga yung ganun na mga hero. So, naturo po sa akin ng mga coaches kung paano yung mga diskarte sa bawat hero. Tsaka may nagsabi kasi sa akin na na maliit daw hero pool ko. Kaya abangan nyo na lang yung mga iba ko pa ilalabas na hero.
In your face, whoever said that. Well done today. Rani J, may isa din. Oo nga, sabi ni OM, sino nagsabi nun? Sige, sino nagsabi nun?
Si Pstingin.
Si Pstingin. Si Stingin. Okay, wink, guys. Get a clue? Now, isa din, Haji, sanay din kami na nakikita ka sa mga mage roles like a Farsa, Eve. Ngayon, bumabalik yung Gord. Ano nga ba yung meron sa Gord? Kasi ngayon, 100% win rate siya.
Para sa akin, si Gord is pamalit siya sa Eve. So, pit na pit siya ngayon sa meta kasi yung meta ngayon is more on tank. So, siguro kasi kaya niya punitin yung mga tank tsaka yung mahirap siya abutin. So, ayun. Kaya, pabor si Gord ngayon sa meta.
So for sure, yung mga manonood natin ngayon, tsaka yung mga nandito, mag-rank game sila, mga main chooser, tataas na ang pick ng Gord ngayon. And I have to commend you guys because I know yesterday was tough. Maybe Coach Master the Basics can answer this. Kahapon, sa media room in your interview, ang pinag-uusapan natin doon was the chemistry of the team. Now, overnight, parang panibagong Blacklist International to. What happened? How were you guys able to adjust so quick?
Siguro kasi first game din yung kahapon, first match namin. Then hindi pa talaga namin na-try kung ano yung ginagawa namin sa scrims. Then ni-review namin kagabi, nakita nilang lahat na hindi talaga yun yung laro namin. Kaya alam namin kung ano yung mga dapat i-adjust, yun yung ginawa namin ngayon.
And you adjusted really well. At totoo yun yung first game jitters. Talagang it really matters. At ito, alam niyo ba kung sino ang ating match MVP for today? Can I hear some names? Okay, may mga names ako naririnig. Now let's take a look at the screen. And we'll reveal who the series MVP of the game is. OHEB! 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 Welcome back. I've been waiting naman. Dito ka. I've been waiting to interview you. Welcome back. Ang daming nag-ingay sa return mo dito sa MPL. At yung Leslie mo kanina, parang panibagong Filipino sniper ba ang makikita natin ngayon? Challenge mo ba yung role?
Mas feel ko lang sa mga marksman heroes ngayon, malaking hero pool ko. Tsaka lahat sila malakas yung yung mastery ko sa each hero sa marksman. So feel ko mas nag-improve ako ngayon. Tsaka,
mas nag-improve?
Mas makikita nila akong mas magaling ngayong season.
Oo, mas magaling ngayong season. Actually, I'm wondering, okay, nung nag-break ka ay nagpagbalik mo dito, ano yung mga pinangako mo sa sarili mo na talagang iibahin mo, ipapakita mo ngayong season 12? Kaya syempre, it's the return of OHEB. So what are we gonna expect?
Papakita ko yung pinakita ko nung season 8 tsaka M3. Yung ganun dominance sa gold lane.
Ganong dominance sa Golden, and we're looking forward to that once again, everybody. Congratulations to Blacklist International. You may now take your bow. And take your walk of victory. All right, everybody, while they're walking, Blacklist. Everybody, once again, Blacklist. There you go. Nag-bounce back ang Blacklist International. Pinatunayan nila na today, they're even stronger with that sweep. We're gonna break down that series for you, so we're gonna go back to our casters. Pass up.
Always nice to hear from this young team. I would say young because they do look younger than ever with this lineup they have. Welcome back here on the desk, Leo. Of course, OSX with me. All right, we're going to have to break that down slowly. Obviously, we're going to get to the analyst segment real quick. But Leo, man, your boy is stepping in the new shoes.
Who are you talking about? Which one?
The Hitman himself, man. Come on.
Him
Do
too.
we even need to highlight
Yes,
that?
him too. And, of course, my baby brother, OHEB. He's the MVP. I love it. Filipino Cyber's back.
Go ahead and break it down, OSX.
Thank you so much, Leo and Rockhart. Now we're back to the analyst segment for game number 2. Blacklist International with a dominating win against RSG Philippines. Well, game number 2. We were looking for an advantage of for a reverse win from RSG, looking back on the curse here that we're seeing from 2-1 from seasons before, but this time it's different. Blacklist International. Now, okay, we are looking at the chance of them dominating this series because of the new form that's being rewritten. Now for the MVP is none other than Sen Sui with his Baksha. Again, we stated on our casting that Baksha alone could just be a great utility by just having his toolkit present on team fights. Having the tough boots the Cuirass and also the Athena Shield, all the defensive items as well as the damage reduction item on the second slot of the inventory. This is a complete stony and again high sustained box that we're looking for. And we're looking at the highlights right now on our screen. This was the first 3 minutes of the game where Edward had a complete takedown on Nats, and it was clearly getting messy from the time that they started rotating earlier. This was just 3 minutes and 45 seconds, and Black has a step on the pedal that they could actually pressure RSG's early game chance of utilizing their composition. But at this point in time, this was just completely Edward making all the surprise entry with that flicker and ult combo. And from that way that seeing RSG's chance of having a way of a counter clapback, it was completely a defensive move from them to not get into those team fights early on. From minute 12, this was just a no-kill score for RSG. Even for 13 minutes, we're seeing Black International just pushing onto the base here of RSG, and that was just a complete high defense onto their own base and clearly poking out members of RSG. 20 minutes, they had their first kill. We're seeing damage from a late game Ixia, and we're seeing damage from a late game Martis. But that point alone, it wasn't enough for them to build on their winning condition. They were looking for an avenue for Nats to actually make use of his own damage. Yes, he bought time, he bought away an advantage to hold the mid lane and even be in the base of Blacklist International. By that point, we were trying to see if he was in the shoes of a Uranus or a Paquito, but the damage department or even the defense and push of a Paquito and from Nats alone was a complete buy time moment for RSG, but it wasn't enough. There was just only one person from RSG to make all the damage work, but with just the lineup of Blacklist International being present here with 11 points, we're looking at OHEB here with a 15 gold lead. You have the Berserker Sphere, you have also the Immortality. It was just actually on the 4th inventory that he wanted to amplify more of the basic attack because he wanted the priority on the crit chance on the Bruno has. He has a Purify, he's aware of the threat of the CC from the early game of a Paquito, Kufra, and as well as Irad, so he also wants to be on a cautious state in the early games. If we can see the defense or even the initiation from Haji and even Rennet, there were so much knockups, there was so much vision that they were trying to utilize with Edwards. And the early game that they had, it was a strong momentum. And with having two Brave Smites in Blacklist International's MM here, they have more sustain, they have more spell vamp, and they have AoE based damage. From that moment alone, you can probably see they want to have a great front line here. No matter what the cost, they need to make OHEB cross the bridge and just build on the items. But actually, he wasn't needed to even cross the bridge from that moment on. He was just completely clearing the waves, taking kill after kill, and that was a complete advance time for a Brute to even have a great power spike. And look at this, even by the damage taken from Blacklist International, it was leading towards RSG. For the damage taken, but the damage turret here, it was all the push, it was all the objectives, and a lot of purples and oranges was stolen from Irad, and they were really having a hard time to keep up with those missed objectives. They were looking for a trade from the push from up top to bottom, but it wasn't enough. And Black National was all over the place with the vision and the mobility that they have. From that, it was a complete devastating point to see on how will RSG Philippines defend. Irad, the 0% participation. Yes, he had more ways to use the toolkit of a Martis, but yeah, in team fights, he could probably do so much by just CC. But at that point, it was just clearly Blacklist International having this new code 2-0, a dominating recovery, and it took a night to reset. And completely, they admitted that they need more time to even assess what happened in the game number 1, and probably they're making more of the recovery from now on. So at this point, we're back on the desk. It's Rockhart and Leo, Blacklist International, finally getting their win.
That was beautiful ML, bro.
I mean, I was trying to console Leo while all that was happening, by the way. I mean, that also that analysis. Remember his key to victory? We were still touched. So yeah, anyway.
No, RIP my predictions. I'm happy
for
Blacklist.
Wait a second, did you predict?
Yes. Leo has a thing. Yeah, this is the prediction.
No, I don't anymore.
Because it's
Day 2 into the season and it's already very low, bro. I missed out. Match 1 today was yes, but no, this one I lost. I said RSG.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
there is more, of course, for us to ponder on as we go into a short break. When we come back, it's match number 3 here for MPL Philippines Week 1, Day number 2. Rockhart, Leo, and OSX. Be right back.
Napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.
The fastest speed. The widest coverage. Experience it all from the Philippines' best mobile network.
That's the power of Smart. When you're in moments that matter most,
At last, we time. Live them fully with Smart Power All 99.
for 99 pesos, get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To play,
To laugh,
to love,
plus unleash TikTok.
and only texts. Live in the moments that matter most.
Today, with Smart Power All 99.
Sa Pilipinas, pinakapuso, pinakamalakas. Sa TNT mo, sanang saya.
Lipat na sa TNT and register your SIM now.
The 12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. And Pi Channel. Experience the Mpl-Ph Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports, ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin dito na napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.
Maligayang pagbabalik sa tahanan ng pinakamalalakas na MLB players sa buong mundo. I'm Mara Aquino and you're still watching MPL Philippines Season 12. We are at the final game of the day pero napakatindi na ng mga aksyon at ng mga sagutan ng ating natutunghayan. Dalawang koponan na ang may magkaibang tadhana ang magtatapat naman ngayon para patunayan na sila ay mas pinaslakas. The question is, will Ryzen and the rest of the Sonics be able to overcome the overwhelming tide brought about by Carl TZ and the Orcas? MPL Arena. This is Echo versus ONIC Philippines. Casters, pasok.
Thank you so much, Mara. Ladies and gentlemen, it's one team riding the momentum and one team looking to bounce back harder. That's what we're about to witness here for the final match today. What is up, guys? It's me, Nice Dude. It's us, the We Bear Bros. How we feeling?
Wow.
I'm all right, I guess.
Again? By the way, I am OSX Santa Cruz.
Well, wow. Okay. Do you want to ask him about that kind of change there?
No.
All right.
Where's my glasses?
There's some tension here. If you don't get it, just check out yesterday's matches, right? But again, before we get started, guys, we want to dig into the upcoming series. Let's take a moment to thank our official teleco partner, Smart. Smart Giga Arena is open to all Smart and TNT subscribers, where they can join an array of arcade games and esports tournaments like MLBB and many more.
To get started, they just have to create an account on gigaarena.smart using their Smart or TNT numbers. It's that simple. Once again, that's Smart via gigaarena.smart. That's smart.gigaarena.
Love it. And again, thank you to our official sponsors. We wouldn't be here without you. Again, Season 12 has been intense already, right? We're almost done with day number 2, and we've seen a lot of things happen. Again, we actually saw these guys all play yesterday, and there was a lot that can be said about this, right, for the most part. But one thing's for sure, can Ryzen, can he get out of his comfort zone, for example, right? He's obviously... Is he there, or is he actually going to be put in that situation where he's out of his comfort zone? Because, again, ONIC's new jungler, Ryzen, he admitted this, that he became more vocal after transferring to ONIC from Omega. And this is something that can be said because if you guys were watching him playing Omega, now that he's going to be switching over, and you see him in a different jersey, how do you think this affected him?
All right, I saw the young Dean Tomagi earlier come in through the hallways, and I said, hey, Ryzen, yellow fits you. It looks great. Ooh. And to put in the comparison, right, he has here quite the coat, and I love it. As the resident translator, Nice, you want to go ahead and hit that.
All right, this is a little bit hard here. Mas nakakapagsalita ako sa ONIC na yun. You know what, let me just do it straight. Let me just do it. Help you guys out, straight English. He's more vocal in ONIC right now, right?
There you go.
He feels the good vibes, but yes, he's just more vocal in ONIC.
That's right.
The other thing is, he feels like they've had more bonding, right? He's had a chance to get closer to the players of ONIC. They're very friendly, and basically they're very open with each other. I think that's a big thing here.
You hit the nail on the dot.
Yeah, and to go back on how all the teams...
My brain was working really hard.
Oh,
man.
yeah.
I'm just gonna say.
I just can't stop to react to that first sentence. But to go back on how Ryzen started back in the day, we saw how teams develop their chemistry even on their own boot camps. They have their own favorite animes, and that is a big factor for this player alone to actually express his thoughts in gameplays and assessments, especially coming from a win and a loss. A different Ryzen, maybe 5.0 maybe? Because back in Season 8, when we saw him playing with Smart Omega, his hair was black then. And now it's colored.
Well,
and well, from that change, you see also his performance doing all the work, and man, he's getting points from Omega back then.
So the secret is new hair color. Is that what you're saying, OSX?
It could be, maybe it could be part of change, but it depends on your identity. For me, I will still maintain with the black thing, being bear number 3.
Well, one day we'll have to see if we can all match Leo's hair, right? Because that might be the next step that we have to go for. But here's the thing. Switching teams, finding your comfort zone or being out of it and being forced in a situation where, once again, you start to build a different type of chemistry, obviously this can build or elevate, players' gameplay. And honestly, we've seen this before, right? We've not only seen this here in the Philippines, but other regions as well around the globe. And now the other thing is that enough? Is what we saw from the quote there, is synergy enough or chemistry enough to go against the young GOAT Carl Teasy?
All right, we saw it earlier tonight, right? We saw Blacklist International recover like no one ever has before and swept RSGPH. We didn't expect that much from them, right?
Yeah.
Not so quickly after getting swept by ONIC Philippines' enemies tonight, their opponents in Echo. So with that said, I'm not so sure, man. We're talking about the best in the world. We're talking about the only 2-time world champion in the history of our esport. That's Carl Teasy. So I'd say Ryzen still has quite the hill, nay, mountain to climb. Bro, Carl Teasy is Everest.
Look at the KDA, man.
85% on KDA. And yet we have equal on T5 participation. That's just the power of and the experience of Ryzen speaking through his ability on looking for retribution seals with the main objectives. But mostly on the experience, yeah. Echo, Carl Teasy just so much ahead on everything. But they have similar hero pools, especially now Lancelot. I don't know why it's not included in Carl Teasy's heroes used.
I think we're counting just Season 12.
Yeah, Season 12 so far, right?
Okay, and back then in Season 11, he has the goal of having the highest tank damage. I know he's still on that route, but from the interview yesterday, he wants to go back more on the aggressive side of things. We saw the attack mode Carl Teasy.
Yep.
I think again, as you talk about this, here's the thing though, like matching them up. I think you said it well. There's a mountain to climb here for Ryzen in a way. Like if you're again, we're directly comparing him to the young GOAT Carl Teasy, and this guy has made waves across the global expanse of MLBB competitive play.
Yeah. Give or take, maybe close to 6 months ago, we compared Carl Teasy to someone else, and homie gotta get a good rest, right?
Yeah.
Again,
right? So,
remember what he said yesterday?
What he said?
IDC. That's what Midnight said. He's like, Carl Teasy just kind of approaches this like, I don't really mind, right?
Yeah,
I don't care.
Go ahead and pin all the comments there. He just don't care. It's a good mindset because in a world of people full of opinions, that's one way to keep your mindset straight to the goal.
Well, we're going to find out some more here again, throwing it over to our insider, exactly what's going on before the match.
Back in action, nandito naman tayo muli sa player lounge ng side ng ONIC Philippines. And this time, ang ilan sa mga tao na makakausap natin, of course, one of their newest standouts at bagong parte ng kanilang kupunan. Yung hin-highlight kanina, kung si Carl Teasy yung nakita natin from Echo, of course, ang huhugutin ko naman is gonna be none other than Ryzen. O, Ryzen, tara dito. Okay, so far, gusto ko lang sabihin na kung alam niyo yung Alice in Borderland, kamukha ni Ryzen yung get-up niya, yung buhok niya. Okay? Yun lang. So, sabihin, maangas. Pero, speaking of which, nakita namin yung quotes mo from a while ago na like, nakapag-banding talaga kayo, ganon, parang na-develop nyo. Ano bang klaseng banding yung ginagawa nyo? Nakita ko, nag-gym nga kayo eh.
Sobrang dami. Lumabas kami.
Sige, bilangan natin.
Lumabas kami.
Oo.
Nanood kami ng sine.
Oo.
Tapos, basta dami namin ginawa sa labas.
Oo, tama.
Tapos, Tapos nag-gym na rin kami sabay-sabay.
Okay.
Yan.
In terms naman of like sa loob, pag nasa bootcamp kayo sama-sama, kamusta yung experience? Like doon din ba, nakapag-band ba kayo, nanonood din ba kayo ng sine ng sabay-sabay, ganun?
Aba.
Okay. So, ngayon, at least, na-develop yung chemistry nyo. Kasi actually, yun yung nakakatuwa na kahit ang dami nyo, parang close naman kayong lahat. So, that's really a good sign. And speaking of which, ngayon, ang bali-balita ko kasi sa'yo, parang mainit ka nung interview bago pa magsimula yung season. Di ba? Tama ba? Tama? Bago magsimula yung season, di ba? Parang mainit si Ryzen. Especially dun sa dati mong team na Smart Omega. Na sinabi mo nung interview na, pag naglaban tayo, dudurugin ko kayo. Basic as that. Simple as that. Ano ang meron? Ba't gusto mo naman silang durugin?
Siyempre, dati ko sila ng team. Tapos, di ko rin alam eh. Gusto ko lang talaga sila durugin.
Okay. So, ganun talaga eh. Wala namang ibang rason eh. Kasi dati ko silang teammates and of course, gusto ko silang durugin. Now, one of the things na pwede nating i-point out dito, sobrang close fight yung nangyari sa inyo sa RSG. What changes yung pwede nyo sigurong i-apply ngayon going up against Echo?
Yung i-apply namin yung disiplina talaga eh. Kasi kahapon, doon talaga kami nagkulang.
Alright. Pero at least now, I think that's really gonna be filled this time around. Message mo naman sa lahat ng mga sumusuporta sa ONIC Philippines.
Patuloy nyo lang kami supportahan. Hindi namin kayo bibiguin.
Tama. Legit. Susuportahan at hindi nila kayo bibiguin. Again, Ryzen, maraming salamat. Pero before anything else, may gusto lang ako linawin, guys. Di ba? I think meron sa inyong may birthday ngayong araw. Di ba? Merong may birthday sa inyong araw. Sino may birthday sa inyo ngayon, Ryzen?
Best manager.
Best manager.
Joms.
Asan si Joms? Ilagay niyo si Joms dito. Okay, kantahan natin si Joms ng isang malupit na happy birthday. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday! Happy birthday to you! Happy birthday! Happy birthday, Jomar! Okay, so guys, yung kumakanta si Nets po yun. Magkalinawan lang po tayo. Okay, so Coach Bam, kasi ikaw yung isa sa mga pinakabagong coach eh. Ngayon na andito ngayon anong message mo kay Joms at magbe-birthday si Joms?
Sana lumaki ka pa at dumami ka.
Tama. Joms, syempre, anong message mo naman sa lahat ng sumusuporta sa Mpl-Ph? Tsaka sa lahat ng mga nag-celebrate ng birthday mo?
Thank you everyone sa walang sawang suporta. Yan lang.
Yan. Tama. Sa lahat ng sumusuporta, maraming salamat. Happy birthday, Joms. Good luck, Ryzen and the rest of ONIC Philippines. Kontra sa laban nila sa Echo. It's time para maglaban to naman to. Casters, kayo naman.
Thank you so much, Hands there, and again, happy birthday as well. And I want to point this out, right? And I know we're going to have this breaking down a little bit more by OSX, but you heard it there from Ryzen. Yesterday, what did they lack? Discipline. That's how they felt, right? And if you go back and look at the game, if you miss it, it was a great series. It was an extended series. We love to see those kind of pendulum swinging games. And what they felt like they lacked was discipline because of the fact that how quick some of those games turned around.
That's right. ONIC, they said it's ONIC time all the time. And they're going up against this World Championship winning lineup. Yes, folks, I did not make a mistake. JP was part of that lineup alongside Kurt TZ. It's Benny Cutie, Carl TZ, Sanji, and Sanford going around his roam. And, call him daddy. It's on him, man. It's all on him.
Yeah, we saw this first time back in M4 in Jakarta, where JP was also the first one to play for the roam role. And also for ONIC Philippines, we're seeing the same lineup as well. And the focus here also is, again, with the jungler, Ryzen. What super friends, though?
Yeah, this is a little bit of a different lineup than what we saw yesterday, right?
It's a shake-up.
They're changing things slightly here. Now, Nets, you still have Ryzen, but with some of these guys, we've seen them play before, right? And at the same time, you're wondering exactly how the dynamic will change because of this. And I think this is the right time to do it. Again, yes, the regular season has condensed a little bit, right? But at the same time, week 1, you already saw them in action yesterday. Now, why not give another version of this lineup a chance?
I'm curious because if Cram, Escalera, and Chef Rapidut was that fast, how will these new dudes that surround the whole Ryzen and Nets Golden Jungle duo work out? Right? Are they going to go faster, or are they the more disciplined kind of lineup that we were looking for?
Those are the two things that we actually need to address and check when they actually in the game. That's one thing also to point. Will they go for synergy? Will they go for chemistry? How will they approach their mistakes yesterday? And that was the one thing they were trying to fix. How will they not overcommit? How will they have the discipline this time? Because, again, you're up against the world champs, Echo, and this is one thing that you need also to consider. Who will you target here? Will it be the playmaker? Will it be the XP laner? There's a lot of things to look after in Echo. So, yeah, I think that's right. Two things to worry about from these two teams, Naisu.
Yeah, the two teams indeed. And it's tough to deal with because at the same time, like you mentioned, they had a crazy series yesterday that really put them through the ringer. And now today they're going against the world champions, right? It's Echo. And like we said even yesterday too, whether it's JP, whether it's Yawi, both, it's still technically the same Echo gameplay that we're used to seeing, right? The Echo Express and just how dominant they can be. So that's why I'm wondering too, do they have an answer this time around? So I think the man to answer it is OSX. OSX, take us through the keys to victory.
This is Echo and ONIC Philippines Keys to Victory, brought to you by Infinix and Infinix Note Series Ultra Fast Gameplay. Now, let's break things down a bit. There's 3 points that we need to check for this match. First, force ONIC to commit mistakes. Yesterday, we saw ONIC. It's almost like almost yet so far moment that they had with RSG. It was a tough game number 1, but that was the first best of 3 that we saw from the first season of MPL Philippines Season 12. So ONIC had a good aggressive start, but then they need to fight for resources, and most of it was drained from all of the crumbs that they wanted to build up against RSG. That was the crumbs that they keep on following. That was the question from the interview that we saw back then with Hans is, will they go for the discipline or will they go for the recovery from their mistakes yesterday? So second is, beware of Sanford's flanks. The X-Factor Sanford from the World Champs, we saw his Yuzong yesterday. Overall, with this player alone, his master on EXP, his master on the heroes is amazing, and he knows basically what to do. And he, well, I can call him the Jack in the box in most of the teams that we saw from Sanford is doing up against all the things that they had from the World Championship to all the shows that we saw all around the world. Sanford alone makes so much surprises, but this two teams has more than one thing in common for a make or break situation. This is ride the momentum. Both of these teams has an activation time. Yes, an activation time for them to make their composition work. If that moment happens at the same time, we are in for a great match. Both of these two teams have strength, and they need to adjust on what they want to do in the early game strategy. But that is our keys to victory, brought to you by Infinix and Infinix Note.
Thank you so much for the breakdown there, OSX. And if you can't tell who we are, you saw it there with the keys to victory. Again, I love the fact that there was a focus here on Sanford.
That's right.
For ONIC, again, not only the discipline, that's the stance, by the way.
I'm Sanford.
Yes.
Oh.
Here's the thing, though. The flanks, man, are a problem for a lot of these teams.
Yep.
I mean, usually it's like San Diego, but Sanford alone, especially when he gets his hands on the Yuzhong, you have to have a game plan just to deal with that alone.
That's how specific, and again, let me just paint a picture for the folks who aren't familiar with the Echo playstyle, specifically Sanford's, right? What ONIC is walking into this time around is as if a strong man were to fight a school bus.
Oof.
Imagine
that's a tough picture to see.
Bus. One key to victory is just avoid the bus. just don't stand in front of it. Just, all right.
Yeah, I guess that's the key to victory. How do you avoid the bus?
Yeah, just don't
That
get run
could
over.
be a Toby Maguire moment with the train.
Could work.
Again.
That could work.
Yep.
That might be it, you know? I mean, again, we can only really guess how they deal with that Sanford alone, but he's only one of the things they have to check, right? One of the boxes they have to check here.
Yep. One thing for ONIC, though, is when it comes to the backup, when it comes to the leadership, they are packing heat. They are at their most strongest, if I'm not mistaken, in the history of the organization, right? They got so much minds, so many minds there, so many geniuses. You got Coach.
That room was full, by
That's
the way.
right. You got Coach
Yeah,
Bam.
it's packed.
You got Coach Bluffsy, and then you got Coach Jeff coming back up from the MDL.
Yeah.
You can't not have an answer.
That is literally, oh, the camera's just switched. I was about to stack. I was going to do the air stack.
Okay.
Because that's stacked.
He's stacking.
He's stacking.
And they're going up against, well, pretty strong duo there.
So
dude.
I was going to say, so what does that make? What does that make Echo?
Coach Tic-Tac and Coach
what,
Dev.
Exactly. What is more than stacked?
It's a beefcake.
Beefcake.
And
we'll
two
take
beefcakes.
2 beef. Yeah. If you can't have one, you can have 2. That works.
But mooncake season is coming up.
Hey, to our Chinese fans watching, Happy New Year.
Yeah.
Happy New Year.
Coming up.
Mm-hmm. Love me some mooncakes.
Yeah.
Love me some draft as well, right? Finally jumping in here. Game number 1. Last series for day 2 here. Echo's going to be on the blue. We got ONIC Philippines on the red. Bans, at this point, again, I think what we're seeing is still kind of settling in for the most part, right? I feel like a lot of people just kind of had a picture for the meta before we even started yesterday. But these picks now have popped up quite a bit for all these teams that have played up to this point. What is the priority? Valentina here gets picked up by Echo.
Yeah, that's a good pickup as well. We know how Valentina is just a valuable first pick. Either you get from the blue or the red, but specifically for a blue win rate side, yeah, it works wonders, and it blends with their color as well, with their new jersey. And to think that this also subtracts the possibility that they could actually get a strong mage hero that could easily be used by just Echo. So there are a lot of ways that they actually can use Valentina, and yes, and make use of the damage as well. But they take the Cho and the Bruno right away.
You did. Someone did this sound effect earlier. I heard it right here on the desk. And not only that
was Francis.
That was Francis. Not only that, but I'm wondering if they decide to play the Echo skin. Which, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, we have a live cosplay of the skin here.
He's in the house.
At the
You would
studio.
have a great view later.
Yeah, they'll probably throw it up there. Response to Rizla, Mark has picked up the Lancelot man himself. Antipolo's pride, Carl Tizzi has picked Lancelot 48 times in MPL Philippines history, the most in the league. And the crazy thing, again, was yesterday, if you guys missed the statistic, that was our 1,711th game yesterday. So just imagine how many games have been played
in
throughout
MPL.
the history of MPL Philippines. But this alone, right, in a professional league, he's played Lancelot 48 times.
There you
That's
go.
crazy. There it is, by the way.
Straight out of the game.
Straight out.
It's too real.
But the funny thing is, ONIC Philippines is using it. It's going to use them. You're going to use all the championships again against them.
We'll see if they do that. We'll see if they do that. Here we see ONIC picking up the X-Borg, which is most definitely going into the XP lane, unless we see the choke.
Works great against Rizla, right? So we're just going to assume that is going to be locked in.
Safe to say.
By the way, we saw a great showcase of just how well that actually can work in the hands of Ryota earlier today.
Oh yeah.
If I remember right, he was deathless on that. So now it comes down to what are they going to pick for that roam option here for Echo. That's why you see that Franco being taken out.
Whoa.
Okay.
This is two-time MPL champion Reflecia.
Wow.
One of the first few to actually represent the country on the world stage. This is Reflecia. He's back.
Even
I feel
in this view alone, reminds me of his own signature pick, Diggy.
This is Echo alumni.
Yeah.
What?
This is fun. This is so much fun right now.
We've seen so many, just wow, in this first week, we've seen so many surprises. So many visitors and guests with amazing history behind us.
And you see another ban for Gord. Sorry, buddy.
I'm just saying, I'm happy to see it, man. You can hold on to his 100% win rate, right? At least for now.
That's one way to look at it.
That's one way to look. Right? I look at the glass half full. That's me.
I think that you're also just happy because he becomes a priority now. Like, people respect.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
The 4 letters.
You know, I saw Haji earlier, and I was like, hey, man, good job on the Gord. And he's like,
I saw your tear there. I saw you tear back there.
That's right.
Yeah, and to think that also the Eve is a great substitute for the Gord, the Gord substitute for the Eve.
Yep.
That's one you've like taken out something from the strength of the possible mage hero of ONIC Philippines. So a good pick for the parson. There's so much gap. There's so much distance and range. And with the answer of Brody and Cooper as well, yep, we're seeing the statistics on our screen. Team fight is mostly with ONIC Philippines. You also have the Burst, but this alone, you have the Terizla and the Kufra as well. A great way to actually dive the back line of ONIC Philippines.
It's a front to front.
Yeah, it's, you got to deal with engages from multiple angles from Echo. And this is funny because, again, what was the key to victory? You have to deal with the flanks, the setups, but this time, because it's a Terizla, those flanks, those angles are a little bit easier to see where they're coming from, but still, it's a huge threat. Right? They hurt.
They are so committal. It's basically a black hole. You see it coming, but if you best believe, if you mess around and find out, that's it. It's over.
Like, I don't feel like Terizla should be able to flicker so athletically, right? Now take a look at this.
Fanny ng Silang to Fanny ng Pilipinas.
What is Silang?
Silang is
South.
It's a region in the city of Cavite in Metro Manila.
Yeah, that
In
Fanny.
Manila, in the Philippines. Never mind.
Wow. Okay.
Geography. Continue.
To go back on the picks here, Cho and the Lancelot. We were discussing how the stats are rising up for Carl TZ having the unique usage of this here alone. ONIC Philippines is gonna use it against them. There's a lot of dive on the back line as well. There's a lot of force and burst. But at the same time, if you look at the far side and look at the X-Borg, if we go in the audience prediction, it's with ONIC Philippines.
That's kind of a surprise there, man. Again, people. Here's the thing, though. I feel like when you're at the top of the world, right? People want to see someone go toe-to-toe with you, and I feel like that's going to happen here. Of course, you got a lot of fans out there for Echo, but they've been quite dominant for a while now, and they want to make that journey to M5 a little bit harder here. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's gear up for this last match of the day number 2 here in week 1. It's Echo versus ONIC Philippines.
Looking at our jungles right here, it's Carl TZ and Ryzen having their own objectives taken early on. And also, we see a leash from Sanford. This is just completely upping up the game in time for Carl TZ to make usage of a higher, faster rotation in the first minute. But this time, they're looking for a way to even hold or even contest this Lethal Wanderer.
Wow, they're so aggressive. They're all here right in the middle, jockeying for position, trying to score the Lethal Wanderer, and it goes over to the M4 World Champions.
Okay, respected, they're not using the M4 World Championship skin. So they're using a different one. So this is a good way to see that they want their own identity to even happen here for ONIC Philippines. So this is a different variant that we're seeing.
Speaking of, different identity, though, it is, again, it's a Lancelot into Echo, right? Against Carl TZ, who, remind you, picked this 48 times so far. So for that, for Ryzen, confidence level should be quite high, especially playing into a Martis here. As you get a quick glimpse of the emblem setup, anything that stands out here, OSX?
It's a good balance of damage for Echo. You have Rupture as well as Killing Spree for Brody and Martis. One thing that we actually could point out is the adaptive penetration that can be a deadly penetration for ONIC Philippines backline. Knowing that there's so much gap that they can do, once Yoshino gets a good setup in the way of the Dragon, that's how things would actually start for Echo's damage to build.
That's what I kind of like, the Quantum Charge on the Cho. A little bit of a right click here, a little bit of auto attack there, and suddenly you heal up a bit and you start running, right? That gives you a little bit of a sprint in addition to the flicker.
Yeah, and I think, wow, look, just the pressure they're going to go ahead and put on here. For the first turtle of the game, they don't want to just give this up. What we see a lot of teams do sometimes is just give up these turtles, but this time they want to go for it.
Not Daddy JP, he says, as they go ahead and take Gem down, cut him to pieces. Half health, Yoshino can't really commit. Ain't no way the Dragon just yet. Super Prince popping the better there. Ryzen steals it from underneath Echo's noses with no casualties just yet. ONIC, Ryzen, how?
Wow, wait. To break things down a bit, that was a good entry of the penalty zone from Sanford, but the response of Ryzen and Super Prince using the Feather Airstrike to cover for his own Puncture and Thorn Rose, that was just the damage connecting. That was the thing that he needed to go up against Carl TZ.
Okay, let's not forget. Say what you will about Antipolo's very own Lancelot Man and Carl TZ, again, the best in the world, only 2-time world champion in the history of the game, but Ryzen has his own special flavor of Lancelot. If you remember, throw back to Season 8 playoffs.
Yeah.
He was one of the first to actually bring Lancelot back into the game, right?
Yeah.
Wait, big team fight here? All right, never mind. No dice. back to it, he has his own combo back then. This was later half of 2021, when he would use Phantom Execution first and then get out alive.
Yeah.
So again, he's also a Lancelot pioneer in that sense.
Well, the thing is there's just so many good Lancelot players here in the Philippines, right, for the most part, and you're going to kind of see this showcase here.
See?
That's what he styles.
Wow.
He's styling.
This is the contention of this match. Ryzen versus Carl TZ. Will the experience be enough for Ryzen alone? And whoa. He's being chased there, being
saw that?
being hammered right onto that place. But Gem and Sanford on the EXP, though, getting the attention. But as well as having great coverage, I think Echo has more control of the river and the waves as of this one.
Yeah, not only that, but again, you know, right now, as we get to that 4th minute mark, no one going down just yet. You can see a lot of the teams really looking, both of the teams are looking for any of these first blood moments that they can get, because something that we have learned up to this point is, man, momentum can really carry you through up to that mid-game transition, dealing into the late game. And right now, you know, it's pretty much a stalemate, right? But again, that was also on the whims, like you guys mentioned, Ryzen on the fact that he was able to just sweep in, get that turtle. This time around, I think this one they actually contest full force. You can see everybody rotating up here, especially the fact that you've got this one near these gold laners. So at that, we'll have to see how they want to play around this. Ooh.
Oh, they get the kick onto the Apex Predator himself, forcing him to use a penalty zone. Oh, no dice here. Yoshino draws first blood. And now that's a man down, but Carl TZ scores a turtle. It was all but a ruse.
The trigger discipline of ONIC Philippines, not getting scared of Sanford's initiation by the ultimate plus the flicker combo. From that point alone, they had more ways to take him down and to hold him right onto that place. Yoshino and as well as Super Friends responding on the right AoE burst from that point, that was just purely damage. And to think, Nets here, from the first item that he got, instead of going for the Berserker's Fury, he went for the Has Claws instead, knowing that the passive critical strike grants more 20% attack speed for 2 seconds. This has more hits and more damage for a Bruno at this point in the game.
So right there, okay, they're going to go.
JP comes in, cancels the feathered airstrike, and Benikudi just pushes as he does. And now ONIC are left reeling. Oh, you were saying, Joseph?
Yeah, as they were, you know, they were looking to get their own orange buff because it was taken by Ryzen. So now it looks like Echo's just looking for anything they can, right? First, they were thinking, all right, let's take their own orange buff. We got ours stolen. We had that information. We couldn't get a kill that we wanted to, but we got the tier 1 turret in the mid lane, which is still crucial here. How's the items looking out here, though? Hold on. Might be some more action here. Top side. Looks like they might disengage, unless JP has an idea.
Whoa, he cancelled!
Oh, Yoshino!
In, and there's the way of the dragon.
Oh.
Not enough a follow. Sanji with a stolen feathered airstrike. Knocking Yoshino out. Welcome to the MPL.
Wow, the reverse usage of that AoE burst right onto Yoshino. That's one thing that you don't want to commit. And if there's no follow from ONIC Philippines, that's where Echo would capitalize on. That burst from Sanchi's on level 8. Oh, JP trying to jump in for Nets, though. They're just holding him through, and they just take the top turret from ONIC Philippines.
This is, again, where Echo really shines, right? Once they start to build this momentum, they usually take off with it. Now, it is still relatively small. It's nothing insane or anything like that, but advantage-wise, space to work with, they have it. So ONIC has to make a play.
There's a flicker way of the dragon. Everything but the kitchen sink thrown out. Sanford might even survive.
He lives!
Oh, my God. Gem commits the flicker. Last insanity. You ain't walking away from that one.
Beautiful. A beautiful positioning and a layering of skills. The ONIC with the response, but with the trade, Carl TZ secured that objective. Me hold that thought. Sanji and Yoshino, though, right on down bottom.
Oh, no. And there's a stolen kick. And Yoshino punished for going in too deep. That man was folded in half.
Oh, yeah. He at the point he used that way of the dragon, he just need to recall right in his face right away.
Yeah, I mean, that was very clean at the bottom there to see that kind of unfold. But here's the thing. ONIC Philippines, they finally have the Berserker's Fury on Nets, right? We do know that Bruno has been a hot commodity for a lot of these teams, picking him, locking him for a reason. Even when you're down, you still pump out quite a bit of damage with just the 2 items that you usually need, which is the Haas Claws, the Berserker's Fury. And even if you can just go ahead and focus on demolishing some of these turrets, right? Again, they are working against having 3 of their own turrets down. They have to be able to secure some space to work with. Otherwise, they continue to find themselves in this situation, especially when this Lord is up here.
Yeah, speaking of focus though, okay, jumps up.
Whoa,
Post JP!
Daddy JP jumping in. Yoshino barely gets out. Torn apart memory, not enough of stacks. And Carl Tizzy stays in this bush. I wonder. Up. Push-ups into a recall home. Francis, you were saying.
Okay, going back to the build here of Brody, you were talking about focus, JC. Yep, Brody and MNNE him alone was focused more on the pull and the push, having the BOD on his hand. But second, what for the second inventor he had here is the Malefic Roar. This adds up physical penetration that he can do mostly for team fights. I say this is a better momentum now for MNNE while they're in mid-game and to go up against the defense department of ONIC Philippines. Nets was ahead by 2 core items to make his ball hit much harder on the minutes, even with the kills. But this time around, they need to also respect the fact that MNNE right now is also scaling by the 200 KDA. So with the focus on the marksmen here, yeah, they need to be careful on where is Daddy JP coming
Here
from.
we go, concealed play. I wonder, I'm pretty sure they heard it, so they know that Echo occupied that bush. Interesting rotations coming in. Nothing comes for free so far, 9 minutes in.
As they set up here for this first Lord of the game, pretty much Carl Tizzy, he's, I used to call this the gold lane experience, but he's just been in vacation mode for most part of the jungle. Right now, he's just going to go ahead and focus on this objective. Does ONIC Philippines actually want to contest this? It doesn't look like they do, right? They're putting pressure top side. They do know that they're going to have to poke Gem down quite a bit. He has the immortality as well. You can see it.
And there's a penalty zone answered by a jump coming in. Bouncing ball keeping Ryzen where it needs to be. Thorn throws out and the dash. Not enough range for that torn apart memory to tear apart ONIC. Nets pushing in. Lord scored by Echo. Can he pop it? Can he penetrate top lane? The answer is yes! Nets gets away with it and might get Buggy out. And finally, Nets might get punished. Sanford go 1v1. Balls against Hammers. Balls against Hammers.
Oh.
Hammers win!
Wow. Nets by himself onto the top lane. If you would notice the positioning of ONIC Philippines, Nets, Super Prince, and Gem was protecting him on the other side of the map. They were willing to give up that objective just to gain a push for Nets and for ONIC Philippines. They want to have the waves clear for them. They know what's the possibility of Echo using a counter split with this composition. From that point alone, they were also aware about the sacrifices. But Nets, having his first death on this game, he needs to be careful with that because they're all over the place right now to compensate for the objective traits, even the cross-map objectives with a clear and push. And Ryzen as well is doing cleanup with the waves down bottom, and Ben as well took down a tower. Wow, there's a lot of objectives being taken down from this game.
Yeah, that was worth it. You know, at least Nets got that base turret. Given the situation again, they were down, by a couple thousand gold. He found a kill, almost 2 actually, and has converted himself to be in a better position, right? Looking at the builds here, are they in a better position now, though, across the board here in OSX?
Okay, for the lead, we're looking at Echo. For the damage, yeah, we have 3 items, ahead by 1. Well, not ahead. We see MNNE just pick up the Wind of Nature for extra defense, but also for the damage in front of ONIC, they actually have a way to answer the burst of Echo. You see, Gem has picked up the Ice Queen one. He has a slow to compensate with his ult with the last Insanity.
Yep.
But for that point alone, they also need to have an extra hold for Yoshino. To look back on his items, he also has the Athena Shield. Oh, just Athena Shield and Tough Boots with him. So being in the front line, either he could become the sacrificial lamb or he could give vision for the team. But that could be a deep sacrifice at this point in time because Echo right now could actually destroy 2 turrets once they miss that setup that Yoshino can do.
Yeah, this is, again, you're in a situation here. For ONIC Philippines, they did pick up some crucial items, and I love that you pointed out with Gem especially because we know that even with this export, right, you're just trying to get that slow spread across as many people as you can and then pop that last Insanity. So that's crucial because now we're really paying attention to these lore takes. Biggest thing they need to do, step 1 here, before they do that, is get the tier 1 down if they can, right? They need some space to work around here. Also, the Wind of Nature being picked up by Nets will really help them deal with a lot of the initiation coming out from Echo.
If there's something that we should start considering, and this will come into play when we think of how the teams will use this coming up, Lord, right? About 5 seconds from now. There's a stat that I'd like to introduce into this game, which is the BDP. In addition to the win rate probability, you have to consider the BDP. The backdoor potential.
Backdoor
because
potential.
both gold laners are notorious for said activity, right? So watch out for Ness, watch out for Benny Cutie. JP here. Knows exactly where he is. And, all right, close engage. We haven't really seen much action just yet. Sanford's stunned here. There's a stolen feathered airstrike as Yoshino gets out of range.
Yeah, good response though. Sanji utilizing the ultimate of the Farsa to gain vision for Echo. Meanwhile, Carl Tizzy and Ryzen, they're on a hold and a showdown. Oh, Gem might be the one to fall down here, but the response of Super Prince. Good coverage of response for the AoE.
He lives, man. Again, you got away with it. Echo spent so much to try and kill ONIC, XP laner, and he remains deathless still. 1-0-1.
Yeah, he's deathless, but now it's a little scary, right? He doesn't have the immortality. They're going to retaliate here, though.
Go. Daddy JP jumping back into the fray. Drawing a line between Echo and ONIC. Trying to contest. Here comes Gem. He does have another last insanity. Ready. Locked and loaded. JP jumping in one more time. And now the kicks, but the penalty zone. Sanford hammering away. Look at this. There's two fights happening. Inside, outside the base. The jungle. JP popped by Gem. Nets taken out by Sanford. Hammers win one more time. And Carl Tizzy gets slain by Ryzen. And Yoshino with delayed damage. But it was a trade. 4 for 2. 4 for 2. It's just Sanford left. Gem is still standing. What's going on? How did this happen? How did it all came to be? And just like that, they are back to the split push. It's just Ryzen! Ryzen against the world!
Ryzen is just on top, trying to push here. Oh, the base of Echo!
Oh, it's
Ryzen!
3 seconds! Oh, you can count the seconds.
The BDP!
You can count the attacks. The backdoor play, ladies and gentlemen. 1, 2, 3. ONIC takes game 1!
Wow, what an amazing just turnaround. How that game unfolded here. And able to take the win. When you think Echo was going to win that fight, ONIC says no.
What I tell y'all, I can't, all right, this is a half prediction. I can't say that this was a clean backdoor, but it was what it was, and ONIC set that up.
This, while OSX collects his thoughts there, this winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. Talk about an insurance policy there. For that matchup, again, what an amazing turnaround there for ONIC Philippines.
Leo plays it properly, and one thing was missing from the keys to victory. Beware of the backdoor push potential, BDP. And ONIC Philippines, they celebrated that win, and it looks like they won a 2-0 already, and that was against the world champs.
All right, the math doesn't lie. If you have one backdoor player coming in from Echo, that's Benny Cutie, you have 2 from ONIC Philippines in Ryzen and Nets.
And you know what's crazy about that? Is when we talked about it earlier, you don't think that that play that Nets had where he pushed that turret down would have that much of a value effect minutes later. That is something that's, because again, if that turret wasn't necessarily down and he didn't do that before all that unfolded, then maybe there was enough time, because again, Sanji was about 5 seconds away.
It resonated throughout time.
Wow.
And space. And then it's like Interstellar's like, whoa, it's the younger me.
It's ONIC time. That's what it was.
Younger me.
It's the younger me, it's ONIC time.
Christopher Nolan 2015.
I love that movie.
Again, I'm sure you have a lot to say here, OSX. This was an insane game number 1. Why don't you break it down here for us?
Okay, I need to take a breath from that game. I was just hoping for a different turnaround, for a different stronghold, but from that position and from that moment alone and that main objective showdown, it was a messy team fight in that lore, but we need to acknowledge the MVP of this game, Ryzen. The story of this match is the 2 junglers, a tale of 2 junglers, and Ryzen just rising through the challenge of going up against Carl Tizzy. A KDF of 2-0-3 with the first build of the Molten Essence with his Lancelot. We know how this goes. We know the tank slot. We know how they could actually have this damage with just building the full sustain and just with the pokes. We know how the Mpl-Ph could give a great impact for this Lancelot, how we saw in a global tournament scale. But for this point, he opted for the damage. He opted for the killing spree. And this gives him a lot of regen, a lot of speed up. Kill after kill. Lancelot, Ryzen of ONIC Philippines. with the team participation of 71%, things just got messy for Echo. It was a tight game. The lead was just 1-5 to 2K, but to go back on the highlights, yes, it's Echo winning most of the objective takes from the turtle and from the skirmishes that they were actually facing against ONIC Philippines. ONIC, Super, Friends, and Gem. This is one duo that I'm looking forward to see developing. And the most objective that Echo has been taken, these two alone, the distance, response, and the burst of the AoE, of the feathered airstrike, and Gem being the zoner, or the zone out potential of the X-Borg alone, is a big of a difference against Sanford. But just looking at this replay, he took him down. He has a bit of Faraga armor left, but that was just enough to take down Sanford. And that was one of the things that we look back on the keys to victory. The Jack in the Box, the surprise in the bush. It's Sanford, the X factor of Echo, who's making a lot of plays from the back line. And from this, 14 minutes into the game, Echo had the lead. JP had to go in and hold the roamer, and that was Yoshino. But from that moment, ONIC see a bigger potential on the table. They went out, they took JP first, and they took out Sanji. There's no way that Echo is getting that feather airstrike out of our hands, and just that thing just dictated all the pace of this objective. The Lord wasn't even the main goal here, and Ryzen just completely pushed in the base of Echo, and Sanji even flickered to buy time for defense. My goodness, this highlights the winning moments brought to you by FWD Insurance, and that is a complete insurance policy right there, made by ONIC Philippines. Yes, they were on the lead. Even this game, 5-7. I'm even looking at the damage in the items. You're looking at how they went with the nets, using or opting the Has clause first, amplifying the passive of this Bruno. Critical chance, critical hits, and to pair up with physical penetration, it was all answered by ONIC Philippines to go up against the defense of Echo. Yes, they were on the lead, but how will you even suffice the burst damage coming from this Farsa, even from Gem? Yes, he built up the immortality, but for Super Friends, he has the Clock of Destiny like the Tron. We are looking at the standard build here, but the poke and burst potential, he even have the purified with him because of the CC threat that Echo has. But from this point, this is just completely the activation, the activated lineup of ONIC Philippines to go up against Echo. My goodness. By just this alone, the objectives didn't matter, even the turrets didn't matter. Yeah, we were looking at 6-4, but looking at the orange and the purple buff, it's a big of a difference on Carl TZ's takes. And by just having the emblems on our screens, we see adaptive penetration, we see killing spree. But for the side of for ONIC Philippines, we more see the defensive side of things. You're looking at agility, you're looking at the magic penetration, you're looking at the lethal ignition. But that's just standard for the things that we even do in our games. But for a professional setting and in a mechanical setting, ONIC just make it look so good that to the point that they were not giving even for the 15 minutes. It's just 14 minutes and 54 seconds. Even by the balance of the hero damage and also the damage turret, it was all even. It was all Echo's wave. And going back to the keys to victory, they both need to ride a momentum. And if that thing happens, we're up. We're looking for a good best of 3 games tonight. And they just took a point out of the world champs. And to see how Sanford made its way to the backline and Sanji stealing a lot of ultimates for ONIC Philippines, yeah, that gave way from the damage. But one thing here was utilized well as the toolkit of Carl TZ. How do you make the Astra Aura work? How do you make the Mortal Coil work? And that's just borrowed time for Echo to even pull off into the late game. And ONIC Philippines, that's some late game insurance right there. And just, wow. You saw how they reacted from that win. And clearly, they really deserve that part. And to look and to score your own limited edition MLBB card for only $199, you can get it exclusively on Maya. Again, ONIC Philippines bouncing back from their loss yesterday from the Raiders, and now they have the 1 point, a must-needed win. And just with this game, we're in for a treat, ladies and gentlemen. We're back on the desk. Let us call in Leo and as well as Naisu to just give a glimpse and recall what happened from that game.
Great breakdown. Take a breath.
I need water.
A lot of us have to take a breath after that one. That was, I mean, man, even the last team fight, there was, and can I even say team fight singular? Because there were team fights going on, right? There was multiple happening. And it was again, it was crazy, and part of it, I still got to say, the road was laid there for that game because of what Nets did at the mid-game, right? Taking down that one turret when they had to, and it resulted into this win. Again, a team effort, but things kind of stacked. Things kind of fell in place for them. It was a great game.
Gentlemen, I hate how movies just become the natural reference. What happened here is much like what happened in Inception, Christopher Nolan, 2009. Remember, when that penetration up top in that inhibitor by Nets in the, again, relatively early part again, like 10 minutes in, right? They traded that for the Lord. That's basically the first scene.
Yeah.
Where they, right? Where they tried to go into Cillian Murphy's mind to get the Inception done,
Good point,
right?
good point.
And then the additional scenes, the subplots, were the different levels of the dream. And then eventually they got all the way in. Snow scene, boom.
We were wondering why. And the positioning on how Gem, Super Friends were just on the side of the map. Yeah. And this, they let Lego take it. Okay. It's working according to plan. And who knew?
Who knew? I think that's the question. Who knew, right? Well, when it's Inception, while I was watching the movie, that's what I said. Who knew, right? So, again, before we move on, we would like you guys to, of course, like, follow, and subscribe to the official accounts of the MDL Philippines. For Facebook, it's facebook.com/MDLPH.official. And for YouTube, it's at official MDL Philippines. There's a lot happening there, too. Again, some of these newer faces that you're seeing here in the league for the MPL, they spend time in the MDL, right? And they make a name for themselves. They work up and everything else. And not to mention, recently, I believe, from the MDL, we had their longest game, which up to this point, too, we really haven't had a 53-minute game yet, I think it was.
Yeah, I would love to see that.
You would love to see it. Would you love to cast it? Do you want to go the distance?
Well,
3 games, 53 minutes. No, I'm joking. I don't know about that, but that is a movie in itself, right?
Yeah.
Go. I don't know why we keep talking about movies, man, but
you started it.
No, Leo started it.
Yeah, he did.
And I will continue.
I was pointing at him.
Bear number 2 started it.
Oh, you mean 4?
Oh.
Is that how this works now? Joseph, don't do this to me.
Now we're jumping to TV shows. Now, jokes aside, let's talk about this. What do they have to do? Again, this was a big statement. ONIC Philippines, by the way, they gave this loss, well, it is game 1, right, to the world champions.
Echo's first loss, no!
Echo's first loss. And I got to say, how much more do they need to do to cap out the series in a sweep, right? That's something we can even talk about in a little bit here more. But still, it's a great start in the right direction. That's something that can be said. And also, on the fact is, this is a different lineup than what we saw yesterday from ONIC Philippines in their extended series.
I thought it was a slower lineup, but suddenly they finished under 15.
Yeah.
Was this discipline, by the way?
Discipline, chemistry, synergy, you name it.
Maybe it was, but let's throw it over to the insider out there in the audience and see what's going on. Oh. That's what's going on. We're looking for the game face of the day. This is the Smart Game Face of the Day. Team Shooting Gallery. Be the next Smart Game Face of the Day winner. Just flash the hashtag Power of Smart on your device in a green background. I'm green and red colorblind, so that's kind of hard. But put your face on when you're in front of the camera to win a redeemable in-game code. Shout out to our brothers over there on the Filipino stream. We love to see them.
That's their game face.
That's their game face.
What's our game face?
You do it. I just did mine. You do it. There you go.
You.
No. He got one no earlier. I'm getting one no.
All right.
Come on, man. Participate.
I guess we are bears, right?
All right.
We are.
Okay. All right. Well, let's go back to the point here. What do they have to do, right? Could this be, first off, a sweep for ONIC Philippines? Do you think so?
It's possible. Again, Coach Tick, Coach Treb, the rest of Echo forgot to calculate for the BDP.
The BDP, and not only that, birthday power.
Oh, yeah, the birthday buff.
The birthday wish.
That's right.
The birthday buff.
Yeah.
I don't know when Mitch's birthday is, but hey, it was Onyx Manager's birthday, so you can't take that back.
Yeah, we all have special days.
We don't make the rules.
It's just that the magic today is just happening with ONIC Philippines. And it's good.
It is good. It's the power of the birthday song. I don't know. Maybe that's it. But You know, I would say, too, it was discipline. Like, we heard Ryzen talk about this, you know, before the match started. And I would say that if you looked at this, the way especially just how the entire game unfolded, you know, from early to get in the mid to the late game to that last team fight.
There was barely a late game, to be
No,
honest.
no, no.
We
Okay,
ended
no,
with
no,
15.
I like to call this
few seconds.
No, because we get to, like, especially with Francis over here, we have the late game and now we have ultra late game. So where does ultra late game?
Could happen 20, 18, 19, something like that.
Are we going backwards? 2018, 19?
Late game for this game?
Ultra late game.
Ultra late game?
Yeah, I think
25.
25?
Yeah.
All right.
I'd
so
say the late game's somewhere.
I want to say
somewhere there, man.
We almost got to we almost got to the late game. We almost did.
We barely touched the late game.
Yeah, we saw it around the corner.
Yep.
15 minutes. It was
like
lacking.
introduced. Never
Yeah.
spoke again.
See? And that was just Inception and Interstellar all in one.
All right.
Remember,
Here we go.
Valentina is there.
Valentina was there. But OSX, now I'm going to ask you, right? What does Echo have to do here to not get swept by ONIC Philippines? Because, let's be honest, there's been a lot of heated talk online and in the house, right? We've seen a lot of spicy words come out. And there could be a lot here that goes against Echo if they aren't able to close out the series. What's step one that they need to do here, Mr. Keys to Victory?
Okay. They failed to do the first part where they could actually shake up ONIC Philippines. Maybe this time they just need to do, they need to do their own classic ways. Again, they were like looking into the mirror. And as Leo put it on the desk, there was a backdoor potential, the BDP, that completely was used against them. We see Echo do it on over and over again back in the season. And need to be wary of just looking at themselves in a younger version.
Mans makes sense. Mans makes sense.
It makes sense.
Here's the thing. They pick up the Lancelot,
Yeah.
answering Carl Teasy.
Correct.
They did the backdoor, answering Benny Cutie. What if Echo just says, you know what, let me put on my big boy pants and show you how it's done? That's one way to do it.
That's one way to do it. We'll see if they can do it this time as we jump into the draft here for game number 2. ONIC's going to be on the blue side, so they'll get that priority pick. We got Echo on the red. Ban-wise, you know, do we see things shake up here that much? We'll see. Edith is already banned now. Paquito here too. Now, ONIC Philippines, if they want to emulate some of the ideas that they had, right? Whether it is literally the mirror, the IMU of Echo, how do they plan this out, right? Do they want to start with, again, picking up maybe, if it's not banned out, the Valentina? Maybe that's the best choice, or is it a utility jungler? Because, you know, he's banned out here, but we have seen so much Fred picked up blue side first pick.
That's right.
But now it's, I would say Valentina is popping up quite a bit.
Yeah, and with that, ONIC being on the blue side, they would actually might go for it because from what I see here, Echo just banned out one of the CC utility heroes as we've seen. You mentioned the Fred, you mentioned the Edith, and that was one problem they were having a hiccup with from game number 1. It's just a lot of CC and knock. We never saw Edith in that game, but the knock up there was just too much for Echo. And looking at the versatile Daddy JP, Tarlux Pride. JP has picked carry 22 times in Mpl-Philippines history, in the most in the league. Carry.
Wow. That's just how versatile he is. You know, he's stacking up in the roam role here, but he is a veteran that has played in multiple games. And we'll see. Oh, that's a great ban.
Yeah, we were seeing that. The Valentina ending up with ONIC Philippines on the blue side. So they are now free to take more of the burst mage heroes that actually be used. Kadita is open, by the way.
Yep, that Valentina, that's Coach Tick and Treb's no. That's their
that's no.
That's their number one no. They only have one here. So with that said, yeah, Kadita's open. Farce is open. Eve is open.
Gord is open.
Oof. Yeah,
but not in the first phase.
As much as I'm a fan, he's not. You know,
you don't
want to take first pick. Gord.
No.
That's a disaster. You know how many times have I been switched in my matches? There you go. The answer is a big statement. I'm actually surprised they didn't take the Novaria, man. The fact that it was open, a hero that provides so much poke, so much vision, they don't take it.
Bruno Nova won tonight. It helped give Blacklist that sweeping win against RSG. So they're playing with fire here.
Yeah, they wanted to capitalize more on Ryzen's signature, hero pick for that they actually got a win from game number 1. Okay, but at this point they would really want to secure their tank now for their last 2 picks in the first phase, because an Echo, they had a good pick here with the Novari and the Bruno that you guys mentioned. It had great results. It had a great of team fights. Yeah. We're looking at the Roam, our possible mid hero here of ONIC Philippines, and yeah, we're looking at the same thing. Good thing they capitalize on to the Cho. They don't want to give it to Echo because of the presence of the Lancelot, and this is just sustain and pick-offs that we're about to see from ONIC Philippines' first 3 picks.
Again, I think if I'm trying to think here exactly. For the Lancelot first pick, if you really do look at the previous game's performance from Ryzen, it was great. He took some buffs out of the hands here of Carl Teasy, and even when he was outnumbered, so might as well go in with that confidence. Continuing on, the first phase is done here, and the Terizla once again, right? So I feel like still the game plan sort of remains the same for the most part, at least what we're seeing. And now, when we go back to the keys to victory and we talk about avoiding the flanks from Sanford.
Yep.
Especially in that last kind of team fight and everything that happened, Sanford was looking to do that, right? He was zoning out the right members he needed to. That time it was obviously Nets on the Bruno, right? But that's what makes me wonder, if you're always putting Sanford in front, are you able to round that out? Are you able to peel if you need to, right? Now you have to be in a situation where you might have to peel for Benny Cutie, or is the game plan, like Leo mentioned, the backdoor play, right?
Okay.
That's still something that can be said. No bans, though, towards that gold lane from Echo. They decide to take out the glue in the X-Borg, and they're just going to go ahead and let, most likely, Nets pick up what he wants to here.
Yeah, speaking of pick up, now it's a good ban though that Echo saw. You were mentioning about the peel. Yeah, the X-Borg gave them a really hard time. And also, they're eyeing also the great counter for this Terizla, which is the glue. That's the one way to see that they don't want that kryptonite onto Sanford's initiations. And we're looking at the first 3 picks of these 2 teams, basing it in the Wolf Index. From Echo, it's looking towards more the isolation play, and you have the early to mid spike, and also you would actually have good team fights. But we're yet to see the answer for the Roam. They ban out their Franco since there's no tank yet being chosen by Echo. But for ONIC alone, you have isolation and early to mid spike as well, also burst. But not as well as to mention they have sustain and pick off. So once they go all in, either they would actually go all out with the damage. Good pickup with the Akai still, and this is one problem they were trying to face early game. That was the objective takings, and in the first objective, Ryzen actually secured an objective against Carl Teasy. Now, instead of him being aggressive by just we see him using one of the assassin type of heroes, he would now opt for the Akai, which is also a great use of the ultimate with that heavy spin. Since there's a Cho around, you might actually want to force a lot of things from ONIC Philippines lineup in objective things.
Not just that, but I think it also covers one of those bases I was talking about. You need to be able to peel if you have to. If you're going to rely on Sanford to jump in with a penalty zone, you could still lock down, or you could peel for Benny Cutie. Response, though, from ONIC is obviously going to be the carry, and the Uranus is what they pick up. And last pick locked in here is the Eve. So you have, once again, Novaria in the Roam, and Eve locked in for the mid.
It's the same concept, gentlemen. Yeah, nothing.
If it's not Eve, it's Gord.
Yeah, either two.
Isn't what Haji said?
Yeah. They probably cousins at some point. So the team fights.
I'll tell you about the lore. They're not.
Thanks for breaking that down, Mr. Naisu. But to go back on the team fights of Echo right now, they just need to go classic on how they want to approach the team fight. But in just the scale of the graph there on how ONIC Philippines ended their draft, it's a well-rounded answer.
Yeah.
Yep. If anything, they may have learned as well, because Coach Bluffsy, Coach Jeff, they could have seen it coming from a mile away. Like, this is what Blacklist employed earlier.
Yeah.
Let's draft a lineup that does better than how RSG tried to. And I think with a Lancelot, with a Cho, with a Faramis, the Uranus, and the carry, the answer is yes. And they still have quite the high BDP index.
BDP. Let's see if that's going to play out here.
I
in this
love
game
the 3 words.
Number 2. As we see if we can take us to a 3-game series once again. It's ONIC Philippines and Echo here ONIC Philippines up by 1 in the series.
All right, let's see. Aggressive coming in here from Echo. I think they understand that they have to cross the river more often. They have to set up the vision so that when Benny Cutie says go, when Sanji says go, they do. But ONIC, though, I want to see how they solve this problem because, again, Blacklist won with the style that Echo have employed here today. I wonder if that'll change with the teams changing too.
Yeah, good point that you've mentioned about the invade and also the all-in composition of Echo, and we're going for a pause. Yeah, I kind of want to call it the AA tactic. Yeah, since we're starting with BDPs and DPZs.
Yeah.
So
Acronyms are funny.
Yeah, and for the lineup of
What's
Echo,
the AA?
it's the again the Avengers Assemble lineup. So once it goes all in with the Astro Recall and stuff, with the various and all the toolkits, it's kind of a way of like sealing that window of having a counter clapback. And if they miss that, they actually go miss a chance.
I mean, you're right, but I'm pretty sure that's copyrighted.
Yeah. I
Until
know.
we get some Avengers skins to the game.
Yeah, we need to workshop
Yeah,
your
we're gonna
acronym
wait.
game.
Yeah, I would really want to see that because we see Transformers though, or even Star Wars.
Yeah,
so it's
so-
close. They could have been the same company.
All right. No, Mattel. That's Mattel.
Ah, right. I saw a great movie from Mattel, by the way.
It's
2 months ago.
Hasbro. It's different.
Okay, still a good one.
I am not a connoisseur of knowing all these
collectibles,
cinematics,
Cinnamon.
antics.
These shenanigans.
These shenanigans, yeah. I mean, basically, there's cinema antics, right? So, I'm trying to understand here exactly, again, this, I guess, combination of the Eve and the Novaria. It's so deadly because of the fact that, once again, you have a great way to provide some vision. You have a great way to set up a lot of these objective fights, especially, you know, these neutral takes and everything. You've got just a ton of firepower in the Magic Fire department. But at the same time, you know, once again, with the lineup across from them, can ONIC Philippines play around that? I think that's one of the biggest questions here with this matchup.
That's right. Again, just looking at the problem that Echo is presenting, it's just as important to ask, how good is the solution?
Yeah.
Because you're trying to find a solution, and I'm not talking about Geek Fam's Marquee. I'm talking about the lineup that ONIC has here. I'm pretty sure one aspect that ONIC might try to employ is the scramble. They have an amazing scramble. They're quite mobile, and again, I wouldn't put it over them that they try to do what they did in Game 1, where they try to pick fights across a relatively larger space, and then they go for the back door. That might happen again.
Wow. Poke onto Sanford, make him go back in his own defense in his turret. A lot of peel of ONIC Philippines has right now in the early game, and that is one thing that they're trying to, evade.
Yeah,
and just
kind of deal with that.
Yeah, and just by looking at the items here, we're looking at 3 quantum charges present for ONIC. They want to amp up something in the early game. Also, there's 3 tenacities that we see in this composition, brought to you by FWE Insurance, and this emblem build alone could give it an extra insurance in from the early game even to mid. So if you look onto the balance of Echo right now, you have Quantum Charge in the spokes. This is the capitalization of the distance they can get. Since there's an Avar, there's an Eve, this is a more AoE type of thing that they actually utilize early game.
Oh man, top lane is looking quite perilous for ONIC because they're down on XP, down on gold, and the turtle fight has already started. Gem's not going to be able to do much. Kaltisi secures the turtle. And up top, here comes the save. And they are going to take down Benny Cutie. I spoke too soon.
First blood there, and that went in the hands of Super Prince, right? This is the thing that you notice, and OSX commented on this earlier. The ultra-fast method, the quantum charges, there's 3 of them, right? They get that little extra speed boost. They're able to play around that, not to mention having the Nether Realm giving them that a little bit of safety net to fight under that turret if they want to, right? And that's what secured them that whole pretty much interaction in the top lane, eventually getting that first blood.
Yeah, I remember back in Season 10, the safety net, and also originated from ONIC Philippines, how they changed their roster with a new era version of themselves. And yeah, you guys pointed out perfectly, because with Super Fins and Yoshino alone, having or being at level 5 right now, they could actually drain out of resources of Echo that they're trying to maintain.
Oh, they tried to find the angle, but JP knew better. Saw Yoshino coming in from a mile away. Down bottom. I like how their duos, top and bottom, are at almost deadlock. The only real difference is when someone commits and when someone has a better call. And right now, Carlteasy going to try to change the equation here. But so will Super Friends. This is a 3v3, folks. Just waiting to happen.
A lot of focus here on this gold lane matchup. Super French should be able to get away for the most part. There's the Nether Realm already coming out.
And there's a kick, and the RWM. Ryzen just waiting. Nets catches quite a bit of magic damage here, put down to 1/10 of his health, and just like that, Echo wins. Technical knockout.
TKO. Echo sees distance. Okay, that's a kick. And a follow-up as well. And going back to the action. Oh, meanwhile, up top, let's hold it a bit.
Oh, he commits the ult just to clear the way.
Yeah, speaking of being in the objectives and wave clearing, also the XP is doing a lot of work. Looking at Gem there, he's just cutting so much in this first 5 minutes in down bottom.
So again, we find ourselves here at the second turtle. Carlteasy at the previous one actually poked down Ryzen so much it forced him to use the Retribution. He freely got the turtle. Looks like he might get this one as well, right? Ryzen has kind of decided, you know what, I'm just going to go ahead and focus on these rotations, get these buffs that I need, hopefully scale up, and then maybe I find a pick-off that I need later on, because right now, especially against an Akai, it's a little bit hard to really contest some of these angles, some of these situations they're going for.
And this is throwing back to his days with Omega.
Oh,
so
yeah.
many times we've seen Ryzen just struggling and still somehow finding a way to win. So it's no secret. Ninsumagi is used to just working with the crumbs and making something happen. Quick push up top by Benny Cutie. Almost 1,500 gold ahead, 5 minutes in, and Gem is trying to make something happen down bottom. Look at how deep Carl is, oh lord.
Okay.
Yeah, he's willing to risk it. I think he got also the crab as well.
Oh, I thought he got the buff. Got that purple skin.
Yeah, that was just completely a close way to have a contention with. Meanwhile, Gem is doing a lot of great job there down bottom, just clearly cutting out the waves. This is one that they're trying to capitalize on, the macro scale and their macro approach up against Echo, which is also a master on how to actually divert attention of the people there. But looking at the Hasclaws build up here for Benikudi, we're seeing still the standard builds for this hero. He wants to get those damage, he wants that passive amplified. But for carry, you answer with Swift. Oh, wait, Swift, it got stolen?
Grant the purple, Ryzen!
Oh my goodness. He just
finds
did
things where he
that.
can, man. That's what he does.
This is the crumbs they're talking about, Leo.
Man, that's a juicy crumb.
Yeah.
That's a A1 Wagyu crumb right
Well,
there.
I think Carlteasy wants to contest that. You can see him getting in position there. He still wants the purple.
Carlteasy!
Oh, did he grab that?
He did.
He did.
Nobody gets pulled in. Now 4 members
no.
of ONIC might collapse on him. Forces a defensive heavy spin. Down bottom, Benikudi trying to steal this orange away. This is just chaos, just mayhem across the map.
Yeah, there's a lot of just focusing on these resources.
Oh, they're not done. Yoshino put down 1/3 of his health. RWM coming in from Sanji. Benikudi very low. JP with the Astral Echoes. Yoshino falls first. Traded out for Benikudi. And that's a 1-for-1. ONIC happy with the trade. Walking away. Echo might not be done just yet. Gem still had the consecration. Survives.
The movement speed of ONIC Philippines caught Benikudi off guard. He was in front of enemy lines. How did he even manage to even escape that? Although he has a way of escaping maybe a pull from Sanford's probably ultimate combo, but that was too much for him to even have damage. He just got his boots as of this point, so he wanted to have more of the movement speed, but it was too late for him. So that ONIC, from the time the ONIC actually had a way to seize that window, they take it. So even though they were going on with the kills, they have 2 kills on Benikudi. Echo is with the 2K gold lead, so they're not losing with the objective fights, and they're just seeing more ways to push this.
The hard part about this too, and what you're seeing kind of unfold here, is ONIC Philippines is having a difficult time dealing with this front kind of blockade, you know, that Echo has, and you know that's just with Sanford and the Akai, or Sanford and Carlteasy alone, right? Having this Terizla, having this Akai, you have to get through that, and if you find an initiation, really, which is on the whims of your Yoshino, he has to be able to find the kick they're looking for. You know, so that gets increasingly harder until Nets is online, just picking up the golden staff here. That will allow him to get to where he needs. So he's got the Corrosive Scythe, he's got the Golden Staff. Hopefully he can start to shred through some of this blockage.
Yeah, which is short to say that ONIC is playing reactive when they shouldn't be, when they don't want to be.
Yeah.
And you can see in these little macro, again, micro moments across the map, wherein you see these little scrambles, right? You see these little mini team fights, as we'd like to call them. And that's where that frustration is coming from. But hey, look, some progress up top. Nets finally got a push.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
going to be the first turret for ONIC.
Oh, this could be another plan of
Oh,
ONIC. Just hold that thought.
Pulled in, and there's a kick. Astral Echo ain't gonna do nothing to save the storm. Down he goes. Super Prince takes him, but here comes the cavalry. Carl Teasy, Sanford, and Daddy JP. Oh, they're picking their fights here. They don't want to force nothing, but this is a big wave. RWM coming in from Sanji. They want to take it down. Yoshino with the knock-up. Oh, the waves have been cleared by Ryzen, and he's going to be able to dash on out of there. Tier 1 in mid still stands.
Man, that third time they took down Benny Cutie. ONIC Philippines has a good way to sense and even sniff where is Bruno coming from.
Yeah.
Completely having an advantage. Oh, look at that. Showdown. That's a sad one.
Yeah, we went from movies to musicals, man. We're going everywhere.
Yeah.
Man.
That is a good way to point it out, Mr. JC. Carl TC just pick up the Twilight armor. So he's going more with the defense here with this Akai build. And to see more of the equipment he's trying to build, who he would likely more to sustain or outplay the damage of Ryzen right now being the Lancelot. So he needs more utilities, he needs more defense to actually have a contest with the objectives that they need if Echo wants to have a push against the base of ONIC Philippines.
Okay, so Lord is up here. It's going to be juggled around. Carl TZ planning himself there, right? Ryzen can't really plan himself anywhere. He's got to kind of wait here, and you can see them trying to put the pressure on him if they can, holding the Lord there, switching between the Sanford and Carl TZ to keep the Lord dance going. Sanji is also going to be crucial here where he decides to set up the real-world manipulation. Yoshinu has to find a way of the dragon on someone. He has to put this situation here in their hands for ONIC Philippines to turn it around. They're not working through a big gold gap either. It's only 1,000. They should be able to compete here as it builds up. Gem also a center part.
Finally, the RWM comes out, and the knock-up from the Lord down to a fifth of his health, forcing out the early Nether Realm, and Carl Deasy tries to secure it. Scores! That's the first Lord going over to the Orcas. Ryzen forced to use the Phantom Execution defensively, and here comes Carl Deasy. Heavy spin right out through the middle of Tier 1 and 2. Ryzen trying to finish the job, not going to be able to do it. Force back. Echo are on the offensive. Balls in Gem's face, getting kicked out. Echo so dominant, almost more than 3K ahead. They're going to take down Tier 2 as well. Echo with a decisive push.
Well, a decisive attack indeed for Echo with that take. By that objective, we were waiting for the right setup to happen, and that was clearly Sanji and Sanford making their ultimates work, and they even got 3 from ONIC Philippines, and that was the setup that we were trying to see on how Yoshino would actually have an advantage on the back line of Echo. With that point, they knew how to answer the stronghold that they were trying to build on the team fights of ONIC Philippines. Even there's a lot of poke and burst from their own composition, but that way they had this agreement to actually have the focus on the objectives rather than getting the kills from now on. And the lead is slowly building up 4.3k, and there's a push down bottom.
They're going to make quick work of that Lord, as you see there, and that's fine, right? But what's happening is Echo will continue to get the space to work with, but clear-wise, wow, okay. Super Prince there, utilizing that Nether Realm a little early. Ooh. Okay, interesting. Now they're going to have to deal with this assault on the base without it.
Oh, RWM by Sanji, plus the Astral Echoes spells disaster for this Tier 3 turret down bottom. Not much ONIC could have said there.
With this lead alone, Echo, this is their needed items. Although, Benecuti got taken down 3 times, and to look back on his items, he has now the Wind Talker, has now the Wind of Nature. If you get caught in the crossfire, get hold down, somebody got pulled down.
Here we go! Yoshino gets trapped between a rock and a hard place, and all 5 members of Echo gets picked off with Carl Teasy's call, and now it's a 4v5. I think Echo wants more than just inhibitor turrets.
Yeah, they want more than gold. They want more than a kill. They want more with the push. With the items now being shown in our screens here, we're looking at also the defensive investment that Carl Teasy made. Oh, almost half HP though.
Sanford! They know that there's no Nether Realm! Penalty zone from Sanford underneath the turret, and he took one too many. And RWM trying to keep Super Prince down. And his NetherRealm gets popped, dodging that Astral Meteor. And here comes Yoshino with a kick. Down goes Sanji. Super 3v none. JP goes, Ryzen gets 2K.
Yoshino.
And they're not done. Here comes Yoshino with a knockup. Taking up Carl Teasy on that. Benny Cutie getting taken down here. One kick, one ball to the face. 2K for Benny. And that's it. The heavy spin pushing them back, but Benny wants more.
Wow, a trade of 2 to 3, and Echo just completely wanted to have an advantage for a counter and the clapback.
Whoa. Trying to blitz this. Is there enough firepower?
They have the advantage though. Echo can actually push for this.
Oh, they look like they're baiting for
They
it.
want this. They want to contest this here. They're going to get in position. Carl TZ waiting for the rest of the team to make it here to secure this, to ensure it.
Sanford very low. Penalty zone coming in. Nets gets the kill. Benny Cutie very low as well. Gets taken down. Prince takes down the Storm.
Lord
Prince
reset.
played it out though. Lord has gotten reset. Nets goes. Carl TZ gets away. And down goes Ryzen. 2 for 2. Bodies everywhere. But the turret up top still stands. Gem. Playing the bodyguard to one of the last few objectives ONIC has left.
Wow, a lot of things just actually happened. Few seconds ago, we were looking for ONIC Philippines to Echo to make and start the team fight. By just having the right amount of burst and hold from Ryzen and Nets, Echo was just having a checklist on who to take down and who to took against ONIC Philippines. But now Echo just clearly having a great view on this objective. They're still going. Super Prince and Yoshino just
It's not gonna happen, man. Not like this. Carl Teasy goes in with a heavy spin. They're gonna pop Super Prince here like a zit. And just like that, they're a man down. Luckily, I mean, good news, bad news. Prince still died, but he has the passive on the Faramis. And can Ryzen secure his own purple? Yeah, he did. He got the Retri. All right.
Secured. He'll be back up here by the time they have to defend against this Lord push. And as we kind of catch our breaths after that whole exchange, is there, again, item-wise, is there anything that stands out here, OSX, for them to have a successful defense?
Yeah, speaking of defense and burst, Sanji right now is on a roll with his item and to pin down on what's happening on this game. They're going for a push. I need to hold my thoughts. Gem, though, is going to be in trouble.
He's still holding on to his Purify. Just pop the Consecration right there. RWM from Sanji. Gonna go ahead and be the last nail in the coffin for that tier 3 turret in mid. Gem very low, so close to going. Benny Cutie does not finish the job quite yet. Carl TZ takes a few hits. or rather ONIC, right? And how consistent Echo is. I'm excited to see what else Coach Bam, Coach Clumsy, and Coach Jeff have cooking.
Well, we're going to have to find out because we do have Game 3 ahead of us. But first, of course, we have to take this whole interchange of a Game 2, this exchange between, again, two power teams battling out here. And OSX, I know you have a lot to say. Break this down for us so we can understand it better.
Thank you so much, Naisu and Leo. Now, to break things down in game number 2, the world champs are back on their feet. And to see the possibility of having that recovery, they know what to be in that kind of situation. Recovery and draft-wise, they were also opting for a different invade and sustain. We're calling it, assemble, Avengers Assemble, but from that point, we're looking at the Eve, the game changer, the hero. Also, Sanji, the player of Echo, is a great solution for the team fighting prowess of Echo. Looking at his KDA in 5-1 and 4, you have that participation of having that close borderline with a burst and poke. Having the Ice Queen one, having the glowing one, even the Divine Glaive. He even had the Enchanted Talisman on fourth. From this perspective, you're looking at Sanji prioritizing the movement speed and also the mana and also the magic penetration with his boots. And looking at this point, we're looking at how would he want to have another response in team fights, and especially early games from ONIC Philippines. You're looking back on the highlights here, 7 minutes in, they were caging Benny Cutie. They were having a great angle here on how to target the damage dealer, the winning condition of Echo to slow down in the early stages of the game. You know how deadly was the Bruno in game number 1, and they had to wait to have a counter for this hero by just having the right amount of defense items. But from 10 minutes on, this was the struggle of the objective taking. Having an Eve, having Yoshino with you, but Carl TZ has eyes on the objective more than ONIC Philippines would want to secure a backline kill onto Echo. Echo was so cautious on how they want to approach these objectives. Will they go for the kill or will they go for the -1 takedown? At this point, Yoshino was looking for angles. Ryzen was the one to finish the job. And to see how ONIC Philippines responded mostly on the mistakes that Echo is committing is just minor windows. It just crumbs that they wanted to follow, and from that moment they wanted to have a way to secure this last lord of the game. 14 minutes onto this game, from this moment that Super Friends was the one to fall down first, it was go time for Echo. There was no sustain, there was no Netherrealm, and there was no nets to go with the damage against Echo. And from this 16 minutes into the game, they had a great push. Sanji, Carl TZ, and Sanford were present to get with coverage. That was one thing to see here for Echo's comeback. They prioritized more on the utility, they prioritized more on their classic lineup, and this was one way to see that, hey, Echo has a classic way of approaching a recovery. And to go back on the games here, we're looking at 13-9. And to look for the higher damage department here of Echo, we see Benny Cutie and we see Sanford as well. We saw how he made initiations with his flicker. You have the old combo. You also have the RWM being set up most of the time once you go all in. And that was just a clear window for Echo to actually take over and over again. Knowing that there's a threat of a carry and as well as Uranus in the late game, they need to be wary of the consequences if they don't have an answer or a solution if they don't finish the game in almost 17 minutes into the second series. Yes, we see ONIC here building the defense items. You also see here the sustain items doing the work. But from that, it was just a bit amount of time for them to actually secure a kill onto Echo. And there was back and forths most of the objective takes. And from the emblems that we saw that amped up their early game, yes, quantum charges all over ONIC Philippines, but one thing that stood out also with the composition of Echo is they have the standard emblems to actually make things work early game. And to see how Gem was the guardian of ONIC Philippines, they have a way to Benny Cutie and JP to actually have a great time with their own items being built up. Benny Cutie have a 92% participation, and they also have Carl TZ having the 77% on also for team fighting participation as well. So to look back on the hero damage in the turrets being taken. It's just mostly pointing onto Echo's strength heading in towards to the late game. But to see more of the potential in how ONIC made his way from mid-game, Ryzen, Nets, and Super Prince, they were just waiting for the right time to even have the right damage. And it was completely countered by Echo. They know it was a ticking time bomb composition, and they want to make use of their strength early on and not to lose that moment. Because if they did, it could possibly be a sweep for ONIC Philippines. So from that moment, Echo just has a unique way to come back up in their own feet, and this is just a way of seizing the day of like, hey, it's not yet done. We could actually make things work, and from this is the best of the that we're about to see. As this match started, we're looking at two teams having the same momentum, having the same synergy, and when they have that right recipe to actually use up against each other, that's one thing to even utilize. And that's just game number 2. Ladies and gentlemen. We're heading in for game number 3. Now let's throw it over back to our desk, Leo and Naisu here. Game number 2, and we're heading to a tiebreaker match.
Thank you so much, Francis. And before we talk more, again, watch out for the weekly giveaway that will be posted on MPL Philippines Facebook page for a chance to win your own Smart Bro devices. Mechanics to join the giveaway will be posted after this weekend's tournament, so sit tight and then wait for that. Thank you so much for the breakdown, because again, some people might have missed a thing or two there at the end, but yes, we are ultimately going to a Game 3, and here's the thing. This is what we love. Game 3s, the back and forth between these two teams. I don't know what it is about ONIC Philippines specifically that takes them the distance here, but it's a good sign. It's a good sign against a team like Echo, who, as this kind of unfolded, you could see a lot of their strengths still, of course, for Echo, especially with the lineup that they have. We talked about that quite extensively, before we even got to the game. So, if you are ONIC Philippines here, maybe this is your time to maybe prioritize the Novaria. Again, I'm not sure if they want to do that, if they want to flex it like we've been seeing now up to this point. What do you think, Leo?
I'd like to think maybe don't let Echo do that again. And I agree with you. Maybe start with not giving the Novaria, because a linchpin of that strategy is the Novaria. And it just throws off anything that both Ryzen and Yoshino want to do. So the things that make ONIC-Ph are clearly shut down by Novaria.
Right.
So step 1, I suggest, yes. Either get the Novaria or ban the Novaria, and then you go from there.
That's a good point. Respect it or take it. Depends on who's going to get a blue side.
Not only that, not just the Novaria, though. Like, I feel like still, even regardless of if you take the Novaria out of the picture, I still think you need a way to deal with getting through the front line or having an answer to, once again, Akai is kind of like this throwback pick, but then whenever it comes through, you're like, oh yeah, that's why it was so strong, right? The heavy spin is such a strong utility ultimate alone that makes it kind of hard to deal with.
I guess you combine that with what the lineup was trying to do anyways. It was a lineup with 2 mages in mid, right? A Rome Novaria and an Eve.
Yeah.
The fact that you have a Akai that does what it does just exacerbates the whole situation. So yeah, it's a chicken and the egg situation, right? Like, what made it worse? The Novaria or the Akai? One or the other. Both are solid answers. Again, both are world championship caliber caliber players that are employing these tactics. So I guess you answer one or the other, or both.
You could answer both, and obviously we know that it's always in the draft where this kind of unfolds, right? And that's why I said, really, again, you have multiple options, and I like that even up to this point. Again, with it being day 2, some of these, I guess, team compositions, these strategies have been altered a little bit, but again, another strategy that we see a lot of these teams actually opt for. Again, I talked about this earlier on today. I like to call it the beefy lineup, the beefy boy lineup. You have 3 of those tankier heroes in the options for you, whether that's the roam, the jungle, and then XP lane, right? So you can cover your bases here. Now, do I think that might have worked better in dealing with this double mage mid lineup, and then you have the the Akai? I think it would have, but still, in those lineups, the weakness point there is obviously if you lose, for example, your gold laner, you'll lose a ton of damage, right? And it gets a little bit harder there. So one thing I'm wondering is, again, do you prioritize the Bruno, maybe the Brody, if it's like somehow you are able to snag that, or again, really dealing with the possibility of the mid lane mage duo? I don't know. We'll come up with something for that. OSX.
The MNNE.
Still copyrighted, bro. You can't.
Okay. I thought we are going with Christopher Nolan stuff. Okay. So, okay. Never mind. We're looking for a name.
Yes.
As we look for solutions in game number 3.
The problems and the solutions.
Yes.
I know. You know, sometimes when you sit in that chair, like, you can't help but feel you have to channel the great IQs of the people that have sat in that chair.
IQ is just a number.
I know.
Yeah, but, you know, when you sit in that chair, I'm not going to lie, I've been there maybe once or twice last season. Not sure if I'll get a chance this season, but when I do sit there, I can feel my IQ rising.
I know.
How do you feel?
Actually, I think I'm in par with Einstein's as of this point.
I don't know if I'd go that far, but, you know, the Einsteins of MLBB.
Yeah. The Einsteins of MLBB, we're talking about the analyst. Even you yourself, you are an analyst too.
Hey, Wolf was sitting there earlier today.
I know. I am blessed to actually even...
It's a Saturday, Francis.
I know. Oh, shucks. I kind of forget about that. It is a Saturday.
Everything's just...
What's special about Saturday?
Last season, yeah, we were breaking down like it's like Francis Day Saturday. We actually bond with my greatest fans, Leo and Wolf.
Your greatest fans?
Yeah, yeah. And also my idols back then. It was season 10,
Oh,
where
that
we're
was season
actually having the same, it's my Saturday lineup. But this time around, it's not happening, maybe. Wolf is just all over the place, yeah.
Just all flowers for you.
I know. I kind of forgot.
Again,
it's Saturday.
You know, when you're just the grand winner of the caster search, you know,
the inaugural.
The inaugural
The very
caster search.
first.
Sorry,
You're
let me correct
you're
myself.
the EVOS legends of MPL Philippines caster search.
Yeah, right. You're talking about this. Okay.
Very first champion.
When you're just at that point, you get a special day of the week, right? Now, we're waiting to go into game number 3's draft. And I will say, there's a lot, again, what we can contemplate here. I still think, you know, again, if you're ONIC Philippines and you really want to close out this series with a win and start to, you know, build this momentum in the season, this is where you have to really change things up to a degree, right?
Okay, I was going to say, like, maybe one change is the sub in. No, but they're sticking with it. It's still Yoshino Gem. Yoshino Gem,
Super Friends.
Super Friends.
There you go, it's still them.
Ryzen.
I was kind of, 20% feeling that because we know how ONIC plays around with their own variations.
Yeah,
and
right.
let's see how this blends up on game number 3. We're looking at glimpses here. We see Coach Trevor actually trying to calibrate more of what happened in game number 2 and what will they approach this draft. And now we're heading in for game number 3. Wow, I love my Saturday.
Love the Saturdays indeed. ONIC on this blue. We've got Echo on the red here. So, again, bans, do they change much so far? Not too much, right? For the most part, same thing.
Yep.
Leaves me to wonder if it is the last 2 bans that are similar that we saw from the previous game, does ONIC still decide to go with the same priority, right? That's the main question.
If they go ban Kaja and ban Valentina and then the swing back, that's where they can change it. Instead of the Lancelot, now in hindsight, that was a way too early Lancelot for Ryzen. Maybe they can go first pick Nova.
I was going to say, even in the draft, I was like, well, this is kind of a confidence play, right? Picking up the Lancelot that early on, when technically you didn't have to. You could have just went and picked up the Novaria, right? And that would have changed the dynamic of the mid lane that we talked about and that we saw from even the previous series. So, ban-wise, oh, look at that. Echo actually decides to go ahead and ban out the Lancelot.
So they were feeling it.
So they're trying to get at least one or the other, the Valentina or the Novaria.
Yeah, that was a good trade. That's a good eye there. It could be the possibility now of ONIC Philippines or even Echo. Would they go for the mage or will they go for that sustain?
It's got to be Novaria. If it's not, I'm going to scratch my head a little bit.
Really?
Yep.
Okay, I'll have that on record. We're waiting.
Imagine the stakes, bro. Imagine Naisu just scratching his head, man.
Scratching the head. Like, here's the thing.
It never happens.
Well.
Oh!
One or the other. One or the other.
Okay. Fair.
So the response is what? Novaria Bruno?
Could be.
Would they want to take up Novaria Bruno here?
Bruno Varia.
That works.
See,
it is.
It works.
There it is.
When you pair up with a Bruno, make sure you have a planet. Either you have Mars or something, but you have Novaria.
Okay.
Talk about former head coach from ONIC.
Yeah.
Coach Mars.
Yeah. See, that's a pair that you need. So they have, again, we're looking at the same comfort picture of Echo. You have Bruno, you have a Novaria. So with the Valentina present here, they would really opt for their comfort pick for their marksman here. Since they have the Valentina, they have a way to copy the ultimate. How do you pair that with a great sustained mage that you were talking about? Will that double mage show up? The MNNE.
Yes, still copyrighted, Francis.
Chocolates?
I think they have to invest in a... Here's what I'm thinking, right? Here's what I'm thinking. Maybe the link comes into play here. Maybe if they can somehow
Enhance
hide...
Horizon?
Yeah, if they can hide the ling late into the draft, because that's one of the few ways that you can actually cut through this artillery-based lineup.
Like a Angeling.
Kinda, yeah. You hide it, and then you deny your opponents maybe the things that hurt the ling, like a Hilda. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
It seems to be a weird solution, but again, I'm grasping at straws. It's such a strong strategy right now.
That could actually happen because we're looking at the mage, the XP, and the marksman of ONIC Philippines, and those two remaining ingredients for their own lineup would actually work.
That's a
that
good
makes
idea.
sense.
We'll have to see how the second phase here
Ooh,
goes.
okay,
with these
game number
bans.
1.
Echo might even cover their bases there if they decide to. No, they go with the Akai ban. Picking up the Martes too also helps with, again, kind of that utility option because we don't see the jungle option just yet for ONIC Philippines. So we'll see what they decide to kind of roll with the punches here, right? Given the fact that also, again, Fredra and Martes are usually those utility picks that a lot of teams like to go for. We'll see if something else along the lines of Assassin gets picked up, right? Still, the fact is, at this point, it takes a certain amount of teams to make, let's say, the Lings work, the Fannies, the Assassin junglers, who is a little bit of a risk-reward-centric, hero or playstyle. So next ban is going to be the X-Borg. They take that out here, and we'll see how this thing unfolds.
Yeah, looking at the Wolf Index graph, we're slowly looking at a shorter or a smaller Pentagon here for Echo, and actually we're seeing more of the team fight early to mid, and you have a bit of burst. And as they pointed or banned down the Baksha, you were mentioning the big beefy lineup. Yeah, they don't want that to get up against. They don't want that sustain. They don't want that slow.
Whoa.
Since they also take out the X-Borg, this is just completely protecting their back line.
Wait. Maybe the big beefy lineup might be the answer, because that's what Coach Tick and Coach Trevor are taking out.
Yeah, that's why I said the beefy boys, man. That's... And we saw a Grok jungle yesterday. So, like, you could still go that route if you wanted to, If it's up to Ryzen, not sure if he wants to, roll with that. But it could cover one of the bases that they need here. Now that we're through this banning phase, we'll see what Echo wants to respond, locking in their 4th pick. It's going to be the Franco.
There you go. You have
Solid
you have the isolation, you have the hook, and to cover, one of you mentioned covering the tracks here of how Valentina could actually work with this kind of lineup. Good ban on the Uranus. There's still no XP lane available for Echo. We might as well assume that this could actually also be a Yuzong for Sanford, because if they want to trim down their counterparts, even Arlet is present.
Wait. Glue is open. Nope,
and
never
Glue.
mind.
Good
Never mind.
point.
Yeah, no, I'm saying Glue for ONIC, but
Oh!
they already have the Terizla. So there's the Fanny. There is an answer. Someone can bite down on her, and the Martis can actually kind of dance through the damage.
Isn't that like confidence effect? Like,
wait,
to pick a Fanny into a Franco.
No, man. Oh, okay. There's a Ruby, but yeah, good point about the Fanny and Franco. I had this kind of game, and it actually made the game win because of the Franco pick. I had a bite onto the Fanny, and this is purely confidence translating into ONIC Philippines, and we'll just. Oh yes!
Welcome back.
He has returned.
That was in the back of my mind. When we were talking about Yuzhong and everything, I was like, man, what about the Lapu Lapu? A signature pick that obviously is a signature for a reason. And if, again, referencing once again the keys to victory here, this is a hero that literally Sanford can flank on.
Yep.
Right?
K2V.
So that's probably the game plan. Not only that, but this is still along the lines, it's Echo going with somewhat of the beefies the beefy boy lineup, right? Because now not only do they have a Franco there, they've also got the Martiz, which is kind of, you know, iffy in a way.
It's halfway beefy.
It's halfway.
Yep.
And then you have Lapu Lapu, which is kind of the same thing. So this could work out, but I think the biggest glaring thing for me is, can they stop the Fanny, or will the Fanny unleash? You know, that at that point, it's kind of like, all right, do we grab the bus? Do we put the pressure on the bus? Do we force out these retries before the neutral objectives? Those are my big questions as we get ready to load up here. Game number 3, last game of day 2 here. Can ONIC Philippines take down the world champions Echo in this best of 3?
Tension is building up in the air. And to go back to your points there, gentlemen, big beefy lineup, the beefy lineup for Echo. And if we're looking for a way to how ONIC Philippines could be a tenderizer for this kind of lineup, I think that will just put a pressure on Nets and Yoshino. The aid on the gold lane right now for ONIC Philippines is a must to keep this Claude in a great scaling momentum. But the problem is, there is a Franco and there's just Sanji to just cover with most of the possible surprise gags.
Whoa. You just mentioned his name and he does something amazing. He throws an astral meteor right on through 2 members of ONIC and steals the Little Wanderer.
That's how you be a playmaker, right? I mean, those little things do have an effect. That's what we usually see in games like this, especially early on. Again, rotations are very crucial here. Speaking of, let's go ahead and take a look at how these teams have ensured their emblem setups.
Yeah, a balanced one for sure. Brought to you by FW Insurance. Emblem build of Echo right now. We're looking at the tank. Let's focus more on the tank here for JP. He has the focusing, or he has the tenacity, he has agility, he has movement speed, and also amplifies the attack attributes for his team. So this go all in or all out. But meanwhile, there's a fall from Ryzen up top, though.
Hello! Ryzen swinging in, bringing Yoshino and Super Prince with him. Quick rotations, again, after that wave clear in mid. Again, you know for sure that Super Prince is ready to get his hands dirty as compared to Sanji, who still wants to play with range. Now, first turtle up for grabs. Carl TZ and Ryzen doing a little dance here, trying to go for the pull, and Ryzen leaves the scene. But just for now.
Yeah. JP knows.
He did reset.
Yeah. Oh!
Whoa, the read! JP flickers away from the penalty zone. Sanford comes in with the bravest fighter. Turtle scored. Carl TZ gets it, but I wonder, do they want to continue fighting? The answer seems to be yes. There's a hook onto Yoshino. In comes Ryzen. Draws first blood on JP. Give him the double as he takes down Carl TZ too.
Yeah, they may have resetted that purple from Ryzen, but those 2 kills, man, oh man, they waited for the right moment to use or let JP use his ultimate and hook. It was just the right amount of seconds for him to make the damage work for ONIC Philippines. There were 4 from ONIC to take down JP, and it was just a complete way of having a great advantage. Ryzen, drop it low.
Wow, was it worth it though? I mean,
I was...
What?
Okay, okay.
It's not done. Gem once more. Oh, not enough. The speed up. Yep, good block. The speed up didn't happen at the right moment.
Yep.
Or else he could have taken down JP, got revenge for Carl TZ.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, rather for Ryzen.
From that moment, everything just completely back to 0 for ONIC Philippines.
We've evened it out.
Yep. And JP with the response, no, I'm not letting go of that kill. You're not going to go get 2 kills. Unless it's a complete reinforced attack. And there was just 1 member, though. And just by looking at the items here, yep, they're going for the same build here for Bruno. Has claws. And also for Claude, he has the steel leg plates. This is a main ingredient for him just to sustain the basic hits of this Bruno. Now, but not for a certain time, but mostly just to clear up his lanes. But with this 4 minutes now brewing into this game, we're looking for a bit of a small advantage. But for this, you're looking at advantage is leaning towards more Benicuti. He has the boots. He also had 1 damage item. He could completely go around right now in just 4 to 5 minutes, and he could even go with the switch. And this is an advantage of the Bruno. You have more poke up against Nets, up against a Claude, and with the aid of JP with the vision and kind of a possible flank, things could go their way this time.
And again, as we see both teams kind of get in position here, looking to counterplay around each other. Second turtle now spawning, right? Echo going to get in position. Gem has the information he needs. Looks like they're just deciding to give this up, put pressure here in that gold lane.
Yep, not going to happen. They do get punished over there, and it looks like North to south on the nest. They're not done. Here comes Ryzen, and Nets coming in with an early BI. Yoshinu just sidesteps from it, and JP takes down Ryzen, takes one too many turret hits. And look at this underneath tier 1 down bottom. More bodies drop. Oh, Lord.
Nets.
This is
Nets.
looking bad for ONIC as Nets gets taken down once more. Sanford finds another. This is not going the way Echo,
Sanford,
or rather ONIC planned. Sanford, one more in. The flicker from Super Prince. Oh, all that mayhem got me confused, I gotta admit. Ryzen wins a duel up top, 1v1 anime fight.
So, I know you want to break that down. That went from like really bad
oh my goodness.
to not so bad.
Yeah, it turned out great for Echo this time. That confidence, that aggression from ONIC Philippines, it was a great way to translate for Echo's success and to take down 2 or 3 members down on that possible decision. But from that, Ryzen was seeing a possibility to take down Carl TZ up top. But from that moment, they actually had a way to boost the time for this Bruno to actually work. He has 4 assists. Right now, BLCK has 4 points, and with the build-up, he's looking for a way to amplify more of the crit and the critical chance, and mostly, this is complementing the burst of Sanji and Carl TZ has. Not to mention, Sandra has now the bonus. Has he just go jumping all around and to just maintain everything with his spell vamp. So this is the thing. K2V number 2. Beware. Beware of Sanford. He's just... Okay.
Beware of Sanford, as OSX was saying,
Yep,
you know?
Nets understood. Like, oh, right, I have to beware.
He heard him. He heard him. But again, that's the main point, right? And as we lead into that third turtle, I'm still kind of wondering, does ONIC Philippines just give it up? You know, do they actually just want to find kills and hopefully snowball the best they can as they focus on the mid?
And here comes JP walking in with conviction. Yoshinu swiping away. BLCK gets the push up top. And off camera, Carl TZ working on this turtle, down to a 1/4 of its health. That's clearly going to go over to Echo. The last turtle of the game, leaving much space for Nets to actually push down bottom.
Yeah, speaking of space, Yoshino is minding the gap on how could he actually initiate a flicker I'm offended combo from Echo. Since there's a lot of distance happening on how they wanted to maintain that gap between one another because of a setup threat from Yoshino, I think that's one thing to consider this, right? And they're actually respecting ONIC Philippines' possible counter. JP did land the hook though.
Coming in, biting down on Yoshino. He survives, flickers away. And just like that, ONIC can regroup. ONIC can find a way to clap back.
Yeah. Great opportunity to stay alive there, right? Again, these little things will overlap in favor of Echo if they continue to find punishment with JP. This guy is 3-1-1 right now with his Franco, but also the hard thing to deal with, again, if he locks down someone, and there is the follow-up, right? And now that BLCK has that Berserker's Fury paired with a focusing mark, it gets a little more deadly, right? And that is something that ONIC Philippines has to keep tabs on in the mid lane.
Oh, a hook. Here we go. Super Prince doesn't get bit down on, flickers away, though gets popped by Sanji as Carl TZ swings away. And that's a man down for ONIC. Echo continues to pick up the pace.
Yoshino being chased down. Okay. Oh, that was close. And to go back to the nature of lineup of Echo right now, this is just ONIC respecting the fact that they can't go near with ONIC or Echo's lineup. There's a lot of bite, there's a lot of crunch. Even a beefy lineup can actually be in par with ONIC Philippines damage. But just add the items here, we're looking at JP's build, we're looking at rapid boost, we are looking at a faster Franco and plus a steel life plates. But to focus more on the damage department of ONIC Philippines and to check what could they actually aim for, we're looking at a Claude's damage of DHS and also the Golden Staff. For Fanny, we have the Malefic Run as well as the Blade of Heptaseas. But would that be enough though? Because at most of the time, she gets ambushed, and that depletes the fact that the activation of the passive could actually be gone and just being on cooldown most of the time.
Oh wow, look at that blitz.
That's just, that Lord was deleted right there. There's not much you can do about that unless they can turn it around.
I'm offended. Used up by Yoshino here.
Good
JP
sustain.
survives, and not even to mention he still has an immortality. Echo, their confidence level through the roof. I mean, if I took down a Lord that quick, I'd be swagging out too.
Oh yeah, just maintaining that kind of clear. They're not letting go of their first tier turrets from all lanes. There's a slither of health, but meanwhile, hold that thought. Ryzen and Sanford. Oh, look
Oh! Close call. If
ow.
Sanford might as well have coughed or sneezed the wrong way, Ryzen would be dead.
What? I mean, that almost looked like it was slow motion there for a second. And I'm sure for Ryzen, you know, he's kind of feeling some of the struggle on this Vanny, trying to find his own pressure around the map that he can put here. Meanwhile, the team's got to just defend at their best with the mid lane, holding on to that tier 1, but still the Lord making his way top. So Ryzen will continue to just find pressure where he can, right? If it's top, bottom, wherever. But if he's able to swoop in at the right point, then maybe they can turn some of these team fights around. You can still see him putting pressure on that tier 2 in the bottom.
Yep. Echo is going to have their way here unless... Oh, wow.
Oh, he's
Quick
gone.
Clear.
Wow.
Oh, that's it. 1-1.
Spicy.
We caught it.
Folks, the score is 1-1 between Ryzen and Carl Teasy in this game so far. And oh, the burst. Sanji throws out an Astral Meteor. You all saw that almost taking down half of Super Prince's health.
That pickup onto the Radiant Armor by Carl Teasy a few seconds ago when he actually took down Ryzen took a lot of work in defending and sustaining that damage coming from a Fanny. Completing that way of sequence is just totally perfect to see. Now they're getting in for a push here with the advantage of 5.6k gold lead. ONIC might see a bit of in a tighter situation to build on the defense. If the front line is concerned here, we could actually check Yoshina's build here. He has the Athena shield, but this just probably answers the burst and poke of Sanji. Yes, it's Sanji alone. And to see all of the ways to even hold that part where he could actually initiate an I'm Offended flicker combo, he needs more of the extra defense that actually can be compensated by this Terizla from Gem. Although he has the Dominance Ice, he answers also to Benny Cutie. At that point, they could actually beat together to make things work for the defense, and Carl Tees right now pick up the Guardian Helmet, which makes him, again, another beefy item to be tenderized.
I think at this point, again, for Nets even, you know, and even for both gold laners, Benny Cutie as well, this is where they start to shine, right? For the most part, they have a lot of the items that they need. Nets also even being given the orange buff here because if these fights break out for this next Lord in just a couple seconds, they're going to want to be able to turn the tide. But also really crucial here is what does Super Prince utilize from the other side, right? For the most part, maybe he takes JP's Bloody Hunt, finds a lockdown, maybe not. But you can see this. He doesn't have that many options, and they might just be forced to give up this Lord here.
Here's how bad it is. He'd be happy with an Astral Echo. He'd be happy to see where Echo is. And right now, even Ryzen's purple buff is in jeopardy. Purple buff at less than half health here.
Who gets it?
Carl Teasy walks away.
Oh, yeah.
Carl Teasy gets it. You get nothing, good sir. Ryzen is just left there hoping for the next purple buff.
Oh, all objectives being taken slowly by Echo. And to point one more way to secure an ultimate, if you're Super Prince, they could actually have a steal onto this the ultimate of a Franco. That Bloody Hunt can actually be a compensated CC hold. But hold that. There's a conceal though.
Conceal, no one home. Goes for the hook, and there's the bite down. Gem.
Wow.
Couldn't even consider
decimated.
Walking away. That's right. Now the tier 2 turret in mid is decimated as well, and we're seeing just bodies falling. Gem the first casualty. I'm pretty sure one of these inhibitor turrets are going to fall soon as Echo walks into ONIC's base. And there's the He couldn't even stand a chance. Benny Cutie's balls caught up to him, and just like that, we could smell the W. Echo has blood on the water. Ladies and gentlemen, that's it. Benny Cutie has eyes on the base. 2-1. 2-1. Echo takes the series.
In another 3-game series here, ONIC Philippines will not be able to come out with a win, but what a great showing. And Echo showing just how strong and how much power they can end these games with. Those last couple kicks that we saw there from Benny Cutie. Again, he didn't have any kills for most of the game, but that's what he was waiting for right there, and it was really tough for Ryzen to utilize the Fanny.
Wow. This was a good best-of-3 game. You see the sportsmanship, you see the smiles.
You see the jackets.
Yeah.
Amazing merch from both teams.
Amazing.
I gotta say, how's it gotta feel for ONIC, man? Because Drats foiled again, right? We won game 1. This is a whole nother lineup. We showed that this lineup has amazing backdoor pickup potential.
Yep, BDP.
But we still couldn't close it up. But then again, you know, they showed promise.
There's definitely promise here, you know, and I, even again with what we saw yesterday from them, I don't even know at this point which one was better, so to speak, but both of them have their strengths, have some weaknesses here that they have to work on, of course. But again, this is week 1, right? This is their chance to do these testing experiments out with the lineup and how they kind of play around that. But I still think relatively for this series, ONIC Philippines should be pretty happy, right? I mean, this was, again, against a team like Echo. Yes, they've changed out JP with Yawi from the championship lineup there, the World Championship, but it can speak volumes. You can still learn a lot from this series here.
Every loss is a learning situation. And from that game number 1, how ONIC Philippines took down Echo, they were so happy about it. You see it from back from the game pods, they were really rejoicing, and it took a point out of the world champs. And from this variant, we're seeing potential. We're seeing a silver lining on how ONIC Philippines could actually take down one of the strongest in the league in the Philippines.
Yeah.
I'd say, save for how the draft went, this lineup from ONIC could have won.
Yeah.
Could have sworn this could have won.
I feel like, one of the biggest things here is, regardless of how the drafts went, if you look at what they did in Game 1, that is a great kind of a picture to look at for them, you know, after today and everything, when they get a chance to really see how they executed that well. Because, again, Ryzen mentioned in the interview before it all started, discipline is what they lacked yesterday. I do feel like they had a little more discipline today.
Yeah.
And it's what got them, again, this 3-game series against Echo. And it could have, still in a way, like, you know, Game 3 was a little bit more in favor for Echo, obviously, but they had an opportunity to possibly take the series against Echo. Now, again, I think, you know, maybe even for Yoshinu, it might come down to some of the pick selections, or at least that decisiveness, I feel like, you know, in the roam, where you really need to be able to find those moments you're looking for. Because across from him, again, this is JP. This is Daddy JP. Yeah. And he had a heck of a game on the Franco, even at one point, you know, finding his own kill with the Iron Hook. Like, and he was always the one kind of deciding a lot of those moments.
At some point, he was the kill leader, too.
Yeah, I think he was on a killing spree at one point, you know?
Yeah, even though he missed those Iron Hooks, they were just an answer for that. They were just a bloody hunt. You have the flicker. Also, the threat of... That's why we were thinking, how would still the Fanny be picked up with the presence of a Franco? And it was just purely confident. It was sheer experience, and they were just... we kind of would like to commend how ONIC Philippines actually went for that draft.
Dude, Ryzen was limit testing.
Yeah.
He said, Coach, give it to me. I don't care. I see the Franco, but this is my Fanny. This is the Fanny that made waves in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. In thousands in attendance. People in my tech, they believe in this Fanny. Coach, give it to me.
And, you know, that's what I'm saying. I like the confidence, just like back when we saw the Lancelot picked up right away. You have to have a sense of, you know, confidence when you're going against these types of opponents. So, you know, respect to that. Again, I think it's just the fact that you take what you learned from this now that you've seen 2 versions, technically, of ONIC Philippines, and they can come up with a, you know, a game plan for the games ahead of them.
Yeah.
Because still, you know, whether the way you break it down, really, the whole strategy that they had, the confidence that they came in with, was solid here. You know, and again, Echo, what can you say about Echo? They're playing their game, right? This is the Echo Express, and the way that they play, the way they execute things. Even Carl Teasy, man, playing this smart is like an assassin in a way. You know, it's just, what can you say about him?
Failed in game number 1, but he wanted to go for the straight defense. He wanted to go beefy, but at the same time, he wanted to go for a great kind of composition to work around with his teammates. And with that, the kind of mindset to actually compensate the way of they do those team fights actually pave a lot of way to sustain even the true damage of a Fanny. And just by him alone, he is the answer for the problems being caused from mid to late game. There was a window for ONIC Philippines to take, but there was a lot of coverage to actually be answered. How would you answer for the defense? How do you make a setup? How do you even catch 1 or 2? Because if they actually commit to the front line of Echo, it's done. Either they get 1 or they get 2. And just it's a problem that they don't want to keep committing over and over again.
I also think they just needed, you know, in this game, no, with a Claude again, you just need way too much time in comparison to a Bruno. Like, Bruno is one. We've talked about this quite a bit. One of those heroes where you literally just need those 2 items, and that's again why Benny Cutie really. He didn't have to do much, you know, like for the majority of the game until the end there where, you know, instead of knocking down turrets, he was knocking down members of ONIC Philippines, you know, and Claude, on the other hand, you needed a lot more time to build up, you know, the 3-4 items to get to that point. And even then, you really weren't able to utilize the blazing duet that the way you wanted to, right?
Yeah.
And
The peel.
And just the damage, the pressure with that ultimate alone. Really, when you're picking the Claw, you need to be in a certain situation to be able to utilize that well, and they just were never there for the most part, right? Because, again, they were working back from it. So we are going to go throw it over to stage with Mara and hear it from our world champions, Echo.
Thank you, casters. Let me hear it from everybody. Echo loud. Congratulations, Echo Philippines. You know, ang gaganda talaga ng ipinapakita ngayong season for the first 2 days ni JP. Congratulations, ang ganda ng Franco. Sige nga, asintado talaga. Give us some tips nga sa mga Franco users na nanonood ngayon because sobrang ganda nung pinakita mo. And we want to know how you do it. Give us some tips.
Nanonood ako kay Bentings, kaya manood kayo kay Bentings.
Kay Ben tips pala eh. Alam mo, since I came to this season, parang feeling ko, you can correct me, is this the prime JP? I mean, it's only 2 days pa lang. Would you say this is your prime? Back to the prime?
Hindi ko po alam, pero siguro nagagawa lang po namin yung mga pinractice namin sa scrims, kaya nananalo po kami ngayon.
And you deserve all the praise. Now, Carl, alam ko, ikaw, mahilig ka gumante, mahilig ka mag-trash talk. Bakit ka tipi na tipi kay Ryzen?
Nakakairita po kasi passive nila maglaro eh.
Nakakairita kasi ang passive maglaro. So, tipi ka ng tipi. Alright. Actually, ayan, nagchichika sila. Anong chikahan nyo dyan? Sige nga, sali. Sali nga ako. Share. Share, anong chika dito? Anong chika?
Wala po.
May narinig ako habang nag-interview kami, nagsasalita ka, ano yan?
Napag-uusapan na po namin na laging pagkalaban po namin ONIC 2-1.
Yun yung stats natin pagkalaban, laging 2-1. Actually, may chika akong narinig dito. Alam ko hindi ka naglaro, pero I heard na you're back to school. Totoo ba? Chika minute tong section na to. Totoo ba?
Baka mag-enroll po ako college. Pero online lang po siya.
Anong titake mo ngayon?
Hindi ko pa po alam.
Hindi mo pa, what is your idea right now? The world is yours. World champ and everything. Now you're going back to college. Good job. So anong course?
Nag-isipan ko po eh.
Nothing. Top 3 that your choices right now?
Accountancy po.
Accountancy. Oy, business-minded. Business-minded. Ang dami nag-cheer sa'yo para dyan. And now, gusto ko malaman kung sino nga ba ang boto nyo para sa Match MVP. Let me hear it from you guys. Sino? Sanji? Si Carl daw? Sanji? Daming Sanji Okay, let's take a look at the screen. And the series MVP is... Sanji! Dito ka nga. Surprise! Ano sabi mo? Ano sabi mo ba?
Parang ang laki po ng katawan ko.
Patingin nga. Sige nga, flex. Tignan ko kailangan i-match natin yan. I-match natin yan. Wait, kukunin ko to. Tapos tanggalin mo yung jacket mo. Tingnan natin kung kaya mong gawin yan. Sige na. Okay. Ang daming mahilig mag-flex ngayong season. Okay, sige, tingnan natin. Sabi niya, parang ang laki ng katawan ko dun Okay, go. 2, 3. Hey! Nagwa-workout. Hey, sige nga, pag-usapan natin yung Eve mo nung game number, nung Eve mo, nung game number 2 that gave Echo a fighting chance. Real-world manipulation, perfect timing. May sinabi nga yung analyst natin si Wolf na pindot, swipe. Take us through that moment. What was going through your mind?
Instinct ko na lang po kasi kakakul lang din po ng oldie ko nun. Kaya yun.
So instinct. Now, what do you have to say to all the supporters of Echo that came all the way here to see you, that was screaming out your name when I was asking them kung sino nga ba ang series MVP? Your message?
Thank you po sa pagsuporta sa amin sa Ecoan. Sana pagpatuloy niyo po yung pagsuporta sa amin.
All right. Once again, everybody, echo loud. Give it up once again for Echo Philippines. You may now take your bow and take your walk of victory. Everybody, let me hear you one more time. Echo loud. Echo is doing really well sa kanilang unang dalawang serye ngayong Season 12. And we're gonna break that down for you with what happened for our last series. We're gonna go back to our casters. Pasok.
Thank you so much, Mara. And again, you can really see the chemistry that these guys have all built over the course of these seasons now and all these games that they played. And just how much they trust each other, right? I mean, even at the same time, again, congratulations there. The match MVP, Sanji, you can really see how much of an impact he has, right? Again, we talked a lot about the whole mage duo. I'm not going with the M&M, sorry. It's just not working for me on the 6. But again, it was great performance for overall for them. And still, I love once again with what we're seeing from JP. You know, we've seen this a lot from him.
I was gonna say, man, kudos to the young genius Sanji, but you gotta give flowers over to one of the most timeless and immortal talents in the league right now, Daddy JP. You could have sworn that he belongs in the main 5, man. Anytime, even if Yawi wasn't going to school, let him play.
Let him play. We're gonna let OSX break this game down for us.
Okay. Game number 3. We were asked, how will Echo bounce back from game number 1 and 2? We were seeing a messy, effect on how will they want to do with their own initiations. And to go back and to break things down a bit, let's head over and accomplish and acknowledge Daddy JP of Echo rocking this Franco. It changed the game, it changed the pace, and yeah, he bites a lot of the teams from ONIC Philippines. Having the rapid boots first, having a bit of an extra movement speed ahead of the game, this was one that they wanted to capitalize on. They wanted to work more on the movement speed to get more with the back line of Team ONIC Philippines. With the steel leg blitz having the first thing in hand, this is one way to sustain mostly of the damage and poke on a Claude. This is a problem that needed to adjust. How will the Franco be in the back line? How will the Franco be the front line in team fight initiations? And from that, they see more potential on being in the front of everything. You have the immortality, you have the Athena shield, answering to the burst and answering to the poke. Now to see more of the highlights here on our screens, this was just a minute 2 to 29 seconds. We have Ryzen and a double kill. We see the exchange from the minds of Daddy JP. I don't want that 2-0 for this Fanny. I want to have a trade. I want to have a way to set a point for my team. From this point in time, this was the aggressiveness that we're seeing from ONIC Philippines. This was the challenge. How will they pull off something here with complete confidence and with sheer advantage with the damage? But one thing that we're not seeing here is the damage that is still lacking at this point in time. Echo has a way to answer with the defense. You have Sanji, you have Carl TZ, and you have so much CC for your team to be utilized in team fights. The hooks landed by Daddy JP was a bit of a game changer. Taking down Super Fins first, taking down Gem first. It's a thing that they needed to keep doing, and they had the lead. 13 minutes in, you have 9k gold lead, and from that moment, that's just Echo closing the game. And from that, we see how they went back to their own classic answer. Echo, the world champs, is one way of a threat of having a great recovery in a best of 3 game. And looking at this point, and looking at this stats right here, 4-9, Echo winning this best of 3, 2-1. And to look back on the highest damage, here that we're trying to see, we're looking at Benicuri, we're looking at Carl Peasley. But one thing changed here, they had extra boost here for the Bruno, having the same build over again from game number 2. You have the Hash Claws, you have the Boots, you have the Berserker's Fury, a bit of a crit chance attack, but you also have the great damage and a great passive from this Hash Claws. One thing to also see here is the catch and the hold of Echo's lineup. Yes, there was a lot of killing sprees, there was a lot of potential of chase and movement speed, but one thing they saw here, yeah, we can take down members of ONIC Philippines once they're all over the place. They would know Ryzen would be hungry for objectives. They would know Ryzen would be up for the purples. A lot of them was stolen. 2 purple buffs were stolen against Ryzen, and that's one way to utilize more of the clapback. And as you can see from the rich guy, 4 of the aces here on our screens from Ace, Guardian, and Wingman, all present for Echo. And this is the problem here. How will they address more of the damage of Echo right now? Ryzen having the team participation of 75% and Super Friends having the poke. How will he even go into the front line? This was the problem. This was the problem of Yoshino. How will the tank be the answer? How will it hold? How will it have a catch? How will the ultimate flicker combo work? Because at that point, from 10 minutes of the game, 8 minutes of the game, it was a kind of troublesome because it was a lot of burst, there was a lot of damage. And to cope up with those kinds of problems that Echo is just putting into the table, it was just devastating for ONIC Philippines to even answer in the late game. It was a missed time, it was just on borrowed time for the Vanny, and we see how they wanted to cope up with those missed opportunities. And we would like to commend how ONIC Philippines actually saw the potential to have a recovery. But still, the world champs prevailed for this challenge in this best of 3 series. Daddy JP, man, all the flowers are on to you tonight, and let's throw in our casters back on his desk, Leo and Naisu. What a game that was, what a night that was. Oh yeah, we're doing the pose.
Dude, why are you Gem?
Well, who am I supposed to be?
You forgot the other poses? You can be Sanji.
How could you?
Oh, true.
You can be Sanji.
Yeah, that was the
It's been a great night, man. And again, day 2, action-packed. I can't wait for day 3. Thank you guys so much at home watching with us online, sticking with us. We know it's been also a long day, but we appreciate you guys so much. Again, I am Naisu. This is Leo. We've got OSX here, and we have had a blast with you all. We'll see you guys back here tomorrow, of course. Thank you guys so much. There's a ton more that we have in store for MPL Philippines Season 12, and we can't wait to see it unfold. Thank you guys so much. Last one. Take care. We'll see you tomorrow.
Sweep, sweep, and reverse sweep. Yan ang mga natunghayan natin ngayong kalawang araw ng MPL Philippines Season 12. We opened with an intense match between Barangay Omega and the Tigers. Riota's XP lane performance lifted Smart Omega to sweep Minana Evos. After that, we saw our recoded Codebreakers dominate the Raiders. Overnight, Blacklist International was able to strengthen their team chemistry, also thanks to OHEB's flawless Leslie and Bruno performances. And finally, what you just witnessed, the Orcas were able to secure their 2nd win in a row after Sanji's clutch plays allowed Echo to reverse sweep ONIC Philippines. Magpapatuloy ang mga bakbakan natin bukas, kaya wag na wag kayong mawawala. Muli, ako po si Mara Aquino, nagpapaalalang ang tahanan ng pinakamalalakas na MLBB player sa buong mundo ay mas Pinas lakas. See you tomorrow, everybody, and keep it good vibes.
GG, well played. Para sa dalawang pupunan. Pero sa pagkakataong ito, Indonesia ang mas naging malakas. Hindi naman naging madali talaga ang journey ng Indonesia dito. Nakakawasak man ang puso tignan ng ating mga representatives. Mga kampiyon natin dito sa Pilipinas na natalo ng ONIC ay alam natin na napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas. Kung babalikan natin ang buong MSC 2023 journey para sa kanila, ang dami natin pinakitang madudukit na place. Ang dami nating pinakitang mga istorya. Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin dito na napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.
The 12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors: Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. And Pi Channel. Experience the Mpl-Ph Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports, ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.